in the meta, right? So do PaperTigers really need to ban out the Kunkka? Now, I do appreciate the fact that Attacker plays a wonderful Kunkka, but at the end of the day, gone are the days where one player can determine the outcome of the game. It has to be a concerted team effort. And
I'll have you know, I can determine the outcome of my games very easily. If I want to lose a game, I can lose a game, Doltrus.
I meant an outcome of a game in a positive way, Tita. I'm talking about
my
actually
bad.
winning the game.
You got to be specific.
Because, you know, Phygital, this is a $175,000 tournament. This is not a joke.
Whew.
This is has the prize pool of a tier 1 tournament. And you want to be making it into the playoffs. Remember, it's a group stage format, so 2 losses and you're going to be eliminated. You want to win right off the bat.
Doltrus, I can't tell if that's a Slardar or a Slark. I know it's a Slardar, but it does kind of look fun with just a small picture.
It looks like grown. It looks like an old man Slark.
That's true. If Slark grew up and then forgot to shave his like little, you know, beardy teeth underneath him. Do you think Slardar would have to brush his teeth underneath?
No, I think since they're underwater, you don't have to.
Oh, but underwater there's icky yucky stuff underwater.
There is, and E7 are also going to go for the same kind of a pick. They're going to go for a Warlock. Now, I will say it's good. Sure, you can go for it if you want to, but please do not pick up another support right now.
Oh god, that's scary. A
really
Slardar
is.
Tusk combination is so scary to start off with. It's super strong. Even if Tusk ends up being in position 4 and Slardar's position 2, you don't actually have to put them in the same lane. But if these guys are roaming around the map together, you are in some serious trouble.
And I think you should just pick up a Templar Assassin right now for E7. You cannot let PaperTigers come out with a Templar. Slardar plus a Templar Assassin is one of those stable matchups which can destroy any carry that you decide to go for, any mid laner that you decide to go for. Not to mention you have the tag team like you mentioned. A lot of flex potential coming in by PaperTigers. Not only the Slardar that can be position 2 or position 3, but also the Tusk that can be position 4 or position 5. For E7,
especially with the Doom on. Especially with the Doom now in the fray, a Tusk position 5 can be very strong. You pair that together with a strong carry as well, Doom could be in for a tough time. Yeah, position 1 Doom, position 3 Dawnbreaker. Or
I
position
have
4
seen a
Dawnbreaker,
position
3
2
Doom.
Dawnbreaker as well. It does seem...
It would do well versus the Slardar, it feels like.
It would, not that well. I think you're still going to suffer in terms of lost hits because the Slardar will outlane you at some point. But it's just at early level 6, if you're going for rotations, if you're going for plays, that does help the Dawnbreaker on that mid lane. But PaperTigers, they're not going to go for the Templar Assassin. They'll actually go for a Venomancer and an Ursa Warrior. They are determining that they can win with the Ursa, and also picking up a Templar for E7 is going to be very risky into a Venomancer. E7 will just go for a Kunkka, which means that this Dawnbreaker is more than likely going to be a support.
Let's be real, Ursa or Templar Assassin both do the exact same thing with the Slardar. It is just a huge amount of physical damage, right? Sure, the Templar synergizes with a Meld Strike and whatnot, but Ursa is just a fiend in the lane. So going up against what is going to be either a Dawnbreaker or a Doom, does it really matter when you've got a Veno Kunkka lane?
It doesn't. This lineup by PaperTigers looks too strong. If you ask me, just the fact that you have the tag team plus the Fury Swipe, 6 attacks with the maximum attack speed at the back of the Ursa Warriors Empower, it's tough. Overpower, not the Empower, but still. And the Venomancer slows to make sure you can't escape the jaws of that Ursa. This is very scary, and for E7 who are going to pick up Attacker's Kunkka again, this is even harder to make it work. I mean, the X mark on the Tusk, or rather on the Ursa, doesn't do much, and not to mention, you have the Snowball save against the X mark. Is this... Okay, so this is a Wind Ranger carry. They're going for the Natsume route, as OG do have the best Wind Ranger currently. Despite of other teams trying to replicate their success, they aren't able to do so. Maybe E7
I think we in this tournament would like to have a word with you on that one, but yeah.
I think it's a great pick against the Ursa and the Slardar, right? This Wind Ranger pick is phenomenal. The Wind Run will mean that until the Ursa has an MKB, they can't touch you.
Okay, but you've got a position for Dawnbreaker now.
That's all right. I mean, it's fine. He just needs to use his Solar Guardian. And as
you
long
have
as
a Dawnbreaker and Doom versus a Venomancer and Ursa.
listen, as long as you don't need to come in with a desperate attempt to save your Wind Ranger, you're fine. I think the Dawnbreaker will be primarily coming in with just that added oomph to their team fight when they go in with the Ghost Ship and the Chaotic Offering, rather than as a save mechanism that the Dawnbreaker is traditionally used for.
Can I be honest? I would love to see PTigers go for something very unorthodox on the offlane, because Wind Ranger and Warlock is not a killing lane, and if you go for something that's maybe you already have an initiator in the Slardar and later on in a lesser way in the Ursa as well, I'd just really like to see some sort of weird super heavy magic damage dealing offlaner coming through for the PTigers.
Honestly, I think the Mars would just be really good here against the Wind Ranger.
Mars would be nice. Okay, so they go for what bog standard, but I was even thinking something, maybe even something like, and look, I know this is not an offlaner in the slightest, but I just think laning wise you do really well and there's no rotations possible. I think even Alina would have done pretty well actually.
But then your lineup would have been incredibly squishy. At least now you can come in with the Pipe and the Crimson Guard, right? Disable the focus fire a little bit, soak up the damage. The Pipe will soak up the damage from the Scorched Earth, Sultan's damage from his hammers. I think it's pretty good.
7-up's Fatal Bonds as well.
Exactly, and even Attacker's Ghost Ship and Torrent, right? It's the auras are how you play the offlane nowadays. PTigers will go in for that. For E7, how are they supposed to make their team fight work? Because the Doom doesn't feel particularly good in this case. Who do you even use the Doom on? Is the big question. Is it surely it should be the Ursa, but you have still the Slardar who will be dishing out some heavy damage. You have Burning who will have all of that poison freeze, and OP who can come in with damage as well. They don't, when I look at PTigers lineup, they don't necessarily need their Ursa to win pickoffs or even small skirmishes outside of a full 5v5 team fight.
I think that this game is going to be very heavily decided by two players, and that's Archie and Attacker. Attacker is going to need to make a stupid amount of space across the entirety of the map, but Tultrus, the weird thing is I think Archie will have to really heavily rely on Twin Gate users to actually go out and help his offlane, because you just can't let the Ursa get off to the same start that the Juggernaut did in the last game.
You really can't, in particular, and especially since last time at least you had a late game carry. With the way the PTigers are playing this draft, they're not aiming for the late game. This is an entirely mid-game oriented draft, and they're not going to allow E7 to make it past that 40-minute point. Now, if E7 can do that, perhaps they'll be ahead, but it's rough. The timing for this Blink Dagger for the Slardar is going to be key, and you're playing a melee hero into that Slardar, so you're not exactly going to be able to disable his farm either. What does the Kunkka do? X mark Torrent?
I think Kunkka does decently well. I think Kunkka does decently well versus the Slardar, if I'm being honest.
I mean, the Slardar has to set an absurd HP regen inside of the river. The mid lane has a river, in the right smack in the middle of it. So it's hard.
Gosh,
it's hard.
Do you remember once upon a time when you could dry up the river as a cosmetic effect if you used like a particular thing that you bought?
I remember that in Dota 1.
Compendium.
Oh.
No, this was in Dota 2 as well. You could
okay.
one of the battle passes gave you something where you could just use you could dry up the river.
My favorite change up of the river was when in Dota 1 you could change the color of the river.
Right, yes.
You could change it
that
into
was
red
also in Dota
green.
2.
Okay. That's actually,
From the battle pass that I mentioned.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. It has to be the battle
Yeah, of
pass.
course it is. Of course it is.
They should bring back the seasonal terrains. Or not the seasonal terrains, but the different effects, It's winter. So they should have some winter time, some snow.
Well, Freeze is going to be having some winter time. He's called Freeze. He's got a tusk with him, and now OP comes forward and says, you know what? You want to harass my centaur? I've got hands for you, and I've got Burning as well. Burning will slow down Archie. There's a DP being forced from the Doom. Doom will end up cancelling it. It's just a threat more than anything else. But Archie, what with all of those arrows in him, he's going to be fine to go back over.
Not that bad. I mean, sure, you force the Wind Ranger to take the wind run, but he would have done that at the level 2 mark anyway. This is still, you have to retaliate on the Centaur, which makes it hard for the Wind Ranger to dish out hits. Not to mention, as soon as 7 Up is caught in an awkward spot, they will go on him, because I think the Warlock will be the target for PaperTigers on this offlane.
Double courier snipes coming in, and the courier snipe onto the Kunkka is actually pretty significant. That does mean that he won't be able to come out on top in terms of the initial harass battle, and his bracer will be slightly slow. Freeze is just looking like a bit of a menace right now, but with the tower not attacking him, he knows he's going to be A-okay. Maybe not. Windrun used aggressively. Freeze pulls out the jukes, but he doesn't have the dust to help him. So it does feel like death could be en route if he's able to get a tango off, so he'll be fine, and that's exactly what happens. But Archie does a good job of at least bringing out the Centaur. Couriers on couriers. It is dead couriers across the map.
They saw the Centaur go there, didn't they? Or am I losing my mind?
They did see the Centaur go there. But they also see King going down. So maybe they've got bigger problems.
Yeah,
Oh, 7, he could find Attacker over here. Another right click with a bash is going to be enough. And where Attacker felt like he was getting the better of him, now it is kills across the map. It is some going the way of PaperTiger predominantly. But you know what? At the very least, the Centaur does die as well. Archie stays alive to get that kill.
but the big loss is on that mid lane, surely. With Attacker going down, that was your big playmaker for that previous game. So, E7, sure, it's only one death, but it does snowball the Slardar, and you cannot give your lives up anymore on that mid lane. You can lose as many, you can trade as much as you want on some of these side lanes, but not on this mid lane, because you do not want 7E to have that early blink dagger.
Archie?
At the same time, T-Time, look at Archie's last hits.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. It's not the best. Might be the kill, but
Yeah, there's not much to
he's
look at.
struggling. I mean, honestly, this is what my last hits look like when I'm playing position 5.
3 losses, 3 denies. I would give up the denies at this point to acquire more lost hits. And
I don't think he has a
7E,
choice.
he's dead.
7 up. Should be going down over here. Shackle or not. One more right click from Freeze will do the job. OP just needs to close the distance for the tag team to activate. And now Archie, who's trying to go for some body blocks, will just be finding harass. No last hits at all. And this is the problem with laning up against double melees that you never think about. It's the inherent right-click advantage is so high.
Particularly when you have a support that doesn't have a high movement speed. It's a Warlock.
Yes.
You know, he's... Like all Warlocks, they're old and they walk a bit too slow. They need their walking stick as well. So they can't really outrun you.
That's not okay. That's ageist.
Does it
You're supposed
help
to be a
if I'm
doctor.
old too?
That's true. You do need a walking stick, Dultrus.
Yeah, my back has not been the same.
Yeah. Bottom lane King feels like his back's being broken as well. He's still level 2 on that Doom.
Doom is doing... Rather, he's not really doing okay. So it's actually
He's
Sultan
1 and
who
0,
is-
Dultrus.
Yeah.
Yes, he's a position 4. Sultan, however, will lose his position 4, and he's happy to do so. If I live and you die, you're doing the right thing. But the problem is this Dawnbreaker on position 3 in the offlane is still going to be challenged to get much done if this Doom doesn't get a level 6 by the 11-12 minute mark.
I would have preferred the Doom offlane, if I'm being honest. It doesn't feel like a Dawnbreaker offers as much value as the Doom would have, but they might be able to take 7E down.
Plays to be made. No, there aren't. OP comes in as well. Double stun, and that means attackers are just going to end up falling. 70 can run away because of the help of the sprint, and he suddenly realized this is a level 2 Doom. What do I have to run from?
It's that tag team. And it's not as if it's his most valuable ability. His most valuable ability is that snowball that will later come into play to dodge out those ultimates. And this is one of the reasons why I did not prefer a position 3 Dawnbreaker, because one snowball will make your Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian ineffective.
7-1 start for the PaperTigers. It is looking a little bit dreary, if I'm honest.
Doesn't really
Attacker is
seem
forced
to be, you know, in the previous game you had some light at the end of that tunnel. This tunnel feels very dark. CTY is just farming away, free farm essentially. You take a look at the Slardar, we thought he's doing really well. The Ursa's doing even better with around 40 lost hits at that 6-minute mark, has 11 denies.
Yeah.
There's no way for this melee core to do anything to the Ursa.
Sultan tries to go for the Lotus and CTY comes in to even interrupt that. He can't even have a flower. That's how difficult this game is, and there are going to be more difficulties. Still no ship for attacker. That's supposed to be his primary method of defense, and with a full dive being attempted, what, the Warlock's going to TP in? That Warlock just fresh meat for Slardar if he wants to chase him down.
Warlock's safe, okay? He's dishing out the hits.
Yeah, look at those right clicks go, baby.
7E can't touch him. You know, he's afraid of the Warlock.
Yeah, war's in my name. Don't come to... Oh, wait. No, never mind. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, 7E was afraid of the Warlock, and he realized it's a Warlock.
Touches, do you know about the term regicide? It's when you kill a king, and that's been happening again and again and again. Unfortunately, the only response is going to be a kill from attacker. And look, it's 350 gold. That's nice and all, but look at where the Slardar is playing. The tier 1 tower is not dead in middle. He's just decided to ignore it. There's no one who can TP in. There is no one who can help out. A 7 minutes in, a 4,000 net worth lead. This is the biggest net worth lead I've ever seen at 7 minutes.
They are going to bring in the numbers, but can they actually catch 7E? They can with the Torrent, but they can't find the X marquee time.
He fogs attacker, otherwise that would have been maybe a point to turn around on.
But as we've seen before, we don't know whose point is going to be turned upon. You know, PaperTigers, it does seem like they're very heavy on their counter initiation, and they're placing a lot of emphasis on attacker on that mid lane. Tower also falling, they've opened up the map. 7E is so close to his Blink Dagger, and once he has that, he's gonna dial it up a notch, or several notches. Hmm. 60 losses for the Ursa, and even the lost hits, all 3 cores from PaperTigers are at the very top. The Kunkka is battling it out though for that 2nd place position. I'm not sure what the Kunkka makes, because normally where the Blade Mail is a super strong item against most heroes, against strength based heroes that have more HP than you or have nearly the same amount of HP, it's not that good.
Well, I know what Archie can make of a hit. I'll choose the answer is mistakes. The Solar Guardian has been used. Good stun on the 2, but now comes in Fuzzy Wuzzy. The Ursa is in the building, and the building is being brought down. CTY turns attentions on to 7-Up after getting his first off the Dawnbreaker. Obviously, Archie's already dead. You don't even need to ask a question. The boat onto 2 might be helpful in keeping them alive for a few seconds longer, but a few seconds is all they'll get. CTY faces back in. Everyone is so tanky on this triple melee side, they don't need to worry about a damn thing.
They didn't even feel the sweat there. They were not in danger at any point despite of their heroes falling a bit too low. At most, E7 would have been able to take 1 hero down or 2 if they got lucky. But even then, PaperTigers would have come out on top. They're just simply too strong with their rotations. And they caught the 1 hero that really was not supposed to be caught, the Wind Ranger. As soon as she goes down, what are E7 really fighting for? And I'm afraid this position for Doom pick doesn't really help them. I mean, he's just gonna die again.
Lincoln, stun, and Sultan thinks he's coming to help, but all he's helping out with is the net worth of the PaperTigers. It's a 2nd kill, and 7E is wicked sick. 17-3, 8,000 net worth lead. That's a hell of a start for the first 10 minutes, Teltras.
You think when E7 call in their Doom to teleport and help, he on the inside he's feeling like, do I really have to? Like, do I have to show up for you guys? Because it doesn't feel like a Doom is providing, you know, just because of the hero that he's playing, when he doesn't have his level 6 like you mentioned, doesn't seem like he can do much to reverse the course of these skirmishes.
Teltras, I need to know. I need a prediction from you, okay? What time does Doom get his level 6?
14 minutes.
Okay. 2nd Wisdom Rune? Is that what we're going for?
Well, no, 14 minutes, 13 minutes and 59 seconds.
Okay.
Before that.
Fair enough. Well, for now, the Solar Guardian will be used on himself. Sultan reminds him he's got some tricks with that one.
And this is the problem with the Solar Guardian. You're playing against heroes that have repositioning. Sure, it's not too much on the Ursa. He has the Earthshock, but you have the Snowball from OP. You have the Guardian Sprint from 7E. You have the Stampede from the Centaur, which gives just max movement speed to everyone. So how in the world are you ever supposed to land your Solar Guardian? It seems impossible.
7E's feeling frisky over here. He's hunting. He wants to use that Blink Dagger. He sees a level 5 Warlock. Yummy, yummy, yum. Walking stick meals.
You know, it's the E before the U. He knows his alphabets, T-Time. And he knows his strengths.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're actually from China, Doctor. They're not from EU. Hey.
7E is like, I prefer Pepsi anyway, you know, or Mountain Dew or Mirinda, whatever have you, just not 7-Up.
Sultan will be going down to the Venomancer. Burning's having a good time over there. Archie, well, at the very least, he gets to play against his heroes. There is that. And look, I don't even want to make this seem like E7 are just, oh my god, they are a trash tier team compared to what's going on. This is, again, a drafting question mark. It does feel like one of those places where they're trying to be maybe a little bit too cute, maybe trying a little bit too hard at, hey, we've got a cheese strat in mind, we've got to make this work, we've got to make... It's that pressure that's put them into a terrible draft that cannot function.
The position for Doom is certainly, I think, the most dubious pick. I think with an offlane Doom, you could have made this draft better when you had an earlier Doom timing. I mean, you disable just one hero, make it easier to land your Solar Guardian. At the end of the day, that is what you are looking for. But for PTigers, they're very happy with the fact that this Doom cannot function. Solar Guardian is up now once more, but have we even seen a move being made by E7 13 minutes in T-time? They're always the ones being initiated upon.
Oh, Shackle? Shackle? Burning? Never mind. He's level, oh my god, this is a level 8 Venomancer. He's gonna be a 3-man Snowball, 2-man Crush. Kings turned around with the Doom, 13.5 minutes till just we're off by 30 seconds, and this could be where they finally take down that damn Slardar.
They find a great fight. That Slardar gave up a monster kill streak, around 1500 gold just from him alone, as E7 finally find the bravado to go on towards PTigers. Now, it was just 2 heroes that they found. Sure, it was 3 with the toss, but he found his escape. But you have to consider PTigers never used their Stampede. They didn't even consider that move worth disengaging from. It's an 8,000 advantage, sure. You do have the Maelstrom up for RG. Now, he may be behind, but he's not as behind as he was compared to last game.
I mean, Archie getting the Maelstrom means you just get a kill onto anyone that you can get a shot on, right? As long as it's not the Ursa, maybe? Because if it's the Ursa, everyone's going to come in to just try and save him.
And as long as you need to prevent the Snowball too. So you ideally want to have vision on the Tusk. Ideally, you want to have some way to disable the Tusk, preferably. I think a good Shackle shot can create a setup where E7 come out ahead in a team fight. And you have to consider the fact that, you know, the Wind Ranger has an inherent advantage. She's playing a hero that the Ursa cannot take down if he doesn't have an MKB.
Ooh, the big bad fish is coming over, Cultures. And the king does not like his sushi. Still manages to stay alive. No food poisoning over here. He has gotten away. Meanwhile, the Venomancer ultimate used onto Archie. Archie will be kept out of the team fight because of it, but 7E comes back into the team fight. Archie's taken down. It's a good ship on the 2. Damage from attacker is there, but with the Snowball chasing out the Doom, it's still Freeze who's zoning away everyone else. A quick Solar Guardian internally doesn't get a stun on anyone, and as Freeze will be going back, the Gale will keep Sultan slowed down. He uses the hammer to get away, but the sidelines is where he's already lost another man, and the only one who's still alive is Mr. Attacker. Mr. 3-man ship has now gone downstairs to try and just get some stacks farmed up.
And this time around, he's even skipped the blade drill. That team fight, once again, when PTigers make a move, E7 do not have a response. Their Solar Guardian chaotic offering, that's not going to be good enough. If you're E7, you either make the first move or you decide to cut your losses as soon as PTigers come in. Decide that no matter who it is that's being gone on is just going to be left for dead. There's no other way about it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
King does have his Doom up now, and you can go for a rotation, but Roshan will be claimed. Aegis now up for CTY as he's no longer a viable target you can go for. So who do you I think it has to be the starter. There's no one else. I'm afraid
Out of curiosity, when was CTY a viable target you could go for?
Well, when the Doom got the Doom in that 13-30 minute mark. You know,
Okay.
for the brief.
So for like that 5
minutes.
seconds, yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Maybe they can go on him and try and take down that Aegis in the mid side of the map. But it's an X back, it's a Shackle there as well. He's so tanky. It's so hard to kill him. And with Burning coming over, a double Venomous Kill means that you only need a few more right clicks. Those right clicks never end up coming out. CTY's back in the fray. Great Shackle onto 3 heroes. That could be fight deciding for Archie, but the problem is they're just too tanky. He's already used the Focus Fire, and with no more follow-up ready, there wasn't the Dawnbreaker ultimate. Otherwise, that could have been a good fight.
That was fight deciding. Unfortunately, the fight was already decided for PTigers. With the way that they went in, they already had too much of an advantage for E7 to do anything about. To turn things around. The Solar Guardian did not come in. Their Doom was not available. It's just positioning that is not there from E7. And keep in mind, T-Time, that was when PTigers overextended.
Oh, King pushes himself away. It's a little bit of funky moves with the stolen Whirlwind that he got from the Wild Wing Ripper.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It's the budget dominator, you know. when you don't have the farm to create a dominator, you just have to devour the creep instead.
Hey, he's a position 4 man. That's A-okay. Now someone needs to tell him he's not a position 6. Attacker right now feeling a little bit left out as he does go back for a fight that he maybe should have stayed away from. Sometimes you need to accept loneliness, as King will accept that he can't see his friends for about another 40 seconds.
Attacker was slow close to his Radiance, and that's a good buff in this game. You're playing against 3 melee cores, 4 heroes if you consider the toss 2, so that miss chance will really help you.
Net worth lead. Is it 18,000? Birding is more farmed as a position 5 Venomancer. Archie's on the position 1 Wind Ranger.
Hey, listen.
It's
Net
burning.
worth isn't as relevant when you're going up the high ground, okay?
Yeah.
In effect, it's a 10,000 lead.
Alright. It is, however, a 5 versus 4, and trying to fight into this with a dead Wind Ranger. Sultan, you have made a mistake, and turns out 7-Up's going to be dragged down to the depths with you. Attacker tries to come back in to keep his Warlock alive, but he should know that's an impossibility. With 30 and 5 at this point, Attacker, you got to be keeping your own stats looking good. He's a selfless player, though, and he knows that it's still one of those places where at least you try and make an attempt, and with King turning around, he raises his sword up, but it's not to doom CTY, it's to congratulate him for the kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I mean, we are reaching the inevitable conclusion of this game considering how it started.
E7 having a comeback?
Potentially. You know,
I believe it.
It's still not, you know, it's
you can't have a comeback without being behind.
Exactly. E7 are in the position where they want to be.
That's true. E7 are in position for a comeback.
And for PTigers, you know, maybe they do overextend, because at this point we have seen times in this game where they do appear a bit overconfident. Not sure if it'll happen. In fact, I'm not even sure even if they do overextend, and even if they are overconfident that they'll lose, because at this point, even if you don't lose your spells, you might still find a few kills. You know,
the net worth is perfectly split between both teams at this point.
Yeah, it's a true stepladder formation as far as the net worth chart goes.
It's true. Can E7 pull themselves up by the bootstraps and climb? Maybe not. Touches, you know what I can say about PTigers? The problem for them.
Yeah.
70 will be pushing forward. Archie might be put into a little bit of a difficult position over here. Heal comes in as well to the Solar Guardian. Sultan's trying to turn around to 70. 70 could end up going down, but OP will make his way over. 70 is inside the snowball, and Sultan is gone as well. But even as they get almost a full team wipe, they are not in position, Touches, to get a comeback.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They'll end up being team buy, but Archie will buy back.
Oh, no. Attacker stays alive. Archie's buyback will guarantee that. We're going to be following Attacker just to make sure there isn't a surprise kill at the very end of it all, but a Doom onto the Slar there should mean that 70 will have another death guaranteed at this point. He's going to end up going down. Is there a deny available? No need, actually. Doom is now finished. It's a level 1 Doom. It's easy to forget that. 70 is just going forward. Further ahead. Over and out we go.
40-6. It does seem kind of over, you know. Attacker has not bought a relic. He's had the gold now for a while, but he's holding on to it.
Couldn't walk to the secret shop. The couriers couldn't go to the secret shop, Tultras. They've been losing couriers, Tultras.
At this point, you have to make a 5-man play towards the secret shop to buy your radiance. That is 2025
and then you're not
strategy
guaranteed, by the way. You're not guaranteed to get it. It's like a 5-man smoke play wraparound.
We've seen race bases. I actually saw one just yesterday as Nigma Galaxy were playing, but...
Right. It's the base race over here that where the PTigers can take where the PTigers can take the throne, or E7 can make it to the secret shop.
Yeah. That's the game plan.
And again, I will just keep on reiterating, I don't think E7 is like this bad as PTigers are making them look. I think E7 are some fantastically talented players, but it's just that this graft combined with the experience disadvantage, combined with the nerves, day number 1, there's so many extenuating circumstances which make it feel like you've got a mountain on your shoulders and you just don't know how to climb up.
Truly, and it feels like it's not just a mountain, it's K2 staring at you. You know, and the first point of passage is through the dead zone. You're playing against players who have literally been here for as long as the game has existed, and
longer, literally longer.
It's just so it does feel a bit insurmountable of a task. At the end of the day, though, T-Time, you know, you have to appreciate the spirit of the competition by staying in this game, by sticking to their guns. That is something that is going to help these youngsters in their future goals.
Plus, if I was in their situation, I would never be pressing GG. Just say, hey, the longer I get to spend in the same server as burning, the happier I get. It's like, honestly, in a lot of ways, this is the ultimate spectator experience. Oh my god, I'm getting to watch CTY and Burning play live from inside the server, not even inside the stadium. Pretty legendary.
It is,
It's funny, Tulchus, because actually this reminds me of once upon a time, I think it would have been 2015, it was one of the joint Dota Cups, where a Pakistani team for the Southeast Asian won, made it to the round of 16, and back then, because there weren't as many, actually this was 2015, because there weren't as many, like, you know, tier 2, tier 3 tournaments, you sometimes had tier 1 players playing in these cups. So I remember we had these 2 Pakistani players, Shizzy and Aeon, going up against Mushi in mid, and they were so excited. The entire Pakistani community was buzzing like, oh my god, we can't wait to see whether they can get some last hits versus Mushi or not. That was literally the conversation leading into it. It's such an exciting thing to be, you know, faced off up against your heroes in so many ways.
It is,
Radiant
and
are scanning.
I'm sure Attacker has come across a lot of pro players. I mean, he is a pro player himself. A lot of tier 1 players in his competitive matchmaking.
But it's not the same.
It's not the same, you know.
And it's also not Chinese players very often.
True. But now you do have more Chinese players because you do have...
Not playing Europe.
Not playing Europe, of course, but maybe in Southeast Asia, the Singapore servers, you do have,
of course,
you know. But at the end of the day, you know, T-Time, this is if you're a competitive player, this is your moment. This is, you know, a $175,000 land tournament in Abu Dhabi.
Yes.
You want to be going forward. It's not as if, you know, getting to play against Burning is great, but you want to win.
Cultures, you do want to win. That's why we've got a lower bracket as well. Because there's an Aegis now in play for PaperTigers. And as much fun and games as it has been, I think it might be time to put a stop to it.
It's that Aegis, so inevitably, you know, all good things must come to an end.
And, well, Dawnbreak has not lived a very good life in this game, so maybe that's not one of them. Attacker is going to be the next one they go on. The ship's not likely to find too much. Doom on a BK beat hero, as well as the Slarther, rather, just TP's away actually, will be coming back into the fight the fast way by just coming through with the X mark, so he will end up falling. 70 going down. King is the next one to be targeted, and with a quick little double edge, Freeze will take him away. Attacker's caught in between the shards, and while Archie tries to blink away, his little balls of lightning aren't doing too much. Maelstrom hits are not enough to take down Op, but he does get stunned up by the Dawnbreaker. Still, Freeze turns around, two-man Hoostop, goes forward, single-handedly zoning out the entirety of the team, and now the question is, where is this Ursa with the Aegis? Here he comes! CTY is in the fray. Doom has been taken down. Another two-man stun. Freeze is getting them all day long. And although there is a tidal wave from Attacker, it just isn't going to be doing too much. Still looking for the kill on the Tusk. The only one they've found so far has been the Slarther. And CTY at this point, he's asking to die, and it just won't come. Battle Fury cleave onto 2. The tower will take him down. Ultra kill for CTY, and E7. They do have a buyback, but it's on the Warlock.
The use of all of their buybacks for this one, all of their ultimates, they did find the Aegis. They also took 7E down. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold on. It's the fact that the slows, the amount of control coming out by Burning is quite a lot to deal with. Not to mention, there's just so much damage at this point. It's a difference in net worth that just makes it super hard. And you have to, you know, understand that PaperTigers were respecting that high ground defense when they were coming into this. But any point when you do see an opening for the Ursa, even if it's for a split second, you will take that opportunity to pounce.
She's almost got a Manta that touches. He's almost got a Manta.
It's pretty good against the dispel for the dispels.
That's true. He almost has another lane of racks taken away from him as well, which is less good. King falls, Sultan falls. Can I just go one by one? Archie falls. Who's next? Attacker falls? No?
No.
Okay.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, tea time. Okay. You need to calm yourself. Attacker is
Remember,
good.
there's still chances for the comeback, Ultras.
You know, he's near the fountain. This is prime defense here. Defense
this
of
is
the
where
ancients.
this tidal wave is going to bring everyone back into the fountain 4 times in a row.
You have the advantage when you only have one objective to defend, and this is the place where E7 want to be.
He's single-minded in his attempts. 4-man torrent, 3-man chaotic offering. They're dealing so much emotional damage. Things are difficult, Ultras.
Things are difficult, and well, I mean, I do appreciate E7 for trying, though.
That's true. Look, at the end of the day, whatever it is, E7 will still have another shot. Oh my god, they die so fast. The Battle Fury Fatal Buzz combination is so much fun to see. Still, E7 will have a lot more time to try and get back on their feet as they head into the lower bracket. At the end of it all, 30 minutes in, 52,000 net worth lead for PaperTigers. That is one of the most insane maps that I have ever seen in terms of the pure statistics.
Yeah, PaperTigers demonstrating that they still have it on a lot of their players, even if 7E is still in competition. They will be your series winners. They're one series away from making it into the playoffs. Meanwhile, E7 have to now win both of their series, or rather at least have to win their next one in order to stay in the competition. I will appreciate them for, I believe, E7 are a team with the least amount of experience in Dota 2, coming in with their players and having to play against players that have the most amount of experience. It does seem like an uphill battle, but I'm hoping that this showing, that this performance by them will give them the next necessary experience, maybe even receive some tips from the other side on how to improve and come back into this stronger.
That's one of the cool things about being on LAN for this as well, is that you actually do get to interact with these players and off the cameras, off of the sort of big lights on you and everything, and then you're able to actually go forward and be like, okay, you know what? When you're in these situations, when you want to do it like this, okay, what about the grandest scheme of competition in general, right? And we're not saying that everyone from E7 will, for example, make it, but then, you know what, if someone's going to end up being a coach to the team that might end up making it, if someone's going to end up being maybe the one breakout player, the way Miracle was from Jordan and whatnot, right? There's always, this is how the foundations of a potential legacy are built. It is off of massive failures in the face of Legends and then crafting that into your own story. And that's really all we can hope from E7. Not much to say about that game, if we're being frank, but at the very least, there's some really good stuff coming up from the Chinese side, right? And Tultras, you know what, Burning, I'm going to fanboy a little bit because there's little analysis to give otherwise, but even as a position 5, he has more farm than the enemy carry. It all makes sense, Tultras.
It does, and I have found it surprising how Burning, he was a coach for a very short while. Surprisingly, he wasn't a coach for longer. It does seem like all of these legends from China, they have so much to offer for the Chinese teams still in a competition.
Absolutely, but as they will be going forward to the upper bracket, we've got more action coming your way. The next game of the series is going to be interesting as well, Tultras. We do, of course, have the Russian side now coming up, as well as a couple of entertaining streamers against Bulldog and company, who's going to...
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
at the moment. Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous.
The group stages continue. Welcome back to the Digital Games of the Future 2025. I'm Tate, I'm joined by Tulchus, and we're going to be going through all of the Dota 2 action with you. We've already seen Team E7 knocked down to the lower bracket in their respective group. Now the question is what's coming up next, but the question is also, Tulchus, how is it going to be coming up? We've obviously seen a ridiculous stomp. I think that might be one of the only ones that we get, though, for the day. Everyone else seems at least slightly more evenly matched up.
Surprisingly so, right? Even though you don't have, in some of these other teams, you don't have tier 1 players, you do have at least, especially in these Eastern European teams that will be coming up, you do have players competing in some of those tier 2 to tier 3 circuits, which is which actually goes a pretty long way. You'll have Trava team playing against Vikings, which will be our upcoming match. And again, Trava team, we'll talk a bit more about them, but just on the surface, they do have players that are competing currently in the tier 2 circuit. And then later on, as a third match, we'll have Nigma Galaxy playing against Legends Rebooted, who, much like PTigers, are coming in with some legends from China. And then we'll have Team Wen versus going at it against Team Phoenix, who are coming in with the 5 most popular Korean Dota 2 players.
Absolutely, we're going to be looking forward to seeing exactly how that one pans out. Right now, though, zooming in on the Trava team versus the Vikings. Trava team will be coming in with maybe I think most known for people in the Western side of things would be 633, who is of course BZZ of once upon a time was a bit of a meme because of his Pugna set being a very regular drop that you got at the end of the game. When you still got items regularly at the end of the game, you would just get his entire Pugna set, and everyone who's been playing since 2012 or 2013 has like 3 or 4 of his Pugna sets. So it's just a fun time, a fun little thing from that. He was on the Rockskiss team from Once Upon a Time, which ended up becoming the core of VP and whatnot as well. He's been a foundational piece on so many really good Russian lineups, and as a captain it feels like he's one of the most experienced players in the entirety of that CIS region as well. So that's going to be Trava team, and on the other side we've obviously got Vikings. I think we don't need to really ask questions about who the most famous players of Vikings is, Talkers.
At the same time, there are quite a lot of them, right? Even though you do have Admiral Bulldog on Vikings, of course, a TI champion, and a champion in one of the most popular TIs, where you had Navi and Alliance going at it. But then you also have Nico Baby and Pailai, 2 players that did forge a name for themselves very early on, with Nico Baby still competing to this very day. I do recall he was playing for, I believe, Team Level Up in a few of those tier 2 tournaments. But let's see what Vikings will have to show, because Admiral Bulldog for the recent while has been competing out, you know, not competitively, but as part of a few show match tournaments in Sweden. And then he also has been streaming almost every single day as well. So it's not as if he has been out of the Dota 2 scene, right? It's still Dota 2 versus Dota 2. Even on Trava team, you also have Immersion, who, or I think it's DK Fogus, who also is a show match player. He has been playing for some of those Russian show match tournaments out there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, this is going to be very interesting to see. It's a lot of players who've become famous for maybe their personality on stream on both sides, but there is no questions to be asked about how good these individuals are. And you know, you talked about how Pailai maybe got famous a little bit earlier on, but Pailai is also one of the most pioneering supports of his era. Between Pailai and Eternal Envy, we got some of the strangest additions to the metagame, which for the longest time you just didn't understand why it's happening, if I'm being honest, right? You know, you think back to things like the innovation of Boots of Travel on the Bat Rider rather than going for a Blink Dagger early on the offering. You think back to Drums of Speed being built on a lot more heroes. You think back to, you know, the concept of feeding for space. I mean, Pailai's literal nickname used to be Die Die Die. It wasn't a joke. It was literally like the most interesting ways of tactically feeding that you could have. It's Rat Dota with Rat Dota of different styles, because obviously Bulldog was legendary for his split push with his Lone Druid and Nature's Prophet, but Pailai was strangely enough just as legendary for his split push as a position 5, where he'd be pushing forward and just dying out in a side lane by pushing 3 lanes out. And people used to say, oh well, he's feeding, but then suddenly you'd see that the map state was completely different, because I think teams in general back then weren't as good at playing the map as well. These guys have made their legacy in a very similar way in some ways.
And another important thing to mention is that Pailai actually has, I believe, the most diversified experience. You know, he's played in Southeast Asia as part of Fnatic, he's played in Europe, he's played in a lot of different regions, he's even played for Newbie. You know, he's traveled all across. Meanwhile, the rest of these teams, they have stuck to their regions. Admiral Bulldog, I believe, stayed with Alliance throughout 90% of his career. And you have Trava team, who again play for mostly Eastern Europe, but you do have Bashka, who despite not having a verified Liquipedia profile, Bashka has been competing for a really long time in the tier 2 to tier 3 circuit. I actually remember one point which was a highlight, and that's because of why I remember his name just right off the bat in my mind. It's because of that one play he made as part of Nemiga in CCT, where he came out for a full team wipe with his Swen. So it does seem like Trava team will be able to put up a much better fight than E7 was to Paper Tigers. Another thing to consider is that, you were talking about that split push potential, which to be fair isn't as strong in the current meta as it was back in TI13, which led to Admiral Bulldog winning his
I missed the good days.
TI3, sorry. But you still have to consider the fact that for a player that essentially put Nature's Prophet on the map, right now the Nature's Prophet is at the very center of the S tier meta. First pick material or even first ban material. You see a lot of teams putting emphasis on the Nature's Prophet. Let's see what Admiral Bulldog, the player who essentially defined the Nature's Prophet for what the hero is today, what he'll be able to do.
I'm sure it's going to be banned. Let's be honest. I'm sure you ban out Nature's Prophet early on versus Bulldog. It's his most played hero. It's his favorite hero. And I don't think there's any questions about if there's... I don't even think there's anyone else you really associate with, like, the Lone Druid and the Nature's Prophet as much compared to Bulldog. Maybe even the Lone Druid, like, you think back to once upon a time, like Quakefa, right? But Nature's Prophet, is there any other player that you associate with it as much so?
Would definitely be a bit hard. I mean, right now I'm sure there are a lot of players that you can associate the Nature's Prophet with, but if it's an all-time record, then Admiral Bulldog would certainly be at the top of the list for most people out there. But it's a different version of the Nature's Prophet, right, that we see now compared to before. The meta has changed, the map has changed, and the strategy of the game has changed. But over here we'll see the roster for Trava team. Bashka as their carry. You have Paboma as their mid laner, Focus as their off laner, Immersion, and 633 as their supports.
Yeah, DK Focus is going to be an interesting matchup against Bulldog, like we mentioned before. A very popular figure within the Russian community. Lots of parallels to be drawn, and it'll be interesting to see exactly how everything ends up being panned out. BZZ or 633, either one works, is a really fun conversation though, right? Because on one side, we've talked about how Pylida has innovated the game, he's been the captain, he's got so much experience in this and that, and on the other, BZZ is much the same touches, because sure, he might have only played on Russian teams, but the kinds of teams that he's played on are so different. Rockski's completely different team to Virtus Pro, completely different team to how Team Spirit played back in 2016, 2017, very different to how Empire played later on as well. He's been everywhere, and he's still, I don't know if he's still in the market as a coach right now, but he's still sort of coaching reasonably regularly. I think he coached Hydra most recently as well, so it's going to be interesting to see sort of this captain versus captain dynamic.
He's even, I believe, played for Hydra, right? Back in, I believe, a few EPL tournaments in the Tier 2 scene, he was a registered substitute player. I don't know how many matches he competed in, but he did try his luck in the Dream League Open qualifiers. Didn't have as much success, but certainly here right now with a lot of synergy coming in between all of these players, perhaps he can have better luck. But you're right, when we were talking about the comparison of Admiral Bulldog with the Nature's Prophet, you take a look at the hero like a hero like a Pugna, which is also an S tier support pick in the current meta, very high pick rate, very high contention rate, that perhaps might go for an advantage towards Trava team.
Well, we're gonna have to wait to see exactly how that ends up shaping out. For Vikings, I do hope that Bulldog isn't position 1. I'm guessing this is just, this is just a generalized lineup, because if we're putting Bulldog on position 1, that's going to be interesting. And you know what, Tultris? I know I said earlier on that Excalibur was one of the original players who just got picked up as a pub stomper. But that was very extenuating circumstances. I guess Bulldog would also be considered in that list, right? Because back in late 2012, early 2013, when he was initially added to the stack that later on became Alliance and No Tidehunter stack, he was questioned, right? A lot of people said, hey, this guy probably can't make it in tier 1. He has too shallow of a map pool. And look, I know now everyone's going to say, no, it was so obvious. They're going to make this style around him this side. It wasn't obvious. People didn't know about it. And when he was leading up into the time of Alliance itself, everyone's talking about how much he learned, how much they need to cheese, how much they need to, go for like level 1 Roshans and things like that. He blossomed into a meta game defining, into a Dota defining player. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can be putting forward as well. Because one of the things that you can't say about Bulldog Ultras is this is a guy who knows how to entertain. That's for sure.
He certainly does. And he not only defined the meta for a short while, it was for years to come, with a lot of teams trying to replicate his success with limited success. They just simply weren't able to do it as well as Admiral Bulldog was able to. But let's see, right now TPaBo team does not seem to think that his Nature's Prophet is much of a threat, as they've used up all of their bans but haven't done so for the Nature's Prophet. Meanwhile, Vikings, they banned on the Marcy and the Venomancer. It's interesting to see the Venomancer actually banned out in the first phase.
I mean, you understand wanting to take away Matsson's heroes as well, as Spylight I will be picking up Jakiro for himself, because obviously Matsson's one of the more active players right now. You want to take out your, opposing mid laners' heroes as much as humanly possible. Dragon Knight and Primal Beast afterwards as well. They're generally strong heroes in the current metagame. TPaBo team, though, decide, well, Vikings, if you're not going to Nature's Prophet, well, don't mind if we profit off of your nature. Ho, ho, ho.
Taking a page out of E7's playbook, right, where they pick up the anti-mage against Burning, TPaBo will pick up the Nature's Prophet against Vikings. Although Vikings will come off with a Jakiro pick, this is by far the most picked up support hero as far as a first phase pick goes. So Vikings certainly do have an action plan. They are coming in with the push potential, even though TPaBo do have a lot of counter push. Let's see though, because I think we might actually see a Pugna come out from either side. For TPaBo, it could be really good with another blast, just apply all sorts of early game tempo.
Yeah.
And not to mention, this Nature's Prophet can be flexed altogether, right? On just about any... I believe the Nature's Prophet has the highest amount of flex potential, because if you think about it, you can play it mid, carry, support on either 4 or 5, and you can also play it offlane, despite of that not being as frequent.
Offlane's kind of iffy, but 4 positions you can play is pretty wild. No doubt about that.
Vikings, though, if they're not going to pick up the Pugna, then they should just ban it out. Although for them, I wouldn't actually think that it's all that bad. They actually ban out the Nyx. So are they going to go for an OD or a Medusa? Or...
Storm Spirit?
Yeah. It's
I mean,
a high
you don't
mana
really...
hero that you want to go for, or a high intelligence hero at the very least.
Abaddon ban coming out from TPaBo is interesting as well. It's not like Vikings look like they're setting up for an Abaddon pick over here, but still, we'll keep an eye out. Dark Willow then
Maybe
picked up
it's
for the
a
TPaBo team.
Beastmaster in the making, right? For TPaBo.
I like that. I mean, I was even thinking Vikings with Beastmaster would actually be very good over here as well.
It would, and now that TPaBo have banned out the Abaddon, picking up the Beastmaster for yourself means that there's no real hard dispel available. So it might be pretty good with the Jakiro. Not to mention there are other heroes that the Abaddon is great against, like the Batrider. Just about anyone that creates some kind of silence or control mechanism that you want to remove.
Snap I picked up, as we will see both of the supports being debuted for the Vikings. This wasn't a strategy that went too well for the E7 guys, but it doesn't really matter too much of a head. Nature's Prophet feels like he doesn't reveal much of your cards, and right now securing strong laning supports is very important. Dark Willow being on the offlane makes it hard to survive if there's going to be a good combination over there, so making sure that, hey, I've got a Jakiro position 5, lots of zoning potential, and my Snapfire in as a position 4 means that, hey, they have to go for stronger lane heavy support as well.
Right now they're thinking perhaps, do they want to go for a pushing lineup or a fighting lineup? Because if it's fighting, you might want to pick up a Centaur or a Mars to couple up with that Snapfire, a deadly combo that we have seen time and time again in the current season. Or if you want to go for a pushing lineup, you can pick up the Beastmaster, but turns out tea time it will be neither. They will go for a mix of both and pick up the Doom.
I think a Pugna's really good here, actually, for TPaBo team.
I mean, it's
a strong
bit
position
harder
5.
now. because you have the Mortimers, right, on the other side, the Pugnus is Rectify, sure, that you no longer receive increased magical damage, but you still get slowed down for the Mortimers, or rather against the Mortimers, and also you have the Doom. So the life drain isn't really going to be that saving mechanism for your allies. So it's a harder Pugna pick. If you're going for a pushing oriented lineup, or rather if you want the Pugna for just the pushing capacity, then I could see it working out. But then
I just think this is one of those places where it's a strong position 5 hero. Sure, the save is maybe a little bit mitigated. I don't think it's that much so, but you're going to be having a lot more chip damage versus long cooldowns in both the Doom and the Snapfire. And you know what? If you pair it together with the Terrorblade, every time Metamorphosis comes off cooldown, you're just ripping apart buildings. They will go for something safer though, and I understand that why you'd want that. Disruptor, very long range glimpse as well. It's not quite something like an Earthshaker, but you can get into position to try and interrupt the Granny ultimate as well. And even up against a Doom, if you can silence him early on, Doom's quite squishy to the Terrorblade and the Nature's Prophet combination. It could go very well for you.
I wonder if Vikings should just go for the Wind Ranger. Great against a Terrorblade, not too good against a Disruptor because you can get glimpse back, but then any carry that you go for apart from the Life Stealer is going to have that problem, so you might want to build up a PKB, but it's so far so good. I was actually expecting a Medusa from TPaBo team, but
Wind isn't the best versus Dark Willow either.
Yeah, it's not a great pick, but if you have to play against a TB right now, I think the Wind Ranger is really good, but they will go for a Pangolier, the other hero that I was thinking of, but on the mid lane, because again, Pangolier has been the strongest hero against the Disruptor for a really long time. Can't glimpse him back. He has a roll up. Can't do much when the Pangolier is charging at you with the Rolling Thunder either. And a Swashbuckle, the Disruptor just has too little HP for the Pangolier. He can just take him out instantly. Not to mention, disruption towards the front line coupled up with some aerial support coming in from the Mortimers, and then you have the Macropire for the round, right? It's front line, back line, and the middle ground that Vikings are really strong in as far as the team fights go. I wouldn't actually mind a Medusa for the Vikings.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, what exactly are you going to do to the Medusa is what I'm thinking.
I just think a Terrorblade outcarries a Medusa.
Well, I mean, you have the Doom,
with
right?
an Nature's Prophet and Terrorblade together.
The idea is that you will be using a Doom on the TB so that he cannot sunder you. But if you're unable to do that, then you lose a team fight anyway, because there's no hero that can outcarry the Terrorblade in that scenario. Taking the TB out just relies on you outplaying the other side in the team fight. I mean, just yesterday, you know, the way that OG beats Spirit, it was a TB versus the Wind Ranger matchup, is OG is effectively cornered the TB in every single team fight. And I think that's what Vikings will have to do in this game. They will have to go for the Disruptor and the Willow first. Nature's Prophet isn't going to be a viable target because he's always going to be coming in through the teleport and is never going to be the first point of contact. Yeah. So you will have the Nature's Prophet and the TB as secondary targets, which means that this support duo have to be the first ones you go on, and the potential offlane hero that TPaBo team will reveal. But it's a great ban from Vikings, recognizing that the Workhorse would have been pretty dangerous and a really good save against your Doom.
I still don't hate the Mars, if I'm being honest.
What carry do you go for?
For Vikings?
Oh, Mars for TPaBo, okay.
Yeah. For Vikings, maybe a Sven?
It's so risky playing the Sven though.
It's very risky, but you just, if I'm being honest, Vikings don't have damage. I mean, the Mortimer's Kisses is the largest amount of damage that you have right now. Sure, Doom's nice and all, but you just feel like you need someone who can absolutely demolish, and going for the Phantom Lancer is an interesting choice. I don't know how well it does versus the Terrorblade.
It's great if you can isolate a Terrorblade, right? But
it's really bad versus...
It's good. It's against the Glimpse. It's good against the Glimpse too, but it's bad against a Static Storm. So if
it's also very bad against a Thunderstrike, isn't it?
It's not that good of a pick in this scenario, I suppose
Does
it's the carry versus carry matchup that Vikings are going for, but it's I
Does the
would
Thunder
favor the
Strike get
TP here slightly.
Does the Thunder Strike doesn't get removed, right? If you use the doppelganger.
I don't think so. I
Yeah.
can't confirm that off the top of my head, but I don't think it does.
Okay.
But you can, you know, you have a Lamanta style to dispel it anyway, so.
Of course. I mean, theoretically. It's an interesting pick, though. It's not something that we see being picked very much. I know that BSJ, for example, was really speculating that Phantom Lancer might end up coming into that sort of niche tier 1 category because of the Agnum Scepter upgrades that he got a while back, but it never really ended up happening. It still always felt like PL's damage fell off. It was a bit too squishy. A lot of people who were trying it out in scrims just couldn't get it to work, so I am surprised to see it here, especially when you're pairing it together with what I just think is quite a greedy draft overall so far. Okay, I love to see that. Trapper team coming out with the style points. We thought it would be the Vikings to entertain. It'll be DK Focus instead.
A position 3 Pudge against a Phantom Lancer. I'm not too sure about this. I can understand the idea. I can even appreciate the thought behind it. You get to that Aghanim Scepter, and the Nico's illusions aren't going to be doing anything to Trava team. But if in the scenario where the Pudge is under-farmed, remember, the Pudge doesn't like to create auras. The Pudge is one of those offlaners that goes for heavy aggressive items. The Scepter, Blink Dagger, Shiva's Guard, that's the kind of itemization the Pudge likes to go for. That will give a bit of leeway to Vikings who have the opportunity to create those auras. The Rot isn't pure damage, it's magical damage. So Admiral Bulldog can actually go for a pipe. They have the damage coming in from Nico, and they have a lot of magical damage from their own side, so they should be able to take Trava team down. I feel like Trava team, they've kind of pressurized themselves into this kind of lineup where they have to deliver in the early to mid game, otherwise Vikings will be able to overwhelm them.
Look, while everything you're saying is true, the threat of a Pudge is very real, Toltris, right? At any given stage in the game, it's very much a, hey, everything can change. It's like an Earthshaker, but harder to execute, but also with more frequency to execute. There's much more pressure. And when you pair it rather with the global presence of the Nature's Prophet, Toltris, that's a very threatening potential.
It is. Every single time you find a Dismember, you'll have the Nature's Prophet make his move as well. It is hard, but you know, for Vikings, the amount of counter initiation that you come in with, the Pangoliers rolling Thunder, Snapfire who can immediately dish out Mortimers, not to mention the Zakiro's Ice Path, which will disable the Dismember, right? So realistically, in a team fight, you'll only have that 1 second of a Dismember to play with.
Well, we're starting these off with Matson just pressuring forward. The Pudge Hook will not land initially.
The Dragon Claw.
He's also got. I actually did just see that as well. Good times. I don't even know how much it costs on the Steam Market these days. I used to keep track once upon a time.
I didn't know people still had the Dragon Claw hook until I saw that.
The Dragon Claw hook's classic. That's what it is. Alright, so Observer Ward will be dewarded. A little bit of extra gold and experience going the way off the Radiant side, but that's fair game. We shouldn't be having any first bloods over here. Unless re-engage being called in. BZZ thought they were gone, but the big bad wolf is still blowing his house down.
First blood, that is a significant advantage going the way of the Vikings, even though you do pick up more. Oh no, you don't even pick up more bounty runes. It's an even bounty rune exchange. I think Vikings will be very happy about that one. Sure, it's just a disruptor kill, but it enables your off lane, which is already going to be pretty strong. I mean, it's a Doom plus a Snapfire combination. Sure, you have the glimpse, but if you're in an awkward spot, even the Snapfire should be able to take you down. The little Shredder is, I think, one of the strongest abilities in the laning phase. And the Disruptor doesn't have too much armor or too much HP.
Yeah, up to level 3, it just feels like you get ripped apart, but BCZ is doing a good job of zoning them out regardless. I think one of the things to keep in mind for the Games of the Future event as well is that because we obviously have, you know, a lot of personalities, a lot of really incredible legendary players who maybe haven't been playing at the top recently, we might see some interesting skill matchups that you don't normally get, you know, where everyone's on the top level of Dota is just, you know, 14,000 MMR plus and this and that. Nice hook from DK Focus. Setup from Immersion is good. And if he's able to find a few more kills like that one, this Pudge could start to become a real threat.
A great kill to find. I mean, this combination is pretty strong. The maze into the hook, there's not exactly anything that Jakiro can do. Not to mention, Nico's only defensiveness for his ally, or for him, well, for his ally mostly, is that Spirit Lance to slow the Pudge down. But as the Pudge has the rot, he has an equal amount of slow to make sure that Jakiro can't actually outmaneuver him. So every single time that Jakiro gets hooked, that is going to translate into a kill. Especially when you have this Nature's Prophet, right? You have to consider him as the X factor, which is so difficult to calculate for, because he can show up at any point, at any time he wants.
Did you check whether he went for the Prophet facet? The money bags?
No, I didn't actually. He might have actually, because he's playing on the mid lane.
Oh, bot lane, if Nature's Prophet TP's in, this is going to be a guaranteed kill onto Admiral Bulldog. He will be going down regardless. No TP needed.
Wait, how did he end up left? I thought he was going right.
Well, he's a tricky man.
Okay, he probably got glimpsed. Okay, he got glimpsed. And then
he got tricked.
Got tricked by the glimpse. But you have to respect Bashka when he has his metamorphosis off. I mean, that's the most straightforward way to play against a Terrorblade. And you had the Scorched Earth, so ideally, you should not be getting caught there.
Travama is taking a lot of damage over here, and this is one of the advantages of having a Pangolier that just feels like it can ignore some of the right clicks of the Nature's Prophet if it gets going. Travama isn't going to feel comfortable TPing to another lane if he's constantly around that half HP mark.
I mean, the thing is, he's always going to be on the half HP mark against Madsen, and I think Vikings realize this about the Nature's Prophet. As long as the Pangolier can keep the Nature's Prophet low on his HP, they're going to be able to disable him being able to come in with the teleport. But only for so long. I mean, eventually the Nature's Prophet has to go in for the TP, right? It's Power Runes, Shrine of Wisdom. There are a lot of opportunities in the game to be making a play for an objective outside of the towers. And that is why the Nature's Prophet is so strong with that teleportation. It's the fact that, you know, Dota has all of these side quests now added in.
Yes. Wisdom runes, water runes, power runes. A lot of runes, actually. Bounty runes.
Let's see, though. I do really like the, you know, the shirts that all of these teams have on. It's like, it's nice.
That's true. It does kind of look like they're out there and they're like, hey, we're gonna go to you know a big old theme park in Abu Dhabi after this as well.
That's not a bad idea.
Have you been to the Middle East in the wintertime, Talo?
I think I went towards the UAE in Feb, so not exactly wintertime, but it was
it's pretty winter
weather.
It's such good weather at this time of the year. It's just you go, there's a little bit of a breeze going, you can go outdoors however much you want. I'm telling you, the players are having a good time. I mean, especially when you're considering where they're coming in from. These are wonderful countries, but Sweden is a cold place in December. Russia is a cold place in December. I mean, I'm sure they're having a good break where they're like, hey, we can wear t-shirts again? What is this?
Well, I can tell you that, you know, the hospitality sector in the UAE is amazing. I mean, it really feels nice to be there. And just, it feels like, you know, a common person like me treated special. That goes a long way.
That's true. It's hard to treat you special. I agree. Anyone who can do that, they know. And they didn't give birth to you, right? It's that, then they're truly saints.
Yeah, it's a, you know, a true soul. A kindred spirit.
A true soul is a funny... no. Well, 1-3 for the Vikings as we do get back into the game as we will resume. There you go, Madsen. Getting a... Oh no, this could be trouble. There's a Quelling Blade ready for this one. Madsen is going to force out the Magic Wand as well. Travamar's Global Teleport is going to be completely a non-factor. And while Niku Baby could have maybe looked to help out Pylite Dyke, and he helped himself out. Will Doppelganger away? And he's okay.
Could have gotten pretty tricky for the Nature's Prophet. You know, ideally he wants to make sure that he has the HP to make moves around the map, but it's Madsen who is doing such a great job at keeping him very low. But as long as you don't die, well, topside. Speaking of death, it does seem like both sides are trying to go for the pokes, but it's Pylite Dyke who's going to be in danger.
Pylite Dyke is fine over here as long as he doesn't get hooked up. Nah, that's going to be... guaranteed. A 2 finds BZZ though in the meanwhile, so it is going to be a 1-for-1 across the maps. Both position 5s will be losing their life.
And we don't exactly know if this is Pylite Dyke's strategy.
That's true. Pylite Dyke is getting back into the element. Well, I'm bringing the Nature's Prophet away from 4 last hits. And you're only getting 73 experience per hero. That's actually going to be a 24 experience benefit to me. Immersion turns around. Damage onto the Phantom Lancer is going to keep them honest, but Immersion has to be careful. He himself is falling low. Bottom side, Admiral Bulldog, 1-for-1. He's more than happy with it, but Atoof is going to be in some trouble. 6-3-3 without a glimpse, and Atoof realizes that will TP away.
He'd even send out the mind games as he ends up with a more favorable exchange. Meanwhile, topside Immersion and DK Focus are very low. Do they want to make this play?
This. Oh no! The TP away. Pylite Dyke is not going to be in for a good time over here. Without the gold bags facet, I do think that we don't have the best time if it's going to be a lot of TPs from the Nature's Prophet. I will say that.
At the same time, you know, I've always thought that the gold bag facet sort of accelerates the Nature's Prophet prep of his farm, but the Nature's Prophet is one of those heroes that will always have farm up. You can teleport anywhere you want, irrespective of how far behind you are. You can always teleport to a safe place to farm because there's no way that 5 heroes around the map will be able to cover every resource available. Does seem like there's going to be a bit of a technical pause, but this topside rotation that they just made is going to be an interesting one. The Pudge has the meat shield, even though it's not highly leveled up, and the Nature's Prophet is actually pretty far away. So, and they've already sent the hook out, so I wonder who's actually going to come out on top. And
well,
has
I think
Bulldog teleported back, or does he have a teleport available? I'm not actually sure.
And is the world really round?
It's not.
All of the hard questions being... Yes! Finally, someone's going to tell me.
It's a big,
what shape
beautiful
is it?
square.
I thought it's a triangle. You know
that
what
would
be
actually
funny?
be pretty cool. Like, I wouldn't
You know what
mind
would
that.
be pretty insane? Like, if the world was like a pyramid. So you could actually climb to the top of it.
Isn't a pyramid a triangle? Just like a 3D triangle?
It's like a 3D triangle, yeah.
It's a cone. It's a cone. A pyramid is a cone.
No, a cone is circular.
On its base.
A cone is like a circle.
Oh, it's like a circular triangle.
Okay. Yeah, a cone is a circular triangle. Exactly.
But then what is a pyramid?
It's a good time. That's what it is. It's a good time. You go out there, you put some band-aids on, you get some spices on your body, and you lie down for a couple of 1,000 years. Who doesn't want that? Oh, relaxation. That's called the spa treatment back in 2000 BC.
There's a bit of a contrast. We see Travel Team with a bit of smile on their faces. Meanwhile, I haven't seen Admiral Bulldog this locked in since TI. You know? It's like he's not looking at anything apart from his screen. He is looking dead center right in the smack in the middle of his screen. Almost as if he's looking for a play to be made, perhaps.
Maybe he's visualizing. He's visualizing. If I was the Nature's Prophet, what would I do? How would I profit off of this? Doctors, you know what is always fun? It's always fun to sort of revisit some of the old iconic matches of history. And I know that a lot of people talk about things like the TI-13 finals and whatnot, but I don't know if you remember in the lead up to TI-13, there was the finals versus Cloud9 where they had a mega creeps or rather single barracks comeback, and that was actually one of the places where when people saw that happen, it was the idea that, okay, you know what, this is a team that probably should win TI because they just managed to win every single impossible series. I'm trying to find out which one it was, but it was an insane series where Loda played Wraith King, funnily enough, and he just wouldn't die. It was kind of crazy.
Interestingly, the first game in TI3 that Admirable Dog won was only 15 minutes long.
Wait, who was it against?
Navi?
Wait, do you mean the TI3 finals?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's the one. Oh, this is actually a very, very funny story. So Alliance used to actually lose to Fnatic very often in every tournament. So like in the Alliance Fnatic head-to-head, it was something kind of insane. So Alliance was really glad when Tongfu knocked Fnatic down to the lower bracket. Otherwise, Fnatic could have maybe beaten them. So Puppy went to No-Tail. And Puppy had this conversation with No-Tail like, hey, dude, what are you guys doing? How can we beat them? And No-Tail's like, bro, I got you. Because I don't want these guys to win. Because we're so annoyed about the fact that we've lost. And also these guys just winning everything. Puppy, you're the OG. We're going to help you out. And they mapped out a draft. They're like, if you go for this draft, you will 100% guaranteed win. And they didn't explain how to play the draft because in their head it's like, yeah, it's obvious. We do this all the time. And then Puppy comes through with like a Venomancer, big, like a Venge carry, a Bounty Hunter. Basically like four or five supports being baked. And then they just got completely dismantled because Alliance is like, you guys just don't know how to play these heroes. This is fine. So yeah, cute days of Dota. Back when everyone's like, what do I do? What's the right thing to make?
Back when players would have hero specialties, but now a lot of players can play just a whole bunch of heroes, like dozens of heroes. And not to mention, you kind of have to do that, right? Because the meta isn't confined to this unipolar, Nature's Prophet has to be the off lane. It's no longer like that. Nature's Prophet can play 4 separate roles. A lot of heroes, we even have now Mars and Centaur going on the mid lane, which is insane. Different heroes being played in different roles means that you have to adapt. You have to learn how to play different things, and by learning to adapt, that's how you get better. Rather than doubling down on your strengths, you have to diversify your portfolio.
Teltros, you know what's funny enough? I can tell you the exact date that changed in Dota 2. It was the 8th of August in 2015. And the reason why it changed is because of a team called CDEC Gaming. CDEC went up against EG in the grand finals, and that was one of the most interesting games. So, Teltros and I used to talk about draft a lot back in the day, right? Because this is back when we were maybe still kind of thinking about competitively playing, or even if not that, this wasn't too long after we stopped playing competitively. CDEC had a player called Shadow, if I remember correctly, right? No, it was Shiki, sorry, yes. Shiki was CDEC's mid laner, and Shiki couldn't play Leshrac. Leshrac was the pick of the tournament at the time. So the problem is that because he was just a bad Leshrac player, EG could allow that through every time, and in trade-off they'd say, okay, either we're going to get Sumail on the Storm Spirit, or we're going to get AUI on the techies, which only we could play in literally the entire world because his brother was a techies one trick. Or we can maybe get how funny is that, isn't it? Or we can get like the Gyrocopter first pick, or we're gonna get a Nagasine. There's a couple of these really hotly contested matchups, and because they gave up the Leshrac every single game, this was PPD's genius plan where he's like, you know what, we're never going to pick the Leshrac, we're never going to ban the Leshrac either, so we'll always have a 2-ban advantage because CDEC always has to ban the techies, and we will never need to ban the Leshrac. After that, genuinely Dota changed. That one draft, I think, forced everyone to say, you know what, no more hero specialties. Everyone has to play meta heroes or you're just not allowed in the team. And then it was compounded because the year after that, TI6 is when the greatest team in Dota history, and yes, I will say the greatest team in Dota history won. And that was Wings. Because Wings came through and they just played everything. Wings didn't play heroes, they played Dota. And that sort of back-to-back TI success, and rather TI failure and success, that changed Dota completely.
Yeah, I think Wings Gaming took the scene by storm, right? Got everyone off guard. And it's also interesting where you have a contrast by certain personalities. Like, for example, I don't recall which exact series it was, but it was a series in which Ice decided not to ban a single hero. So
yes,
they only went in with pigs, not a single ban, and I think they actually ended up winning.
They did win that. This was TI12. This was Zenith versus IG.
Oh man, this is, and doing that at TI is just, you take it to a whole other level. And then if you're the other team, how do you even face up against that, right? That amount of that just the show of force, mental fortitude.
But the thing is, this wasn't even mental fortitude. What actually happened was that Ice said, you know what? Okay, fine, mental fortitude is the thing, but we're also not going to be banning anyone because we think that there's actually a lot of fairly overpowered heroes, and we will just have more overpowered heroes in the game if we're not banning anyone. And so sure, we could maybe just waste our bans on useless heroes, but instead let's just go for the no ban. We're going to pick the obvious overpowered heroes, and because we have more OP heroes at our disposal, we think overall we're better at playing the metagame.
It's a lot of, I mean, it's certainly interesting how, obviously draft determines a lot in the game, but just the way you think about the draft also determines a lot about the game. I don't know. I recently read that, while we're trying to figure out how to make a draft shorter or something like that, but I think the draft is at an okay place. But I wouldn't mind changing how the draft actually happens. Just not sure what that should be. I think there was this tournament recently which had a system where you couldn't pick the same hero twice in a series, which again I don't think that should be the way that Dota takes it, but a version of that.
That's the League of Legends system, actually. That's the current League of Legends system. They call it Fearless.
Over there, League of Legends were forced to go for that because no one wants to actually diversify the hero pool because Dota is just a better game.
The game's not balanced that well. Yeah.
Over at Dota, you only have I think in the recent TI you only had 16 heroes that were unpicked. But I think you need a version of that where you can. Not for the picks, but maybe for the bans. Maybe you reduce the number of bans.
That's interesting.
Increase the number of bans, something like that.
Would you be open to you cannot ban? How about this? In a series, you cannot ban the same hero twice unless it's been picked by the other team. So if, let's say game 1 you ban Nature's Prophet, game 2 now you can't ban Nature's Prophet, and if it goes to game 3, okay, it's all game again.
I actually got it. I actually think I know what I would want. So because obviously you commentate over Counter-Strike a lot. You have a map veto. So before a game starts, you take out a certain map that map is not going to be played at all. So in Dota, I think both teams there should be a number, maybe 3, maybe 5, of heroes banned out for the entire series, and then you have the same ban pool that occurs. Right, so you have essentially more bans, but both teams can decide which hero are not going to be played the entire series.
I think that would be very hard to pull off in Dota. That sounds a lot like what the ranked matchmaking system is, right? And then maybe just throw on some more bans. What would be fun for me, in my opinion, in the end, is just if we could have the first set of bans happen after the first set of picks, and you reduce the number of total bans. So you've got 5 bans, maybe 4 bans, and you pick your first 2 heroes on both teams without a single hero being banned. I would love that. Because I like the idea of you being forced to play overpowered heroes or to play against overpowered heroes or to play against a player signature hero. I love that idea. Because, you know, when you think about games like basketball, you can't just be like, well, I banned the Steph Curry three-pointer. Right? That's sort of the equivalent of back in the day when you'd be like, well, I banned Collapsus Magnus. Right, or like I'm gonna ban like Miracle's Invoker or Weeha's Wind Ranger. It's like, yes, sure, but I want to see them play those heroes, right? So I would like the idea of like maybe 1 or 2 picks that are untouchable, right? You do get a guaranteed pick before any of the bans come in.
Yeah, I think, but at the end of the day, I think just adjustments on how the draft works would be. It will be a change of pace. I mean, I think the drafting has been the same for such a really long time. And
there's
even
so
as
many
I'm,
bans now.
You know, even as I'm watching tier 1 tournaments, even as I'm watching Dota, sometimes if it's not for my research or, you know, just improving my analysis, if it's just purely as a fan watching my favorite team, sometimes I'll skip the pick. Sometimes I'll snooze over it. And again, just when I'm watching for fun and not watching to learn.
How could you?
Because it's just not, you know, it's just, I don't really care what they pick. If I'm being honest.
But only as a fan, guys. And you should definitely care what people pick. Please watch all parts of our broadcast. Please. But look, I get what you're saying. I just think this is one of those things where the live experience of watching a draft is good, though. If you're watching back on a video later on, no. But I like the idea of a build-up. This is something which I do dislike, where people are like, hey, Dota 2 drafts should probably take less time, or maybe you do them beforehand and you rush through the draft faster or whatever. I think the build-up of a Dota draft is so important. It's just this sort of...
You know, that's actually a really good point. I actually think that the draft time for both teams should be significantly shorter. Because right now, I don't actually remember a scenario where a team has been pressed for draft time. I think if you reduce the draft time to a point where teams have some kind of pressure where, you know, they're forced to think. Because, I mean, take a look at most sports, even in academia, right? You're pressed for time, and the whole idea is that you need your brain to work against time itself. And in Dota, you have so much time to think that very rarely do teams ever go down on their reserve time thinking about what they want to pick. So I think significantly reducing, even maybe halving the time available for both teams to draft their picks and bans would be pretty good.
So we reduce the amount of time and then we let people pick before the bans.
Yeah.
4 bans only. All right. 4 bans only. That automatically reduces the amount of time, right? Because every ban also comes with 30 seconds extra, right? So we reduce it by 2 minutes or so over there. Then we reduce the reserve time. And we let people pick before they ban. Like they pick 1 hero each before they ban.
Yeah.
Are we settled on that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll start emailing Ice Frog now.
Dear
Mr. Ice Frog.
You email Gaben. He reads his emails.
Dear Mr. Newell, I would like to thank you for creating the game that has given me thousands of hours of a good time. Now I'd like to reduce the thousands of hours because I'm older and I can't sit through drafts for that long.
Just in a different
That's
way.
true. Well, I'm still always going to be increasing it. That's always happening. But yes, no, I do think it's fun. Is there any other part of Dota that you'd be like, hey, maybe I revisit this?
I think the late game should be changed. I think when I'm watching late game scenarios, it almost always comes down to, you know, there's a lot of strategization. There's a lot of diversity in the early to mid game, even in the mid to late game. But late games are very unipolar. Where the team that has their high ground pushed in is almost always likely to lose the game. I think there needs to be something added in. I think item slots need to be changed as well. You know, a lot of people mention that,
okay.
You know, and this was a jest, right? They were Winter and Permasneeze were, I believe, costing a match in the recent Dream League where, they were just joking around with the idea of it being able to purchase an item slot. I think that should be on the menu, like in a sort of serious note, past the 60-minute mark. I mean, why have broken tier 5 neutral items that don't make sense, like the ability to survive for an entire minute with a Helm of the Undying, right? When you can just allow a team to have a 7th item slot.
I could see that, actually. I guess. I don't know. I'd have to think about it, but I could see that. What I would quite like, though, for the late game to be different is I'd just like there to be more split pushing possible again. It just feels like split pushing is impossible. Like, partially because of how good people are strategizing around it and this and that, but a lot of it also comes down to every hero can push out waves. Every supports are strong enough now where if you've got 2 supports and you're going to go take down a split pusher, you'll have someone who can come in and actually help out with that as well. Right, you can take a twin gate. If you're at the other side of the map, because there are objectives everywhere in the map, be it a Tormentor, be it a Roshan, be it anything like that, there's always an important objective that you can take, even if you're having like split push down to you. So it would be interesting. I'd just like to see that. And I know that's an unpopular opinion because people didn't like the split push metagame. People didn't like it when Naga Siren was played as a core. People didn't like it when Bulldog managed to make games go to 95 minutes. I did. It's kind of my jam, actually.
And you know what I think would help is if there have been, I think there has been a lot of emphasis on quality of life updates from Dota's side. That's primarily been based for our matchmaking system, which are great, of course. But I don't think they should exist to the extent that they do in, when you're playing a competitive game. I think being able to see the range of your abilities is something that should be limited to matchmaking, and in a competitive scenario, a pro player should know what the extent of his abilities are.
I'm not with you. I'm not with you on this at all.
Why? I mean, it just seems like...
I understand what you're saying. Look, I understand what you're saying because we've both been playing Dota for 22 years and we've been around for long enough to be like, oh, back in my day. But...
One courier. One courier.
Honestly, 5 couriers? No, that's the one change I agree with. I do not like the 5 couriers. I think 1 courier, or if you want another one, buy it with your own damn money.
Observer wards.
And bring back observer wards to people. Yes, okay, fair enough. But, things like rangefinders, etc., I'm okay with those. Anything that allows you to display more of a height of skill ceiling, I'm okay with that. I just wish that strategically there were more options available.
I think there should be more anti-vision too, if I'm being honest. I don't know why they started scaling that down. And anti-vision is abilities that take away vision rather than provide vision, right? So observer wards provide vision. There are a lot of spells like the Clockwork's Rocket Flare that provide vision, and anti-vision are abilities that take it away, like the Night Stalker's Void with that certain facet. I think is no longer in the game. But for example, the Mars's Arena, right? You can't see inside of it if you're on the outside. I think there are ways where you can implement that for other heroes. Like for example, certain heroes whose stuns aren't as strong, like the Wraith King stun doesn't do anything. So you can have it take away vision where you can't see your allies while you're stunned up. And it doesn't change anything because you are stunned, but it changes the way in how you respond or how you decide to respond after the stun version.
I will counter this. What if instead of anti-vision, because it doesn't really matter if you can't see your allies while you're stunned, but what if instead of that, I would like to have the concept of not being targetable explored more, right? Like where if someone, for example, Is there a hero with a stun as an ultimate that comes to mind that isn't an AoE stun? Like, is there a single target stun hero?
Beastmaster.
Okay, like I would like it if you were to maybe make the aghanims of a Beastmaster like, hey, anyone who has Roar on him can't have a spell cast on him because they become untargetable by allies.
Like
I think that'd be really fun,
right? Or his shard.
Yeah. Like you can't disrupt them, you can't force stop them out or anything like that. Yeah, stuff like that would be interesting.
Would. Meanwhile, I mean, there's an idea that there might be a new hero coming out.
Tasha, stop. We don't talk about future patches. We don't talk about future heroes.
We're literally
That's not our place
talking
to
about
say.
a future patch. All of our conversation
No.
is
This isn't about a future
hypothetical.
patch. This is about things that we kind of think would be a vibe. Right? That's really all it is.
Yeah.
We don't say future heroes or patches. We know that gets people a little bit too excited. Do tell me though, Touchers, because I know that you were taking a look at the digital games, and there's a lot more happening than just Dota 2. There's a lot more happening than just Counter-Strike. There's a lot more happening than esports in general. You were telling me about a fun little bubble game.
Well, the bubble was me just downsizing it a bit. I actually found it pretty cool. It's one of the digital games that are in Games of the Future competition.
Yeah.
It's essentially an augmented reality game, which is really cool, right? So there's obviously PC games like CS2 and Dota 2. There's VR games, then there's drone racing and the likes. Are we here?
Oh,
Are
there's
we back?
also
We are
Dota
back.
2 games.
I'll talk about Halo
All right.
after a while, once we have.
Wait, Immersion's dead? Oh my god! I forgot what was happening entirely. Like, how is he dead? Matson's in pursuit. This is going to be a dead Nature's Prophet, potentially. TPaBo coming forward as well with the help of the Spirit Rush. It's going to be a double kill for Matson.
Yeah, I did have a feeling that teleport play, or rather that hook on Vikings was not going to work out, and they do end up paying a few heroes for it. 6-minute mark approaching, power runes to spawn. It's a haste for the Pangolier.
TPaBo.
Matson is on the chase. Nico is fine. It's actually the Disruptor who is in a bit of danger.
I don't know about that. I think Bashka could be in danger as well. Why stop at danger for one when you can have two on the menu? This is going to be a wisdom room play with the...
He saw the Disruptor low and he was like, nah, this would be too easy.
Yeah, I wanna go for difficult kills. Pylite die, you go kill the Disruptor as well. BZC. Yes, I'm actually gonna end up falling. Pylite die is going to be able to wand himself up. Matson comes in to finish off his killing spree, and now you have to be careful. Is there a cookie there in time? A Toof comes in from behind. Travelma goes for the kill. He does have the gold bags, Facet Ultras. He just didn't get them before. For the other kills.
Matson ended up with a double kill. Turns out Matson was baiting all along. He wanted Trava team to reposition themselves. I'm just kidding. I think
Dire's middle tower
both teams were just trying to readjust around
Yes.
that position. But this Matson is kind of snowballing. Key time. He's not only at the very top of the last hits. He's been getting all sorts of kills. Even Bashka towards that bot lane is suffering.
Oh my god, he's
going
dead.
to end up going down.
That's... Bulldog got the kill with the scorcher, but now on the top lane there's a hook coming out. Pylite Die, who seems to be the only one falling, is going to be sticking true to his once upon a time moniker.
This is what we call pent-up frustration. With the pause times, the teams are making up for the amount of kills that would have happened across several minutes to happening in a shorter amount of time. They're like, we wanted all of these kills to happen across 10 minutes, but now we don't get those 10 minutes, so they'll happen.
It's like when you've been really, really sheltered as a child, and then you go to university and you go kind of crazy. Right? Oh my god, I don't need to study. I don't need to study. No one can tell me to study. I've failed. Amplify damage rune picked up by Immersion. He is level 5. Incredibly high amounts of damage coming through between the Bramble Maze and the Dark Ascension. Oh, the Shadow Realm. That's not the Dark Ascension. That's something else. That's the Night Stalker.
Yeah. Willow isn't the Night Stalker. She's just a
Thanks,
Willow
man. I
carrying a
appreciate
basket.
that.
More akin to
She's
Little
just
Red
a
Riding
girl.
Hood more than anything else,
Got a deadly Red Riding Hood. DP out towards the top lane. DK Focus could be in trouble. He's going to be finding it hard to get out of it. And although he turns around for the Dismember, it really doesn't make any difference when you've got the Ice Bot coming through immediately. DK Focus is going to die. But elsewhere, Travelma helps through with a kill onto Admiral Bulldog. The problem is Bulldog got off his doom before he died. And with a few more kisses coming his way, Bashka just couldn't stay alive.
That's completely worth it if you're the Vikings. You take down the offlaner, you also take down the Terrorblade, slow down the TV's farm. Meanwhile, your Phantom Lancer is accelerating. And
Radiant's
That's a
top
really
tower
worth
is
it Doom
under
use.
attack.
Like, even if you fall there, if you're able to kill the target that you use the Doom on, that's going to be
More than
worth
worth
it 100% of the time.
And you've got a very high level Snapfire, by the way, getting a level 6 by that 9-minute mark. That's what happens when you're getting so many kills on the core. Is the 2 deaths coming out from TPaBo in mid really coming back to haunt him.
Almost at the 10-minute mark,
Highlight
and they'll
die?
even apply a
Oh
lot more
god,
pressure.
he's... BZZ didn't get a single chance to get anything done there.
And he can't, right? It's the danger of that Pangolier.
Matson's
Has
level
forward
9?
abilities.
Immersion doesn't have his Terrorize just quite yet, but the hookshot comes through with a Dismember. That'll give Immersion his level 6. Twilight Eye should be a guaranteed death as well. Terrorize brings him back over. And now with a quick teleportation from the Nature's Prophet, you can pick up the second kill as well. Critical kills coming through.
They might find more, actually. The glimpse is there.
He's level 7 on a doof, and he's going to end up going down. This is so good.
Those plays would not be possible without TPaBo making that move towards that mid side. Now that's partly because he can't really do much to Nico anymore because his lane hasn't snowballed the way that he would have wanted. But at least these return kills put a stop to that Pangolier who was a bit out of control. When we eventually switch to the networks, we'll see what the big outcome here is.
Oh, the diffuser blade comes in. TPaBo is not going to be able to TP away over here either. The ice bath, the bounces between walls. Matson does such a good job of maneuvering around his territory.
That's a killing spree as well, going the way of Twilight Eye, and
Radiant's
it's a
structures are fortified.
Nico. You juke it out and won't get.
Being turned upon, Admiral gets rooted by the one last flower of the Bramble Maze. The Glimpse will not be sending him back. He waited long enough because of the maze, and TPaBo will end up falling as well. Bulldog will make his way over. He'll get experience for that. He gets up to level 8. And remember those high levels on the supports? That's going to be causing more troubles. Immersion could get the kill with the Bedlam, and even if he doesn't, TPaBo can come through. But now with the duplicate being used, it is going to be another death on this Nature's Prophet. He's at 3 so far. It'll be number 4 in the cards. We have 30 kills in 11 minutes.
It's a bit of that sunk cost fallacy, as when they saw the fact that the Phantom Lancer wasn't hit by the maze, they should have just backed off, because trying to go for the hook is a futile attempt. You're never going to be able to catch a tier 1 player with a long range hook that he can see coming. And at that point, all Vikings really had to do was bring their heroes through the teleports, and even the glimpse was a bit too little too late. They didn't glimpse the Doom back to the lane. And keep in mind, that was Admiral Bulldog coming in without having to use the Doom, and they still ended up getting 4 heroes for it. Pangolier at the very top of net worth, but is going to be in danger.
Oh, that's great. Glimpse back into the silence so he can't get the Rolling Thunder off. That is good stuff.
Had the invisibility, so he survived for a bit longer. It's not going to matter though. I think that TPaBo team need to get more kills like this, and the good thing is Bashka, despite the shaky start, has been farming away.
Doom onto the Dark Willow. Bulldog wants to make sure this doesn't get denied, or even worse, it doesn't get saved, but TPaBo comes in. Bulldog's caught out inside the Sprout and will end up falling. More gold bags going the way of the Nature's Prophet, and despite TPaBo having the honestly terrible start to this game with the amount of deaths he's had, the gold bags are keeping him in relevance net worth-wise. TPaBo now looks to keep Immersion alive. Immersion should end up going down to the Rolling Thunder. Matson's now going to be able to turn around for a little bit more, but there's so much damage being dealt by Immersion's Bramble Maze even after he's died. Budge was really hoping to get a kill before he went down, but Matson, it's doubles all day long.
Is that disruption coming in from that Pangolier which makes it so hard for TPaBo team to continue fighting? They can start a fight, but as soon as Matson comes in with the Rolling Thunder, the fight is too chaotic for TPaBo team to continue with. And outside of their metamorphosis, they can't actually stand and deliver. I think this game will come down to Bashka and how much he can get done, but so far, right now, he is struggling despite of having been able to join his team and take the tier 1 tower down. He is 5,400 in terms of net worth, and the Snapfire, like you mentioned, who has been having such a great game, is only 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah. That's a real one suffering across all of this, I suppose. Also won't have any stacks in the triangle to go farm up, anything like that. Focus is the one stealing those away. And you understand why Pudge can do a lot to contribute to a smoother transition for the Terrorblade, but while he farms up the Ancients, you're having tower sieged.
The Pudge's Scepter will... There's going to be a bit of a window where the Phantom Lancer is strong enough to survive against this Pudge's Scepter. So I can understand why Trava team are playing this the way they are. Giving up towers in place of having an Aghanims that you can defeat the other side's carry with, that is a worth it trade if you can make it work. But then it's a very big if. You still have to get through the Pangolier. And how they plan on doing that, so far there's no itemization, there's no strategy that I'm seeing from Trava team that can challenge that Rolling Thunder.
This feels like they have too much to do while they wait for those items to become maybe even a talking point. I was worried about the Pangoliers, but who's going to make it? The Nexus Prophet isn't going to have it for a while. Actually, he's getting close to it. About 500 gold away for a minute or so.
And once you get to that Orchid, then the onus will be to initiate the fights. Because the Orchid is of no value if the Pangolier already gets off his Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, but Dodge was... The thing is, they do have a silence before that as well. It's not like you can't initiate these fights. We've seen them get a kill onto Mattson before. Mattson's now almost got his Aghanim Scepter. He's 700 gold away from that. He's so tanky.
And has so
when he gets that Ags on strength threads, he's going to be on like 2000 HP. Bashka doesn't have mana. They've seen it, and well, it doesn't really matter even if he did.
Yeah, it wouldn't have done anything. Bashka just a bit too far out, farming away on that position when you don't have any vision up. There's no observer ward on that mid lane from the side of Trava. So what was he doing? Well, we'll never know. Was it a good play? We do know that, and the answer is no.
Oh, okay, I thought you meant from Mattson. It's not a good play, it's a great play.
Yeah, Mattson is obviously has been playing out of his mind. And I think from a team that, you know, has such superstars, for a relatively less known player to deliver like this is pretty impressive.
You can see he's the one who's aspiring to make his name by playing here with the big boys. And he's doing a good job of it. DK Focus though, catch is fantastic, and it's going to be another kill onto the man we keep praising. Mattson's had a few deaths now, but a call back for a doof means Bashka gets catch-up form as well.
This is a good set of return kills, and it does seem like, in contrast to Mattson having a good time, DK Focus has been the difference maker for a lot of these fights. Every single time he is the one showing up, they're able to get some kills going. This is the second time where he's been able to disable Vikings to take him down. But the big X factor is always going to be Nico, who is playing a Phantom Lancer, and so far Trava team have not actually gone for him. Nico has been free farming. He is currently at the 3rd place position in terms of net worth, and the only reason he's not at the top is because the first 2 positions are held by people who are held by heroes that can get kills easily.
Yeah. That's going to start to change though pretty soon.
He's 2-0-4. He hasn't died once, despite us playing against the Pudge.
And despite him being aggressed on so often. Mattson's Rolling Thunder is used defensively. He goes into smoke. And they're looking for the Terrorblade, but they're not going to find him unless Bashka makes a big mistake.
Yeah, he needs to go back for the jungle camp rather than front, and he will do so. In fact, he's actually going to go back all the way to his base, playing it super safe. I mean, there is a read that Trava team have on the other side, right? Their heroes are dispersed, and your carry should always be huddled up slightly close, only 1 lane away rather than 2 lanes. So as his team is on towards that top side, Bashka can't be towards the bot lane. The safest place for him is that mid lane if he wants to farm there.
The problem is, Bashka's gonna have his, Hurricane Pike, Shard, and Manta by 27 minutes, maybe? He still can't fight then.
I mean, at the end of the day, Bashka needs his Eye of Scotty. I think the Scotty timing is when the Terrorblade will fight, but even then, how do you take or target down the Phantom Lancer? It comes down to your Disruptor and your Punch, who has the Scepter now, but is going for that BKB. trying to hit critical Moss to try and return. Well, I mean, we will have a fight right now because Vikings, or rather, no, it's just a Jakiro. Trying to go for critical Moss on DK Focus, after which you take a fight. I'm not sure if that's the correct play because sure, while DK Focus will have the BKB and the Blink Dagger that's so far away, that's at least a 25 to 26 minute mark. By the time Phantom Lancer will also be able to contest you.
You know what I am surprised by? I'm surprised that we haven't seen more people going for the Daedalus and Phantom Lancer now that they've changed it so that his plus damage now is treated as if it's base damage rather than plus damage. But wait for it, Nico baby, smoke's been popped, Matson activates the Rolling Thunder, in they go, they'll give up Pylai's life for that, happily so, but as they do find the Disruptor ultimate onto the Phantom Lancer, Doom's already been used as well, buyback from Pylai die, and DK Focus is going to end up falling before he gets a Dismember off, Aghanims or not, it won't matter, Admiral Bulldog now chased away by the Terrorblade, Nico baby finds Travoma, and is there a way to interrupt the TP? There isn't, they're only going to see the remnants of it. But 4 kills found with only a buyback on Pylai die? That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. And, you know, Vikings went in with information. They knew who to initiate on, and the Disruptor's Static Storm, unfortunately, was not used aggressively to capture that Phantom Lancer. So that meant that Bravo team would have always lost that fight. It's a very simple play being made, and I spoke about this in the draft. It's when you are able to control the front line, the back line, and the middle ground, right? The front line there, we saw the Pangolier go in towards the support duo. The back line was secured by Admiral Bulldog as DK Focus tried to make a play but couldn't because he got tuned up. And the middle ground was secured by the Mortimers coming in and the Phantom Lancer's position.
Bulldog's been very much on point with his Doom so far, by the way, as well. I have to give him a lot of plaudits for that. Getting the Doom off onto what is probably the highest damage dealer right now on the Radiant side. On Pudge, DK Phobos, you praised him and for good reason. If he's taken out of the fight, there's no way for Trava team to win.
He's the only tank they have. And with the Nature's Prophet not having gone for the Blade Mail in favor of the Orchid, means that if you're unable to start the initiation, without a Blade Mail, you have no defensiveness. If Vikings go in on top of the Nature's Prophet, what is he exactly going to do?
Pray? Is that the answer we're looking for? It very seldom is in Dota 2.
But, you know, I think if he gets gone on, there's just going to be a moment of silence for his demise, for his passing.
He has to stay agile, he has to stay far away, and he has to stay closer in the net worth shot. It does feel like everyone on the dark side is accelerating past DK Focus over and out. They have got vision on the illusion of the Phantom Lancer, but they will not be able to chase him down and actually locate him. This invisibility rune for Focus has another 20 seconds on it. And he's moving past a sentry, will be just barely scouted out by Pylai. They definitely saw him at the edge of that sentry. Nico Baby now goes back over, but he's been picked up by the Dismember. I'm surprised he re-engages, but he feels like they can fight because of the Rolling Thunder. And that Rolling Thunder is a surefire guarantee so far to a team fight win. Nico Baby avoids the Static Storm, comes in from behind. Disruptor will fall in his attempt to teleport as well. And you've just lost 3 for the price of none other than Mr. Pylai.
It was a distracted play. It didn't seem like they were on the same page. They saw the Jakiro and the Phantom Lancer, and we saw DK Focus making a play for the PL. We saw the Willow disable the Jakiro. So who do they want to go on? Because clearly there's not enough damage on the Pudge to be able to take Vikings carry out all by himself. So either you go all in on the PL, or you lose your lineup. And we saw them lose 3 heroes there. This is now at the point where Vikings are going to be at the 10,000 net worth mark, and there's no stopping this Phantom Lancer anymore. He's 3.5 or rather 3,000 ahead of that Terrorblade and around 5,000 ahead of that Pudge. I'm afraid, T-Time, even if this Pudge were to now make a play on the PL could just simply turn it all by himself without any assistance.
He's so farmed.
He has a scepter, he has a mantle refusal. Oh man, it's
I don't know what you do.
I mean, they had a plan, it just you know, Mike
The
Tyson.
thing is, you just lose too many. Like, you've lost too many deaths on your cores so far. And now you need to find a way to turn it around without losing out more, right? There's been too many deaths on the Nature's Property. He hasn't been able to take advantage of the facet that he's gone for that he really wanted to. There's been too many deaths on the Terrorblade because he's been targeted as well.
There's not been a single Orchid play we've seen so far.
Dire's top
You know,
tower
you have to keep
is
that in
under
mind.
attack.
When you
Yeah,
itemize
and
to have a certain strategy, but you're never able to execute that strategy, are those items really of any values? Because right now, this Orchid, this 4,000 gold item that he purchased, is essentially, with not having been used, this 9,000 lane may just be a 13,000 lane, if you think about it like that.
I'd rather not think about it like that. That sounds a little bit dismal, actually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
But
attack.
it's just the state of the game that they're in.
Dire's top
There
tower
is a time that Trava team is trying to get to. That time is 45 minutes. I don't think it's possible for them to win this game without getting there. The good thing is they do have decent high ground defense. BZZ, in the meanwhile, does fall. But losing your
hook in is
disruptor
always
for the
going to
price
be-
of potentially a fight in this bottom side of the map would be interesting. Travel Mother will decide against it. Now the TP comes over, but it's already with the Doom being used on the Terrorblade. Bulldog can basically kill the TP all on his own. Terrorize or not, it doesn't matter. This is going to be a dead TP. Bulldog finishes him off, and now with the Granny, who's also managed to stay alive, freezing up DK Focus, it will have to be assistance to come in from the Radiant, but that assistance never came true. Nature's Prophet is still on that top lane. He just took time to kill the Granny.
And I'm not sure why they came in for the defense. Their high ground defense is pretty good, like you mentioned, but they didn't stick to that high ground. They wanted to contest against the Aegis 4v5. I don't think that's a... I think that's just a blunder in terms of your strategy, and you are going to be giving up at least your tier 3 tower if Vikings decide to show you mercy. Because right now they can just go for your barracks, even though Admiral Bulldog doesn't have their Doom, depending on how risky they want to play it.
They don't have Metamorphosis. BCC is... God, these have no mana away either.
He
We'll be
wishes
able to
he
get
was Wagner
away
right
to
now.
relative safety. Oh god, that would be great, honestly. Just, I could have mana forever. Sure, I can't life drain people, but I get mana. Silence out onto the Shakira. Pylai die. Might end up dying to the Bloodthorn, but he does manage to keep himself away for long enough to be a distraction. Travelma finishes them off, but Bulldog does fight back regardless of whether he has Doom or not. DK Focus forced off away from the entirety of the PL army, but they are losing their barracks like you said. Nico Baby is even happy to give up the Aegis if need be, but there's no one to take it away from him.
has fallen.
And with him not being taken down, with him still in possession of this Aegis, you take a look at that timer, it's at the 2-minute mark. Vikings can literally reset and go for another lane of barracks if they want to. And unfortunately, I think Trava team are too far behind. Bashka doesn't have the kind of farm to contest against a hero like the Phantom Lancer, because he's not even close to that Eye of Scotty. In fact, he's not even thinking about the Eye of Scotty. He wants the Daedalus. He wants to critical strike the illusions. Because I get the idea is that he wants to hit the main hero, but there's no way he's going to be able to do that.
Right. I mean, there's a Manta on the other side. There's the shard, so he can go invis. There's everything. The doppel walk.
And that's if
And
he's
this is
allowed to
before
hit,
we
by
even
the
talk
way.
about. Yeah, this is exactly. This is before we even talk about the long range disable of the ice spot. The disable of the rolling thunder that's been such a problem. The Granny just throwing kisses out, so you have to move and navigate away from them.
Doom. You know, even if you stand
I
and
didn't want to
deliver,
talk
you
about
stand and hit, you know, you're still not going to be able to heal. You're still going to be taking in pure damage.
Radiant's
It's,
top tower is under attack.
It's hard. It really is. Is there a way that they can come back into this? It has to be a high ground defense. It has to be you hooking someone into your TP's Metamorphosis, with him being able to dish out the hits from a long distance. That's the only way.
Instant explosion. That's what you need. And right now, the only instant explosion coming out is Immersion. Bashka as well, caught out. Manta's up. Madsen's in hot pursuit. He just wants to keep going forward. The freeze will not stop. The Doom is there, and Bulldog, right when the Sunder was going to be pulled out, he puts it down instead.
Radiant's middle tower is under
You know, and throughout most of this game, I've realized that at no point has Bashka's Sunder seemed a threat. Even in instances where he has, or rather could have dished it out, it doesn't seem like it would change anything. Not right now, not 10 minutes ago.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Aegis has expired, but without 20 seconds of your TB, or before he comes online, it doesn't seem like they'll be able to do much. In fact, I think without BKBs up for all 3 of your cores, you cannot fight. You're going to be forced to give up the barracks now, but Vikings will go back. And this is, you know, imagine how different this game would be if you had a pipe and if you had a Crimson Guard, which is partly why I think this itemization from, or rather this hero choice, picking up a Pudge, is not that worth it.
I think we're about to see another death for the Nature's Prophet. I'll be honest,
He did take the Pangolier out, so this is a great kill to find. The only problem is you do give up your own life for it.
There's a lot more where that came from. Doom now 4-stars himself away. Bulwark doesn't have the Doom. He used it earlier on. Travelmar comes back to re-engage into this team fight. And the Vikings, well, they're going to fight back with the kisses, but it feels more like disengagement attempts rather than anything else. The Nature's Prophet will fall, but Nico maybe running into the fray is not a good idea when you've got the big Agnum's Rod from DK Focus. Nico maybe will focus down on the Bashka, and his invisibility just cannot help him here. Vikings are losing this fight. One way or another, it's not going the best for them. Still 30 seconds before that Pangolier does end up coming back. A tool will walk away to safety as well. And sure, it might not be by a huge margin, but
T-time. I think Vikings are just encircling Trava team right now.
Do they have an interrupt for Focus's teleportation? Yes, they do. The cookie has been used, and the Pudge that has been such a critical instrument this entire series is going to fall. Remember, he may have buyback, but the Nature's Prophet does not.
I think that's a pretty good fight for the Vikings. Nature's Prophet buyback, actually a dieback. You take the Pudge down. They simply were just circling around, so it looked like Vikings were losing the fight, but the Phantom Lancer was just being patient. He was waiting for someone to make his teleport out, and it turned out it was Bashka, and because it wasn't a simultaneous teleport, the Snapfire had the vision and had the Blink Dagger that enabled a Tooth to be able to stop the Pudge's TP. And now Vikings have Trava team where they want them. Pushed onto their high ground, no way to defend their tier 2 tower unless they decide to make a play without a buyback on that Nature's Prophet, which would at this point be deadly. Remember, you take a fight towards a triangle and you don't have buyback, that's still okay, because by the time that Vikings make it to your high ground, you'll have respawn. But you defend your tier 2 tower and you don't have buyback, and if you die, you give up the game.
Immediately. A Tormentor en route, because why not? And they're going to make the play through bottom where they've already taken down the lane of Raxus. If they find this Terrorblade, oh my goodness, Bashka could be the last domino to fall in this house of cards that Trava team has been playing with. Immersion. Scouted, found, brought down. Yule Scepter to be keeping him alive for just a smidgen longer. But with the Doom under DK Focus as well, he's going to be forced to use his buyback if he still has it after his death. Push forward from Matson. He's taken down this Terrorblade. Terrorblade doesn't have buyback Tultrus. The Pudge doesn't have buyback Tultrus. This is going to be game over. Even a bash in the end under Travama. It is GG call. DK Focus knows there's no way to bring this game back. None whatsoever.
The game was looking pretty much even towards points in the early to mid game, but it does seem like Vikings, just at the back of being able to increase the tempo, were able to manage up the win. And I mean, Matson, he demonstrated such a good performance on that Pangolier. He was the reason of their increase in tempo, of them being able to play so quick. Sure, the Phantom Lancer eventually came up on form. Sure, Admiral Bulldog, his Doom uses were on point each and every single time, but without Matson being able to just wreak havoc towards the other side, this win wouldn't have been possible the way it was.
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking out towards Matson, and honestly, in a weird way, even Pylai died for me in the early game, was giving up so many of the deaths, but every time he died, it felt like there's a trade kill going on to the Nature's Prophet, there's a trade kill going on to the Pudge, you're getting 2 in response, and this, that, the other. Even when the scoreline was 8-8 up top, when you actually looked into the scoreboard, it really wasn't working out that well for the Trava team side. Still, this wasn't like E7 going up against the Chinese side. This is still very much a game where you could have seen this go the way of Trava team. You could very much understand. Got to give a lot of credit out towards, you know, the offlane as well. Got some great play from Bulldog, getting that first kill onto the Terrorblade by using his Doom early on. Managed to slow down Bashka so much. Bashka never seemed like a threat in the slightest, despite being a very heavy hitting hero.
He really wasn't, and I think that it wasn't as big of a draft issue in their first 4 picks. I do think that a Pudge was kind of a flex that they couldn't back it up with as far as their plays were concerned. Sure, they had some nice setup with the root into the hook like we saw, but in the majority of the portion of the game where it truly counted, where you needed an offlaner, they didn't have the kind of utility to bring into it. They didn't have their auras, no pipe, no Crimson Guard, no way to initiate it. Even in the times that they did initiate, Vikings had a response each and every single time. I think for Trava team, you need to pick up a more stable meta offlane pick. I've seen so many times where you come out with a Pudge pick, try to make it work, but it doesn't.
I don't even know if I can agree with that. I think that mid lane matchup was also so important. Nature's Prophet just couldn't get anything done. And we're going to be looking out towards that mid lane matchup in the next game as well. Matson, fantastic performance once. Can he make it happen twice? Vikings are in the lead. They'd like to close it out as well. We're going to be back soon to find out if they can after a quick break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics.
Welcome back to the Game of the Future 2026. We're going to be continuing on in Abu Dhabi as we head over to game number 2 between Vikings and the TPaBo team. I'm T-Tom, joined by Tultris, and we're going to be taking you through all of the action for this series at least. Then I'm going to leave and Tultris will stay on. And I apologize for that. I understand that can be quite concerning for some people. Tultris, are you concerned about what happened to TPaBo team in game number 1?
I am, but they had a pretty good showing. At a lot of points in the game, I thought they could end up taking at least some of those team fights, even though they are now down a game. I think this is one of those series that can go to that third game if, at least in my opinion, they just draft a bit better and perhaps take some more team fights, because that is something that was also missing. So much of those times, Vikings were the ones just initiating upon them each and every single time. You may have to go for a respect ban on towards Madsen too, but it's a lot of adjustments. I'm not sure if, the 10-minute break that we got, whether or not they were able to figure all of those things out for this next incoming game.
I have a question to Tultris. Does it matter if you're trying to, ban out Madsen? It's not like he went for an early pick on the Pangolier. He just went for a reactive one over there. Madsen did not have a matchup where you're thinking, well, Pangos just outright wins the matchup versus Nature's Prophet, anything like that. No, Madsen just outplayed TPaBo at every single stage. Yeah,
it did seem like there were quite a few heroes available for Madsen to pick up, right? They went for the best hero against a Disruptor, but heroes like the Queen of Pain, a Spirit pick would have also been a whole lot better. And sure, while you can't stop Vikings from drafting the way that they want, or rather coming out with some strong picks, I think one way you can go is if you try to play quick. I think the current meta rewards playing quick really well, and the team that is often able to make the first move is often the team that comes out ahead.
Yeah. I think also just maybe leaning back into the Nature's Prophet over here would actually be quite good for the TPaBo team. I don't think this was an issue of, I think Nature's Prophet was a bad pick. I actually think even the Budge wasn't awful for them, but anything where you can actually activate the Nature's Prophet more effectively. I think the problem was things like Budge plus Terrorblade. If you have like an Ursa or something that can fight more effectively, maybe that works better. But if you're going to be looking for this early game fighting setup, make sure you're ready to early game fight, and with everyone, not just with 3 or 4 players.
Ooh, they come out with a
Whoa!
Viper as their very first pick. I wonder if the other side will just go for a sniper. So Vikings can just go for a sniper right now, which is pretty good against the Viper, if I'm being honest.
To be clear, Vikings are on the right side, and then TPaBo team is on the left side. Vikings will stick to their guns. They say, you know what, you go for your cheese. We're not going to be having much of it. Actually, we're just going to go for straight old grandmother's cookies instead.
I think this is a good approach, particularly because you don't know where this Viper was going to be from TPaBo team. It's one of those heroes that also has flex potential. You can play it on the mid lane, you can play it on the off lane. Yet to see the Viper as a support, but I'm one of those people that actually thinks the Viper can be a support. It does have the toolkit of a support, even though you don't have any defensiveness. You can win the lane at the back of a support Viper if you decide to go for it. Pangolier ban does
I just
come
think
out,
a support Viper falls off so hard, Ultras.
Well, so does the core Viper, but people don't judge that.
Yeah, but at least you can do something with it in the first 25 minutes. A support Viper after 8 minutes is just like, well, see ya, wouldn't want to be ya.
The thing is, if the Viper doesn't have a snowball start, doesn't have a great first 8 minutes, then it doesn't matter, because the next 17 minutes aren't going to be fun for the Viper either. So
I think TPaBo has at least come through with an interesting identification, Tultris. Sorry to interrupt you, but they are just saying, you know what, last time we think we could have won, but we lost mid. And right now, let's just make sure we don't lose mid, and then we'll figure out the variable from that point onwards.
I wonder if their assessment is correct though, TPaBo. The PL had an uncontested game from the Vikings. Centaur plus Snapfire combination, again, one of those classical combinations. Hard to play around it, right?
Yeah.
It's there's not much you can do against the Centaur. Not exactly too sure of what carry hero you can pick either, apart from the Ursa Warrior that actually defeats the Centaur in the lane. The Ursa is available in the pool, but then you're revealing a lot of your cores, as Trava team will pick up both supports for the next few picks. It will be the Warlock and the Hoodwink, so they do have multiple break mechanisms against the Centaur.
It's also just very good, metagame supports. It's sticking to something a little bit more standardized. Hoodwink's going to be able to get very aggressive. If you want to send the Viper in the offlane, that's not too bad at all. And that's the only flex potential that you really have, if I'm being honest. I know we joked about the Viper support, but it's probably not going to be a Viper support unless we're making this a Hoodwink mid, in which case I'm all for it.
The Viper carry is not that bad either against the Centaur, if I'm...
It's fine in lane. I just think Viper carry is too much. Like, you have to go for a Templar Assassin or a Shadow Fiend in mid at that point, and that's never fun.
Ooh, if Naga Siren comes out, I wonder if this is going to be a support Naga Siren. Should be. Can also play it as a carry, but I think a support Naga Siren is going to be much
I don't remember the last time I saw a carry Naga Siren. It's been a very long time.
I saw a carry Naga Siren recently, kind of recently, a few months ago, but
didn't
win.
Okay.
But I appreciate the idea. A hero that can create a Manta style would be pretty good. To dispel against, or to have the dispels against the Fatal Bonds, dodge out the Bushwhack, and even dismantle the Acorn Shot, the Vipers, poison attacks. You can
Nether
dispel
Strike,
those.
yeah. You can dodge the Nether Strike. You can't dispel it, yeah.
No, poison attacks you can, if you have stacks of those.
Oh yes, of course, but I'm just thinking it's ultimate. DK Focus will be given another punch. I don't hate it. I'll be honest, Felchus. I know you weren't a big fan of this. I think it was a very good punch game. It was just, maybe not synergized with as well. Now, if you look out towards it, you've got yourself a pretty static mid laner or a carry, whichever one is going to be the Viper. He can be pulled out, he can be saved, a bit of extra mobility if the Pudge is helping him out over there, but also at the same time, it's a lot to do with, hey, if a Pudge gets anyone, Viper's going to be able to nail him down.
It's still kind of an extended team fight, right? Because it is going to be a slow burn. Dismember Rot into the Viper trying to take someone out will at least be 4 to 5 seconds in, and Vikings have that song to disengage with and also to reinitiate with from the Leshrac. I think if you're a Trava team, this Leshrac has to be the point of focus, because if you allow the Leshrac to come in for a counter initiation, the amount of magical and pure damage he can bring in with the Stampede, and not to mention again the Mortimers, that's just too much. And it comes down to the same point that Trava team, because they pick up a Pudge on their offlane, is he going to be going for the pipe? Because it is necessary. Surely you cannot play against the Leshrac and the Snapfire without that pipe.
What do you think Vikings goes for their carry over here?
To be fair,
can I be honest? Another Phantomancer is not bad. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Like, what do you have? The Acorn Shot, I guess. Bushwhack, rather.
You can dodge nearly everything with that doppelganger.
You can. It's kind of a vibe if you go for it again.
Any other hero just gets hooked too much in the lane, right? So PL is not that bad. You need a high mobility hero or a hero that can instantly displace himself. I'm never going to go for an anti-mage.
Okay, never mind. I was getting hopeful.
I knew you were thinking about it. That's why I said it.
Ah, yeah. You just want to see it sometimes.
I'm not so sure I want to see it again after, the first match we had. Didn't seem like...
What can Trava go for, though, on the other side? Because it does feel like they need something that can be their bridge from 15 to 35.
Maybe a support...
don't entirely hate
a spirit pick? If it's
Do you think this is a carry Viper? I don't hate a Templar Assassin carry here, though. I know there's, a couple of instances of like Leshrac's Diabolic Edict or the Granny Shredder, but that's always going to be there. I think this isn't a terrible game to have TA come through and display that sort of early,
you can
mid,
get the
into
jumps
late game
in,
carry.
then sure, the Templar Assassin is great if you can find the hooks or the disables on towards Vikings. It can end up working out. At the same time, you can also go for a Life Stealer, you know, because just
It's
that
bad.
rage will be really good.
Life Stealer is
but
bad.
they, in fact, will go for a Juggernaut. Oh, that's interesting.
That's not the TA, I'll tell you that much.
It's really not.
This is a hero that comes online at 18.5 to 19.5 minutes in, at best. Right, and that's the concern. It's that if you're giving Leshrac 18.5 minutes to do sort of whatever he wants, you're letting the Centaur get up his Dominator and his Blink Dagger. That's also the time where your Viper becomes a little bit more useless. So unless you start to snowball in a 4 versus 4,
I think the Abaddon here is perfect for Vikings. Even though you have multiple breaks on the other side, right? You have the Viper and the Hoodwink, so there's a chance the Abaddon will die before getting the borrowed time off. But the Abaddon is a straight up counter to the Juggernaut because there is nothing the Omni Slash can do against an Abaddon. But Vikings will go for a Weaver, a hero that the Juggernaut does in fact actually beat, but it's not instant displacement, but it is max movement speed with that Sakuchi to dodge out that hook. So it's going to be very difficult for the Podge to land it. But if the Podge is able to get the Nico inside of that dismember, DK Focus has enough follow-up coming in from the rest of his team to be able to take Nico down.
I wonder what build Nico wants to go for over here on the Weaver, because it really does depend on that, about whether or not you think this is going to be a Weaver getting involved early on with a Maelstrom and just trying to fight down, versus the timing of the Juggernaut not being quite as fast as the timing of Nico is going to be.
I've never actually been a fan of the Maelstrom Weaver. I think the Desolator Weaver is much stronger because the Weaver is always going to be a glass cannon irrespective of how you try to itemize it. A Maelstrom just feels like the Weaver lacks in the attack, just lacks in the damage or the capacity to join his team. It's good as a farming tool because you have the Geminate attack, so you have 2 attacks, increasing the chance of the lightning procs on the Maelstrom and thus accelerating your farm. But the Desolator grants you the ability to actually join your team, go for heavy pickoffs, because if you look at their lineup, they're relying on a very short time to kill ratio. The Leshrac will jump in, they'll come in with a Stampede, Mortimers will start flying out, and they want heroes down within the first few seconds of their initiation. And the Desolator on the Weaver helps them achieve that target.
Prepare for battle.
That's what we got over there as well. Actually, in my head, instinctively my knee-jerk reaction is, well, you can always build a Gleipnir for the Maelstrom, but obviously that's not true anymore. And that was a fun time when the Weaver was going for that build.
Yeah, back when the Gleipnir was also broken a bit. Now the Gleipnir is
Hey,
made on support.
you loved it. And I still make it.
I did not.
Because I'm a support player. I was a support player. I liked it. This is going to be interesting, because I think the other way you could maybe itemize is going for a Diffusal Blade, which I've always been a big fan of. The Diffusal on the Weaver, I just think it's very, very good. It's an easy build up. It gives you some mana and everything as well. But we're looking for a fight over here. If you're on the Trava team side,
30 seconds.
they're walking through a dire side observer ward, which is always good. They're going to be able to take the charge and maybe even come in from behind. An observer's been dropped to scout out Bulldog. They know what's coming over, and with a hook from Focus, they should be able to get the kill. Bashka pursues forward, but a cookie to save. Bashka now has to be careful. He no longer has that defensive ability. Nico Baby will be able to come forward. The body blocks from the Naga Siren illusions are going to be enough to keep Bashka running. They take down the illusion, but Bashka is low. And with the Fatal Bonds now on the dire side, Atuf realizes too late. This is a lot of damage being dealt. Nico Baby ends up having the illusion block the hook shot that would have otherwise killed him, and he stays alive because of it. That's not going to be guaranteed though. Shikuchi's still on cooldown for a few more seconds, and when he goes back to the top lane, he will have lost a lot of health already.
Should be fine. Paladai has plenty of tangos. He has 5. He's actually bought 2 sets of tangos, but that is a big, or rather, an overextension from Vikings. They had the Hoodwink, but they realized the Juggernaut was a more juicier, more valuable and rewarding target to go on. But the fact of the matter was, Juggernaut was able to create the space, and they had to walk through the Viper's poison through that. So they took increased damage as they were walking through and did not have the sustain to keep their heroes alive at the same time.
Yeah.
Twilight Eye, another courier death. What is with these couriers? It's This is a very aggressive lane coming in though. I mean, of course it's going to be because you have a Centaur and a Snapfire. So this means again that 633 has to be careful. BZZ cannot get caught in an awkward spot because he will go down. There are multiple stuns, multiple sources of damage, not to mention a Tooth can trade really well against him with the Shredder. This was something that was, you know, that gets, I believe it gets talked about every single time there's a Snapfire.
I do think that there's a little bit more to do with the Fatal Bonds now that you have a Juggernaut who can fight more frequently than the Metamorphosis allows you to do so. But at the end of the day, it's still a lane that Vikings should feel very comfortable in. Bulldog, level 2 down there. And the Fatal Bonds means that Bashka is going to be able to continue doing a lot of damage to the both of them.
Is at the top of the CS chart too. Surprisingly, the Leshrac is actually winning the mid lane. You take a look at his HP, it's actually the Viper that might end up going down here. Maxon.
Dire's middle tower is under
People underestimate how much damage a Leshrac does to a Viper because Viper ends up trying to trade hits with you while he hasn't drawn creep aggro over. And because he hasn't drawn creep aggro over, you can just walk up to him if you're willing to tank those hits and set a full edict on.
Yeah, but the Leshrac
You have to be
has
very
to take
careful as a Viper.
2 or 3 poison attacks as he's trying to walk up.
But I would like to raise the point that Matson's also just built different.
Well, there's an argument I can't exactly logic my way out of that one.
That's true. Please acquire different building
really
blocks.
Going the way of Vikings. They're pushing these creeps too far into. It's a double wave pushing into Trava team. Now this will mean that because we're at the 3-minute mark, they will be able to acquire the Lotus. But towards that bot lane, Bashka does have it. This will be a free farm Juggernaut game by the way this lane is going for Trava team.
Focus has done a good job of keeping his last hits up as well. He's on top of the charts right now. Now Matson feels a little bit more scared, and rightfully so.
Yeah, he needs to.
You know what? I got my one kill. I successfully won my lane.
He's on 50% HP, but he's still posturing as if he wants to go in on the Viper. And he's gonna do so again. Is he gonna get another kill?
No. Travelma not respecting the edict, but Matson might not be respecting the Viper. He's got the one more lightning strike. It's trades on trades, but with XP only going one way, that's more than worth it for him.
2 solo kills. Sure, he's gone down twice, but as you mentioned, the experience heavily in favor of Matson.
That's a good catch over there. No setup there whatsoever for the hook. Focus just gets a great hook out onto Pylai Dai. And Pylai Dai might even end up being saved by his illusions. A micro on this man is really impressive.
DK Focus find a nice hook. As Admiral Bulldog towards the bot lane.
Oh, 4 legs are confirmed better than 1. The 2.
Wait, both of them have 4. Okay, you mean the Juggernaut.
Yes. Yes. Granny has 6 legs actually.
Yeah, but the 2 of them are not. Oh no,
Oh
no,
no,
way.
not again! Matson!
This side is not even gonna die.
Every single kill that Vikings have had so far has been on the mid lane Viper that is built to win its lane. Doctors, do you believe me now when I said Matson just completely outplayed last game and that wasn't all about the draft?
It does seem to. He does appear to be built different. You know.
Yeah.
It's,
We've got our civil engineers on the job. They have confirmed his material. It is different. Now, top lane, immersion. That's true. There you go. Matson now comes over. He decides, you know what? I would like to be displaying my wares over in another lane.
He's gracing Vikings with his presence on their side lanes at this point.
Yeah.
As it was a nice kill found on Admiral Bulldog towards that bot lane, but I'm afraid this is not enough for Trava team. They're losing their mid lane, or rather, they've already lost their mid lane. It's unrecoverable. and they've also now started to lose their off lane. And this is not a good look because you take a look at TPaBo's lineup, their mid lane and their off lane is designed to win.
Oh my goodness, TPaBo might end up dodging one spell, but that doesn't mean he can dodge the 17 others coming his way.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Madsen is
attack.
now on a killing spree, and you see the Viper having queued up a Boots of Travel. Surely he's not going to go for that. Not in a scenario where he's this far behind. But we know Viper players, C-time, he is most likely going to go for the Boots of Travel anyway.
Yep. He's also level 4 and he's going to get a kill on the level 7 Leshrac. That's more than worth it. Immediately almost finds level 6 off the back of that. The problem is he does die. And as much as we're talking about experience, you know what's not experience? Last hits. He doesn't have very much gold at all.
And I'm not sure if that kill was even worth it, because he has to walk back into the lane. The Leshrac is going to go for a teleport, most likely towards the side lane. Probably towards that top side, because Vashka isn't an easy target.
But Delphos, he's gone for the strategic play. He's lost his mid lane tier 1, so he doesn't have to walk as much.
I don't think that's a well thought out strategy.
What?
And
I've been using that strategy all my life.
Focus is dead. He's just dead.
No chance. No level 6 over here.
Madsen is just too much experience.
Madsen does such a good job of snowballing off of his position. We saw that in the last game as well. We're seeing it over here. More impressive than his ability to just win these lanes is the fact that he managed to keep his farm up while going to other lanes and consistently finding kills. And by doing so, he's enabling Nico, baby. Admiral Bulldog. Admiral Bulldog's having a very good lane, all things considered. Right, like he just needs to stay alive and make sure that he's not going to be giving free kills to the Juggernaut, not being accelerated by Battle Fury. Speaking of acceleration, Travamar's got himself his 7th death of the game, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it's a situation where you try to outdraft the other side, and you manage to do so, at least on one lane, but the other side, it just plays it better, and then you're wondering what went wrong.
Sometimes you just lean back and say skill issue.
But it's not exactly, they're not exactly, you know, it's not as if they're relying on skill to win this matchup. It's a Viper.
I agree.
You're just supposed to dish out poison attacks. You know, it's just one spell.
Radiant's bottom tower.
A Tooth has been slowed down. There is a chaotic offering available. It will be tossed down, and in doing so, they'll find a Tooth. Madsen, Blood Grenade misses, so they shouldn't be able to do too much, and Pylai will be sending forward the illusions. The problem is the illusions are now no longer there, so you aren't going to be able to accelerate the end of the Omni Slash, but with the help of the Stampede, they'll get away nonetheless.
It's a 2,000 net worth advantage. It's not that big considering the kind of lead that Madsen has been able to build up for his team. But this is the point where it's either going to snowball or if TPaBo team can bring it back, because they do need to make moves. They can't just sit by and farm. They don't have the Omni Slash though, and they don't, I mean, but they have the Viper Strike, so. Does Madsen have a Blink Dagger is what I'm wondering. Because with this one he kills, he should have it by now.
Delphos, I'll tell you a story. I think I might have told it to you before, if we have time for it. Initially when the leaderboards came out, we only used to have top 200 on the leaderboards. You didn't have, you know, these 5,000 players who were all high immortals and everything. And I managed to, actually we've got a fight maybe looking to pan out in the mid lane. No, Madsen's back. I managed to recruit a player. It's everywhere, Delphos. Literally everywhere. But I managed to recruit a player who's rank like 150 into my team to be my mid laner. And I told him I can help you out with lane practice as we warm up for our official match. Immersion's going to be going down. He's being warmed up by Granny's Kisses. That seems a little bit more of a, you know, comfortable way to have that happen. Stampede used as well, just in case.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Is there another fight to happen in mid because of that Stampede accelerating the Leshrac forward? Madsen certainly seems to think so. Blink forward. He's found the Warlock. Diabolar Edict onto just the one player. There's no way he's going to be staying alive. And now, with the long-range cookie, along with the little shredder, this is going to be another death as well.
It's a mega kill streak right now for Madsen and a Blink Dagger, which means that there's no real way to stop this Leshrac. Every single time he sees someone, he is just going to blink in with his edict and will be able to pick up a kill. Much like, okay, well, there's one way to reveal that experiment.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Song of the Siren isn't going to be helping Madsen out too much over here until a few seconds later. Juggernaut doesn't have mana for the ultimate, will be able to wand himself back up, and Madsen gets into the safety of the trees. You've got to be kidding me. Immersion's the one to find the kill, but from beyond the grave, he does so much damage. I thought the Edict might be able to finish off the Juggernaut. Is not the case. Oh, that was almost so cool.
It would have been, but Madsen's slightly overextending there, slightly getting a bit too overconfident. Does give a lot of gold away to the other side. It's not enough to turn it around on its turn around the lead on its own, but will give a decent bit of space, especially if they can take Nico down, but they can't. In fact, Nico might just turn it around, but he decides to play it safe.
Well, that's because he's asked for company.
Contrast. Oh no, they're dead. The Budge might just be dead. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, Bushwhack. There you go. The power of a support. But Tultrus, I was telling you, so the player I recruited, I told her, I can do like scrimmages with you for 1 versus 1 practice. I'll pick a Viper, you can pick the Stormspear. There's no way you lose that one. I lost it every single time. This is unreal, the discrepancy I saw over there. And right now, Madsen might be losing out in ways that we did as well, with maybe some overconfidence, just trying to take over the enemy triangle. His death is more than worth it, even if you end up losing 2, but 3 would be asking for too much. 633 is going to end up going down. If Pylite can be the trade, Travama would be happy to receive, but Travama himself, although he'll get the kill onto the Naga Siren, is losing out on a lot of farm to do so.
Yeah, and he's also taking the player known for not really caring about the number of deaths he has. So is again,
I don't know if Pylite is maybe just too used to not having a high enough level, because right now he's level 7. That's an important kill.
Yeah. It does feel like, I mean, the game has slowed down, but these kills on, you know, that the Leshrac has been finding, they're not being able to punish him so much, or punish Vikings so much, because sure, they get the Leshrac down, but in response they lose 3 heroes, and is that ever going to be worth it? Because you also have to then bring your Viper in to try and get a return kill, but all you find is another support. At the cost of a lot of map control. This Centaur is free farming, Weaver is free farming, Madsen is just walking around the map.
Well, that's a way to kill a Juggernaut. There is a 1-for-1 across the map. Java team are doing a very good job of keeping themselves in relevance. Tultrus, as much as we've been praising Madsen, he's got 12 out of his team, 16 kills. Easy.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, a kill is a kill.
You do love to see it.
You know, and as long as you get the kill, you can throw easies like that out.
That's the rule.
The only the thing is though, Trava team actually got a better trade-off because they took down a Weaver that was at the top of the net worth chart, or near the top, and they lost a Juggernaut who isn't that high up anyway. So they got more net worth for it. The only problem is DK Focus. That is what you
Blade Mill!
Oh.
You got it all that easy again. Oh, that's fine too. The tip is fine. That works. The inevitable demise of every Leshrac player. The Blade Mill.
Because the tip is like, you know, silence says it all, but you're not really saying silent, but you are at the same time. It's like, it's the best.
Nothing will beat the question mark, Tultrus. Are we getting freebies now?
No, that's too much.
I'll enjoy
The question mark, I agree. Question mark benches into bad bandit territory.
Yeah.
Unless you're down like really far. Like if you're down like if E7 was down 40,000 gold and then they get a kill and then they top out a question mark, that's fine. That's valid.
Question mark would be when EG was playing against IG and IG had 22 kills, EG had literally none. You know, at that point EG tapped out after getting 1 kill. You know, question mark there would have been pretty fun to see.
Yeah, that's fine. Ironic question.
But Trauma team have done a pretty good job at stagnating this lead from building up out of control from Vikings, right? It's been down to the 4 minute mark for the past few minutes. Madsen is playing a bit slow now. You have the Viper farming up, has the boots of travel, and will have a Blade Mill up soon, making it very risky for the Leshrac to continue to jump in. The only question though is, will this Viper be able to scale? It's hard,
Dire's middle tower
but I
is
think
under
the
attack.
idea is that you want your Juggernaut to scale instead of the Viper. Allow him to be that big source of damage so that your team can then take Vikings out.
Yeah, Viper needs to be playing the offlane role at this point. Pudge will obviously be the tanky frontliner and all of that good stuff, but even he takes farming priority over the Viper.
He's going for the Blink
With how
Dagger.
aggressively this Leshrac is playing, I like that. I think that's much better than the Aghanim Scepter was. You can get involved very heavily, but it does mean you have a lot less damage than you would like to. The Blade Mill is going to end up being their primary damage source, funnily enough, versus this Leshrac.
Radiant's bottom tower
Well, the
is
Aghanim
under
Scepter
attack.
doesn't do as much this game either, right? Because you don't have that illusion-based
Yeah.
hero that you want to take down. You need lockdown, and the Blink Dagger initiation on the Weaver helps you achieve that target. But do they have the follow-up to take Nico down? Because he will receive a cookie. There will be a song. And there's a Stampede. It just depends on how quickly Vikings can come in to support their Weaver.
Omni Slash does absolutely nothing, and with Bashka having used the spin over here, it's up to TPaBo to come through and actually help him get away. Bashka wants to re-engage, but he has no abilities to do so. The catch onto the Leshrac is big. DK Focus will be able to finish him off, and he still has space to initiate forward. Matson's demise means that Vikings knows what's up. It's time to back off, but the hook goes through the Golem? I didn't even know that one. Admiral Bulldog is going to be hooked and brought down. That is a huge fight to win. Now the net worth lead is whittled down to just 1,000
Radiant's
touches.
top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
the Matson tried to go in and he had a good approach, but this time around the Hoodwink on point with his Bushwhack, catching the Leshrac, and of course the Blade Mails, disabling the Leshrac from being able to dish out damage without receiving heavy punishment in return. This was a huge set of kills found, and it's not done just yet. They initiate on towards Pylai Die with DK Focus having found a dismember, and they have essentially negated the entire lead that Vikings were building up.
I mean, they're going to get another kill over here because the cookie forward for the Granny isn't going to be helping her in the slightest. Weaver's hoping to maybe play some sort of damage mitigation as he picks up a Warlock, but there needs to be more than just two supports. This has been such a big swing away from Vikings. Vikings are really not getting a read on how much Trava team has managed to make this a game again.
And I believe we'll have a Fallen
Is the
Juggernaut because you
Mjolnir
take a look
Weaver.
at his net worth. He's at the second spot in the net worth chart. Nico did go for the Mjolnir, so he'll be able to farm up more. I think because he went for the Mjolnir, he's going to be less involved in the team fights, more involved in just farming around the map, trying to contest against Bashka, who will have a Manta style up soon. This could be anyone's game because the Juggernaut is a natural nullifier builder. So he will be able to get off that Omni Slash. There is no Abaddon, there is no carry on the other side. They can negate the Omni Slash in the same way. So this is potentially the chance for Trava team to make a comeback and force Vikings to a game number 3.
Twilight Eye is hoping to help out, but instead he's only going to be helping out the Trava team side. This is the other side of the coin for Twilight Eye. Sure, he might have a lot of deaths in game number 1 that looked like they only lead to success. This is not one of them. This is the absolute opposite. Comeback from Trava team so far is one to be studied, but Bashka needs to be careful. A 2 for the cookie forward will be able to force out the spin from Bashka. They have no more heroes with the ability to chase. Stampede was available, but using it when the healing ward has already healed up Bashka to almost full HP just isn't worth it.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Just a bit of poke and prod because Centaur doesn't have really aggressive items either.
Radiant's
Is going for the Lotus Orb.
is under attack.
Will be good for that Dispel,
Radiant's top tower is under
but
attack.
it's... I think Vikings are unable to scale in the damage right now. They just simply
Dire's
have
top
too
tower
little of it.
has fallen.
And you need this BKB for Matson, because this will allow him to not get hit by the return or reflected damage from the Blade Mills that Trava team have. The multiple Blade Mills, mind you.
What is going on
That's
over
gonna be a tormentor
here?
fight.
Ravama has been caught out, but Madsen doesn't want to fight. He's had too many deaths recently. He knows this is going to be problematic, but if you take down the Granny, that makes it even more troublesome. Watch out for this. So Pylai Die, with the song being used, is going to be able to help initiate, but the stun's been missed. Bulldog unable to take account for the ultimate off the Hoodwink, forcing her away. Warlock dying, even though he's used his ultimate, is big though. There's not going to be any more healing out for Bashka, and Bashka can't turn this around with an Omni Slash either. It's still on cooldown. 2-man stun from Bulldog will make up for what was lost earlier on, but Bashka's got nothing to do over here. Nico Baby can chase him down, and on the side, Pylai Die will give up his life gladly to take down this pesky Pudge. It might have been a comeback from the Radiant side. That doesn't mean they're quite in a convincing lead. Not yet, not with Nico Baby on the case.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh man, the lack of patience there from Dropper Team. They should have just waited for their Omni Slash without trying to go on towards Vikings. They essentially forced Vikings to come in with the song. And sure, the Leshrac died towards the side, but Dropper Team were not fighting at their full strength. And they really did need that Omni. That was the opportunity for Dropper Team to not only negate the lead, but also come out ahead. Because right now, they got faced up with a full team wipe, and they're going to give up the Tormentor, a free short to go the way of Vikings. And it's a pretty good short game, irrespective of who it goes on. It's actually going to be on Admiral Bulldog, so now his retaliates are going to be, or rather his edges will be stronger. That was a massive mistake, and T-Time, you also have to consider the fact that it's the Weaver who stayed alive for that entire team wipe. So he got so much gold, propelled himself towards at the top of the net worth chart, and now he's really going to start amping up those damage items.
This is where the transition goes from the primary threat being Madsen to the primary threat being Nico Baby.
Radiant's top tower
Both of them
is under
playing
attack.
as teammates in regular tournaments as well outside of the games of the future. And you can see that synergy now teeing up. Lincoln's popped. Dismember thrown out. Still space for an ultimate. Weaver will stay alive. He is much tankier than you might expect. But the blade mail means that Madsen will be going down if there's just follow-up. There isn't. They've backed off. They've decided to cut their losses, and that might be wise, but that does mean you're just going to be losing more objectives and more gold.
The fact that the Weaver made a Lincoln's and Trauma Team did not spot that out meant that they used the Dismember on the Weaver. They did not have enough lockdown to continue, but they will find a good kill. Madsen
They popped the Lincolns
falls.
and then got the Dismember.
Oh. Surprising.
They just
They
couldn't
weren't
kill
able to get the kill despite having the full duration Dismember. That is, if you're not able to do that, you're never winning a team fight.
Well, right now, it might be one of those exhibits of never winning a team fight. It's a quick stun out onto Immersion, and although there's an Omni Slash use, it's onto the tankiest heroes that exist. On the dire side, TP's away. And sure, the Granny might die for it, but you know what? Even she's got a chance now to teleport. Forced off Cookie.
Forced off Cookie
TP
into
out.
the Roche pit. That was made it out like a bandit. And for Trauma Team, they just use their Omni Slash. And remember, Nico is only going to scale up on the sustain as he goes along. Sure, the Weaver takes quite a while before he is the kind of hero that is difficult to take down. But I mean, I just find it really hard that if you catch this Weaver with 5 heroes on top of him, that's the ideal scenario. How much better of a scenario do you need on Trauma Team to be able to win a fight? Do you need the Weaver to drop his items? Like, what are you looking for?
I am going to go back and check that just in case I'm wrong about the Lincolns, but I'm pretty sure the Dismember did go off on him.
I saw the Weaver being disabled for a really long time. I just assumed it was the bushwhack or something like that. But
I could.
you know,
It could.
if it's
I
the Dismember,
could be wrong.
I feel like that doesn't bode too well for Trauma Team.
Well, in that case, let's say it was a bushwhack and hope it ain't so. I think
Bashka
the bushwhack would make
almost-
sense.
Not almost actually. He on the way to make that Io Scotty. When he has that, we'll talk.
It's
Yes.
also a scary game to go for the Eye of Scotty. Because you now enable the Weaver to not go for the MKB and go for a Daedalus instead. That is brutality.
Or maybe even just a butterfly for himself, you know. force the Juggernaut to go for the NKB, create another win condition for the Juggernaut to go for in an already encapsulated scenario where your team is getting pushed in.
I'm honest, I wouldn't even hate, like, he's going for the Chrysalis into a Skadi, perhaps. I don't know what the build order is going to be. If he maybe interrupts that for the day list as well, if he feels like he's doing well enough. Playing forward, where is this Leshrac going? To farm.
Once Matson hits that Shiva's timing, the impact coming in from the Pudge is going to be reduced. And also, you're taking more damage from the Mortimers. Oh.
That's not great.
But
TPaBo will be able to avoid the Blade Mail, move back into the back lines as Warlock's almost dead. BKB from Matson means he no longer cares about the Blade Mails. Time lapse back for Nico, and you've got yourself 2 kills just like that with the wave pushed into the top tier 2, so you already know that's a tower that's going to die as well.
TPaBo and Bashka were just not there. So really, that was a play that was never going to work, and now it's going to be a tier 2 tower. And you know, even in the scenario that play worked, you had an Aegis on Nico, so it's not as well thought out for TPaBo team, who were essentially, you know, it's just that Tormentor fight where they got team wiped that changed everything for them. They had the opportunity to gain the lead. Now they're going to be far behind. Are they too far behind? It all just depends on what Bashka is able to do in the next 5 minutes. But you cannot lose a team fight. And I think the only way
it's going to be a pretty long 5 minutes.
Yeah, the only way to ensure that you don't lose a team fight is to not take one in the first place. Just hold your horses.
Admiral Bulldog is declining to be held, Pulchus. And he's the only horse in this game that they can hold down, because Leshrac, he is partying up. Yeah, but you're not holding down Matson now that he has his BKB.
Snapfire is also a horse.
Oh, shut up.
This is the seahorse. There's a lot of horses in this game, tea time.
Get out of here.
One would say that the Beaver is the horse of insects.
One would say that the Spudge is also in some troubles, but not very much of it. Oh, no, it's a lot of trouble. I'm lying to you. They can focus with the BKB. Will be able to turn around Dismember onto Admiral Bulldog. That's a tankiest hero to go for, but in doing so, he's also able to keep himself alive long enough to do a lot of damage. Aegis has been used. Most of that duration was being used to fight. TPaBo tries to back off from Bashka. A little bit of damage on his way out as well. Observer and sentries all have been dropped. If they can be a good hook, that would be a good timing. Bulldog, though, ends up being hooked into a double Hul Stomp, and now he's going to be pushed forward into the ensnared Viper. Viper's dead. Bashka gets his ulti out onto the Naga Siren illusions of all things. Focus finally goes back in to take down Admiral Bulldog, but now without the BKB, he's not able to finish off the kill onto Weaver either. Weaver time-lapses away before the pause comes out. Pylai die. Losing his screen. And
that was
Bashka,
a very lucky Omni Slash, because Bashka sent it out onto her delusions, and if it did not bounce on Weaver
regardless.
Yeah, I think, you know, if it didn't bounce on Admiral Bulldog, the Centaur would not have died. The only kill that they have gotten so far in this fight, even though it does look a bit worse for Vikings than it really is. I think Vikings are fine in this scenario.
Okay, so Pudge ends up dying. Juggernaut stays alive just as expected.
Yeah, it's actually 3 kills, right? They took down the Hoodwink at the very get-go. Viper died, Pudge died, 3, 4, 1. And that too was a lucky kill. So, you know, well, they also got the Aegis, so to be fair to them, they got 2 cores down in that fight, but the Aegis skill does not give you any gold or any experience.
Or any lead when there's only a minute left on it.
Weaver is actually going for an Eye of Skadi, so Nico will be nearly 3000 HP by the time you have the Skadi. Almost the highest sustained hero on his lineup. But can be taken down. That's the big, you know, that's the key point. The only problem is, as the game goes on longer, it's harder to actually catch the bug.
Yeah. It starts to fly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
TPaBo team are running out of options.
They need to create some. And I think,
And
again,
they need Focus to be the one to do it.
Yeah, they are boxed in, but I think the way out is to go for aggressive, risky plays because your Juggernaut is farmed up. If you are able to isolate someone and dish out the Omni Slash, we've seen just how much damage it can do. It took out Admiral Bulldog. It can take anyone else out.
Yeah. Madsen has slowed down a ton from his early incredible start, but he's still on 19 kills, let's not forget. What has enabled Vikings to get to the stage where they are. And now playing forward from Bulldog. Just making sure that the lanes will be pushed out consistently. The Vikings are looking to set up for the next stage just before they go in for another fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
14,000 lead though. I think they have to fight before the Aegis. I think the Aegis is a risky objective to fight around. Never mind.
Never mind.
They should focus on staying alive.
That would help.
And they're just so isolated. They're not playing around each other. Like, I ask you, T-Time, what is the Viper doing there? Near the Lotus Pool.
Dire's middle tower
If I'm
is
being
under
honest,
attack. Dire's middle tower
he's looking
has
for
fallen.
flowers, Dolce. Sometimes that's all we want. Why won't you give me my flowers? Well, I don't know if they are going to be getting any flowers from Leshrac. He's going to be taken down before that's even going to be an option. That's a big kill to find. Now, if you can look for a fight off the back of this, that would be nice. Warlock going to be a trade. They're more than happy with letting happen. But as the blink back from the Juggernaut comes in, he actually ends up being forced over the hill into a more awkward position. The hook doesn't land on the Juggernaut, and Nagasar and Song is going to outlast the spin. There are 3 players in a perfect setup for a double Cookie, and then instead it's going to be Hoof Stomp on one, Cookie on the other. They're focusing the wrong player though. Bashka ends up being the one who gets into a difficult corner. Nico Baby will end up going down. Now, Nico will end up taking him down, and Nico's just got enough damage to be able to take on the entirety of this team. Admiral Bulldog feels like he can provide any tanking capabilities needed. 633 gets ripped to shreds by this bug, and now Nico can run away, but the Atos comes out. Remember that Lincoln was initially taken off of him by the Acorn, and with Focus coming through on a follow-up Dismember, Vikings just absolutely got rid of that team fight.
Great team fight coming out from Bravo team. They took the Leshrac down first, and sure, Vikings came in for a response, but I believe Vikings overextended massively, focusing so much of their effort trying to take Bashka down, and sure, they found the Juggernaut, but they ended up getting team wiped for it, because by the time the Juggernaut went down, Vikings had gone too far in. Bashka was on top of that high ground, so was Admiral Bulldog. There was no escape for that Centaur. He can't go anywhere, and sure, you have the Weaver who can Sakushi out. The Viper had already respawned at that point, so you had additional reinforcements coming in for Bravo team, which made it impossible for Vikings to end up winning. I think it's a good return. I don't think it's enough because you need more of those team fight wins. I think in a scenario where your Juggernaut stays alive throughout all of it, which is kind of a dream scenario, right? It's an ideal case, but if that is possible, then you can find some kind of recovery in this game, because right now this may have built up some momentary space, but a minute or so from now, Vikings will be right back up there, knocking on Bravo's doorstep.
Focus is continually showing us the threat that he brings to a team fight, though. The Dismember getting off on anyone. Juggernaut has the farm needed to be able to take them down, and when he gets his Agnum Scepter on top of it all, Tultrus, that's... the Swift Slash is... it's a game changer for just making sure you can take down supports initially.
It is, it's... if you can get to the supports, right? That's the big question. Snapfire is going to be on the backline. Naga Siren has the illusion, so the Swift Splash isn't as good in this game, but it's still pretty good in the sense that if you have Admiral Bulldog, Leshrac, or the Weaver, Nico down on low HP, then you can commit the Swift Splash instead of the Omni Slash. I think that adds in a lot of value.
Radiant are scanning.
What is the game plan over here for Matson? He really wants to blink in for the Wisdom Rune, make it a fight versus the supports, and those supports will have scurried away already. Nice hook down for the Warlock. Warlock will toss out his rock before he gets taken down by the Weaver. On the sidelines, what do we see? It's Matson caught out again by Focus. Matson will stay alive though. He's still got the BKB and the Lotus Orb to help out. He even tosses out a Split Earth in from behind. Bashka now needs to be careful of that Split Earth. It's a short Earth, so if he goes back in, could be stunned one more time. Right in the middle of the Omni Slash animation, he does end up being cancelled. Pylite Die will be moving off to the side. They'll lose Bulldog, but they're happy to have that happen. That was the best case scenario for what could have been a very messy team fight.
Yeah, it was. It was once again Vikings extending too far in, and in fact, the damage is not just over. Matson might end up going down here.
Matson should end up going down over here with the U-Scepter. Bashka can chase in. Even the Shiva's God has been used. It's a double Omni Slash, remember, because of the Lotus Orb. Leshrac is able to stay alive for a while longer, but a while is all I'm saying. Matson's death seems inevitable in these fights.
Tower is under attack.
And they might even find the Aegis. Vikings certainly, I think overconfidence has been the display from them ever since the Leshrac won that mid lane against TPaBo. It's just... there's no reason why they should be going so far in, and the Weaver doesn't have the kind of damage output that you would normally expect. Sure, you have the Scotty, it's still a slow burn. It's not as much damage as Bashka brings in, and now with Bashka in possession of the Aegis, Vikings, they're in trouble, because sure, it's a 10,000 lead, but Trava team have the beginnings of a comeback. They're actually stronger in these team fights. This not the fire
on that one.
Is a bit of a game changer, because now you can actually take out this Warlock BZZ all by yourself. You know, previously where the Glimmer gave the 4 stuffs, they were kicking in for Trava team. They won't be possible now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
To be honest, even the Gleipnir for the Viper is just such a strong ability now that the BKBs are down to 6 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Vikings are in a very commanding lead, but that's because of their map control. It's not because of their composition or because of their gold or anything like that. Immersion, in fact, is going to go forward. Tooth turns around. He's trying to force out as many abilities as he can. Does a good job to make sure that the chaotic offering will be dropped. And Vikings, well, they'll trade his support for an ultimate while Nico is split pushing away on the bot lane.
They have map control because, I mean, one partly because Trava are allowing it. Trava have planted down some mid vision across the triangle. The only thing is that map control, while it can be taken away from Vikings, Vikings are coming in with a lot of split push. This Weaver is always going to be a threat towards your side lanes, which means they're going to force the TPs back and potentially force out a fight towards that mid side.
Double. Whoa, Matson misses his stun. He doesn't get it done. That is inexcusable.
It's still a full-on disengagement, OT time. I think for Vikings, winning the team fight is not what they need right now. I think it's to waste out that Aegis timer. They've wasted 2 minutes. They need to hold on for another 3. And with this Weaver Naga Siren Song combination, this makes a split push impossible to punish. And I think they just constantly need to do this. Meanwhile, Trava team, recognizing the fact that they can't actually face up against a split push that easily, are going to be going for these fights.
Trava do not want to let that split push be what they have to worry about. This Aegis is supposed to be to win the game with. They know what's on the line. $175,000 is no joke, even if there might have been laughs and smiles and memes and dreams passed around earlier on. Now it is all business.
They do have a creep wave towards that top side, so they have the potential to take down an entire lane of barracks. And the Leshrac, this is important to mention because he has enough gold for the Scythe of Vice, a great item to take Bashka down with. But if he buys it, he is going to be buying out, so will not be able to come in for the for the buyback. They've placed on that banner, and the intentions have been made clear to time. It is a Trava team who want to acquire at least super creeps on that top lane.
The thing is, though, bot side, you are going to lose your Viper potentially, and if you do so, could be a Raxus traded. Matson knows his job is singular right now. It is to stay alive, and just really only that, but Matson might not be able to do so. A Tooth gets pushed away. He takes a distraction out of the Omni Slash, but because the Scythe of Vice was bought, Matson doesn't have buyback. This could be the end of the game here and now.
No. I think they're going to be...
They have the Yule Scepter on the Weaver, Teltris. Song of the Siren has been used, though, and without any BKBs present for the Radiant side, nothing you can do about it.
The game wasn't going to be over as soon as the Weaver made its way towards that bot lane. You have to go back. You have to go back to defend your barracks. Particularly because, the Viper was dead. So your barracks were incredibly vulnerable. As Vikings, they may have lost their Lashrak, but this play by the Weaver, Nico, has essentially forced out the entire duration of that Aegis. It is going to expire in 30 seconds.
Viper dies as many times. Then the Blade. DK Focus, both of his bot performances fantastic. A I've got to say, maybe game number 1 you can fault it a little bit. You can ask questions about picking it. Game number 2, he was the bridge that allows him to cross over into the late game mark. He's the player who allows Bashka to become relevant in any major way as a juggernaut. This is the difference between game 1 and game 2. Game 1, Terribly never had a chance to actually come back into it. Game number 2, Juggernaut ends up being fully 6-slotted, ends up taking down a tier 3 as well, ends up getting an Aegis over them. But if you're going to be caught out, then it doesn't matter what you have. It was 2 5 versus 1s in the end that decide the actual game, and it will be the lower bracket for Trava team. That doesn't mean they're out of it. It'll be E7 that they go up against, and with the performance that Trava has shown us today, I would be kind of scared if I'm E7.
I would be too. It's, you know, the team from the Emirates representing their home region in their home country, trying to go at it in this $175,000 tournament. I can only wish them the best of luck, as I can wish Trauma Team the best of luck. But for Vikings and PTigers, they are now only 1 series away to making it into the playoffs. It's not going to get any easier, as I believe this competition is pretty stacked up. Sure, it's not with the current tier 1 players, at least not quite a lot of them, but you still have the very best, you know, a blast from the past coming back to life by Phygital Games of the future.
Absolutely, and look, this is where, when you look out towards what Vikings has been able to accomplish, it's a blast from the past, but it's also a lot of what could be the making of the future. Fantastic series coming out from Matson, really great stuff from Nico Baby as well, but the question is, can they keep it going? Well, we're going to answer that tomorrow. For now, it's Group B coming up next after a quick break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
Abu Dhabi at the moment seems to be the epicenter of Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and
We're here to win. Let the best win.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. We are here for round 3 of play in the 2025 Digital Games of the Future. And you all are so lucky to be, returning to Toltris on the screen. Unfortunately, you got me, Malibu Jesus, bringing you some play-by-play action here. But Toltris, thanks for having me today, sir. How did your first 2 rounds of the day go?
They were pretty exciting. I mean, of course, who's not going to be excited getting to cast the likes of Burning, and the others coming back into this. But Malibu, I'm glad you're here too, because we will also get to cast some more legends coming up for us.
Absolutely. Yes, none other than actually Legends rebooted, taking on the likes of Nigma Galaxy. And the Nigma Galaxy, kind of interesting. They have a wide umbrella of players that they can welcome in. But before we get into the players, let's take a look at our bracket we've had today. This is the first day of games, mind you folks. If you're just tuning in, we do have our first stage halfway completed. E7 lost 2-0 to Paper Tigers, the likes of CTY, 7E Freeze, OP, and Burning, as you mentioned earlier. And our second best of 3 of the day also was a 2-0 team Vikings, taking it over. How would we say this? Is this
Strava team? They had a good showing, in particular the second game as well. They had a comeback, but wasn't enough. But it is time to talk about the Group B stage. Remember, it is a group stage format, 2 wins and you proceed further. Nigma Galaxy, one could consider this the sibling roster, because you quite literally have the sibling of the main Nigma Galaxy roster playing, that is going to be Yobber. And then you have Legends rebooted, and quite an apt name, right, Malibu, considering the kind of players that are in this?
Absolutely. And before we get to Legends Rebooted, let's revisit Nigma, the sibling to Stumel Yawar on the carry here. Got Weeha on the mid lane, Mind Control returning on the off lane, and Isla and Nagato rounding out our support duo. Isla also, Yawar comes to mind when we think of NA players, but Isla filled in for C-Dub back in the NA DPC Division 2. Played a couple seasons there, so interesting to see how the web is woven between all of these pro players.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy really do like to get our emotions running. At least for me, I think the most emotional time in Dota 2 has been when, I am sure you remember as well, when Yobber, as he was eliminated by none other than his little brother, little brother, GG little bro, as OG went on to play further and Quincy Crew was eliminated, that got the tears flowing, man.
Yeah, as man, that's pulls at the heartstrings. Pulls at the heartstrings, certainly. And you know, as you mentioned, the group stages here, you got to play through the bracket to advance. So you got to get these wins early on. And let's take a look at Legends Rebooted. We got How on carry, D-Stones on the mid lane, Old 11. That is a name I have not heard in a while. Happy to see him back on the off lane, and Chuan and Mushi rounding out the support duo. Any faces you're happy to see back here on the scene?
I mean, TI3 Orange was my favorite team to watch as a fan, but over here I have to be, non-biased, critical of Mushi as he goes over here. And again, Nigma Galaxy, despite of bringing in some stars at their lineup, they'll have their work cut out for them, because you quite literally have 2 TI winners over on the roster of Legends Rebooted. Han, who won TI14 as part of Newbie, and you have Chuan, who won TI3, or rather TI2 as part of IG. It's certainly going to be difficult. Not to mention, you also have a really successful coach in the form of Mushi. Up until recently, he was the coach for Boom Esports, even in their TI run. So it's a lot of experience, a lot of recent competitive experience that they're bringing in as well.
Yeah. That was my biggest question when we were getting into this event. I was like, you know, who's current, who's been plugged into the Dota scenes, whether they're streaming, whether they're coaching, a couple active players still on a couple rosters here and there, and what will their lifelines be into the competitive nature of this tournament? How will their current experience mix with their past experience, you know, and how can they put it on the field and make it work?
I think the fact that Malibu, we haven't had a patch for so long, is actually going to help a lot of these players, who, particularly those who haven't been competing for a while, but do also share the love for the game. Because the meta hasn't changed, I think the draft should be a lot more straightforward for both of these two teams. Yeah,
absolutely. The patch is well studied. A lot of data is out there. Many competitive tournaments have been played at the tier 1, you know, not a ton. Like a one balance patch kind of came out, but really no major changes. I mean, I think the biggest changes that we've seen, kind of Earthshaker fade away. He's gotten a couple matches recently, but nothing really prominent here.
Timberzal came up as the most contested hero now in the tier 1 stage. It does seem like it's less to do with the, you know, sort of mini changes, but more to do with teams just experimenting new things and realizing that, hey, this is really strong.
Yeah, Timberzal, I mean, one of our other concurrent tournaments going on right now, Dream League Season 27, he has had a 100% contest rate through like the first 3 days of play, I think. Just an absolute nightmare, this hero, pumping out pure damage, and we do see him banned out in the first phase over there by Enigma Galaxy.
This is the second time that I've seen a Huskar first ban by the Chinese teams. Previously, TPaBo also banned out the first pick Huskar as their first ban, and now Legends Reboot also go for the same ban. I wonder if there's something that these teams are afraid of in the form of the Huskar. But as far as these first picks go, Malibu, Dragon Knight, Batrider, not exactly heroes that you go for as the first pick, particularly the Dragon Knight. It does seem like there's a lot of options available for Enigma Galaxy to counter it. They do pick up the Batrider, which is pretty good, but I wonder if Legends will go for an Abaddon.
Yeah, the DK has been first pick material on a couple conditions. We have seen it. It's just such a win condition. You know, at multiple stages of the game, you can just have a lot of flexibility. You can plug and play this hero in a couple roles as well. I mean, obviously, you want to put it in the mid or the carry role, can filter into the off lane as well. It's just so simple, you know. It gives you a direction. You know, you got Dragon Form, you got your ultimate up. Gather behind this, you put a Solar Crest on him, let him hit towers, and just watch him pump out the damage. The Batrider, interesting answer here. We have seen this hero flexed into multiple positions as well. The core Batrider, the attack damage kind of deals well with the DK. You know, the mixed source of damage there kind of helps you get through the armor that he has and a little bit of control as well. But I am curious to see if Nigma invests, more picks into countering this DK, or if they are just going to maybe come up with something of their own and, ask Legends to respond.
A Hoodwink wouldn't be too bad. I think if you're looking to counter out the Dragon Knight, maybe you want some kind of a break mechanism going into this. Well, Shadow Demon is one way to go about it, but the real question in my mind is if they want to play this Batrider on the mid lane, particularly with more picks coming out from Legends Rebooted, so we'll know where this Dragon Knight is going. That could mean that you have the potential for a mid lane Batrider.
There it is. Yeah, the Shadow Demon. This hero is absolutely busted right now, Toltris.
Yeah.
Huge fan. I mean, back whenever the DK meta was, build your Aghanim Scepter, siege high ground, your answer was how do I do better with this, or how do I respond to this? Your answer was more dragons. You get a Manta, you get a Shadow Demon, get more illusions of him, and just tear down these buildings. But Nigma, they're gonna steal it for themselves. A nice answer, a good break, and I am really loving the shift towards the play around Disseminate. Just maxing this out, getting the Promulgate Facet, and just really letting the damage return do the work for you. You put it on a beefy target or whoever's getting concentrated after you save the initial jump with a disruption, and you've got just instant counterplay. But Legends Rebooted, they want to play fast. Chin, Tusk, you got supports that can get active, control the map, contribute with damage, with auras, really enable this DK. I'm really liking this Legends Rebooted draft so far.
I think it's a pretty strong draft if you want to play quick. You have so much tower pushing potential, even if you, regardless of the role that a Dragon Knight will be playing in mid or carry, as soon as you have your Dragon form up, you can just start going in for the push. As Nigma Galaxy will pick up the Abaddon, so there's not going to be a hard dispel for Legends Rebooted available to take away the Batrider's lasso. I do like this mid-game oriented approach from Nigma Galaxy. The only question is Malibu. Abaddon usually, because it is most likely going to be a carry, could be the offlane, but I think they're going to play it as a carry. You're going to go for a Radiance, which is going to be there at the 16 or 14 to 18 minute mark, depending on the kind of game he has. And you're playing that into a pushing lineup. So I wonder if that's going to give Legends Rebooted a big advantage.
Yeah, we could see the timing on this Radiance be problematic here for Nigma Galaxy. Recent matches come to mind. Tundra 33 played the Abaddon, had the Radiance queued up, but had a really rough start. So we saw like the phase Blade Mail Blink timing, which gave solutions and gave some answers, allowed you to play into a faster paced lineup. If Nigma do take this Abba to the offlane, we could expect to see that build come out. Gives you kind of a nice answer to the DK as well. He doesn't really want to return that damage to himself, and not going to have a ton of life steal until he gets that Mask of Madness online. And even then, he'll really just be hurting himself until that BKB is active. But Legends Rebooted staying true to the tempo draft with this puck. The hero can run into damage issues once the pipe's online if you are just even or behind in gold. But man, if you have a good start here, expect to see this puck just catapult to success. I've not seen a ton of D-stones in his play. But
there is though, Malibu, you speak about the pipe, which makes the puck's magic damage output almost nil, right? But even before the pipe, you still have the Aphotic Shield, which will dispel away the Witchblade's debuff, and you have the Shadow Demon to have that saving mechanism against the Dream Coil. So it does seem like Nigma Galaxy have a lot of answers for this puck.
Yeah, they've got a lot of cheeky saves. The dispel, the disruption, the last bit of peel off an initiating target, or give yourself a good go. And I think the only remaining strong dispel in the game, right? Well, not maybe in the game, but the one that comes to mind most would be a Legion Commander, but it's kind of a dead hero.
Yeah.
So not really expecting to see her come to the board.
Nigma Galaxy do have that flex potential, right? But it's only going to be remaining for one pick. I wonder what kind of offlane Legends Rebooted will go for, because I do think they should look towards some kind of an aura or maybe a break mechanism, but not too many offlaners come into my mind when I think of what can create that break. So they may just go for something simple like a Mars.
Who else? I mean, you could. It's a little slow in terms of map movement, but you could go like a Viper offlane. That would be disgusting.
Interestingly, we saw a Viper actually come out in the Lost series against the Leshrac, and surprisingly, the Viper got destroyed by the Lesh. That was not what I was expecting.
What was the itemization for the Leshrac in that?
Blink Dagger into Kaya, I believe, into BKB, into Shivas.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, the Viper can outlast, but in those quick exchanges before you have the chance to build up the stacks, he can kind of get out DPS'd, you know. You just DPS check him and just burn him down before he gets the chance to really make you too sick with that venom. But it's gonna be the Doom for the
It's
final
a really
pick
good
of
pick.
Legends.
You know, just against that Abaddon particularly works really well, which makes me feel like Nigma Galaxy should think about positioning this Abaddon now towards the offlane, which again, it does seem really greedy, but your Abaddon is going to get countered by that Doom anyway. So it does feel like Enigma Galaxy kind of are boxed into a corner, but they will actually pick up the Underlord for those auras, so you will have that pipe coming out. But can Yabber actually survive against the Doom is the big question, particularly because he doesn't really need too many items to dish out the damage. All he needs is that Armlet, Mask of Madness, maybe he'll go for the BKB and the Daedalus after that, but with those first two items, by the time Yabber has a Radiance, How will be hitting like a truck.
He will be. And I think the name of the game here is, how can you stop this DK? You know, Chen, he's going to disappear to the jungle, you know, get some creeps here and there, get his farm up. The Mind Control Underlord's a nice answer to conserve your towers, buy some time. But if you notice, Isla is going to be playing the position 4 Void Spirit, and we're going to see a mid Bat Rider. So I think that the key for Nigma here, we has to outperform D-Stones. Bat Rider v Puck matchup. He can do it. But if we has a bad start, if the Legends Rebooted supports are able to enable like rune control for this Puck, I think Nigma Galaxy are going to struggle, in addition to the Radiance timing that you've mentioned, Doldrus. That's Nigma Galaxy, I think they've got their work cut out for them.
I agree. I think the Bat Rider doesn't actually win the lane against the Puck. There's, you know, the Bat Rider's lane presence is enhanced by the fact that you have the Napalm stack slowing the turn rate, slowing the movement speed, and then you can overwhelm someone with your flame trail, right? But the Puck has the disjoint. He has the phase shift as well as just being able to jaunt away. And outside of being able to drop down your lasso with some really good follow-up, there's no way that this Puck should die.
Yeah. If you could dodge a lasso, you have no problem. I mean, what, you have a remnant to set up, and maybe a fourth item orchid on the Abba if he gets there. It's a long road for the itemization on Nigma Galaxy.
Maybe the Bat Rider goes for the lasso, but I'm not too sure about that. You'll be too squishy in that scenario.
Yeah, I think the dream build order for this Bat mid, do you just go brown boots? That way you can save for travels. Maybe brown boots, lance, witchblade lance, something like that.
Perhaps it does feel tricky, if I'm being honest. It kind of feels like regardless of how you itemize, the other side has answers to it, because you have a Doom. He can either itemize aggressively or defensively. Like if you create a pipe, you know, we were talking about how the Puck's damage output is reduced if you have a pipe on the other side. I think the same thing applies to the Bat Rider, where if Legends Rebooted create a pipe, then this core Bat Rider being played by Weehaw will not be able to do so much.
That's going to be nice for both sides, and you've got the chance to kind of offset or offload that responsibility onto. you know, your Doom can be freed up for it, or if you need the tempo, right, you can get it on the Doom. But folks, we are finally underway here for our game 1. Legends rebooted. First, Enigma Galaxy. Legends on the Radiant, Enigma on the Dire. And you are joined by Toltris and myself, Malibu, bringing you the action. Toltris, call it now. Who's gonna get first blood? We gotta smoke from Legends.
Well, I mean, Enigma Galaxy are more concentrated towards one position. Meanwhile, Legends Rebooted are separated. I think first blood is going to happen in the lane. And
Okay.
my guess is it will be for Enigma Galaxy. Like, they will draw it.
Ah, all right. Do you think the maybe just the damage from I don't know. We got Isla on the 4, the double melee off lane, not super inspiring. Maybe they're a little more durable, but I think it could be tough. Dragon Tail comes out, and Bounty Runes go 2 for 2. Yeah, 2 for 2.
Pretty even start. I will say that this off lane from Legends Rebooted does seem very aggressive, but actually it's a position 4 Chen, something that I don't really see every day. Mushi is the registered position 5 player, so they'll be playing that tag team with the Dragon Knight, which is great, but the position 4 Chen, I'm not too sure about it.
Yeah, seen it a couple times. Mouse likes to flex it up top a little bit, or teams they'll put their position 5 player in the 4 role with the Chen. And I think it's just designed that way you don't have to block the easy camp. You take away the pull just by the nature of having the Chen on your team. You know, let's play a little more aggro. You can get some creeps to body the tower shots and dive the enemy carry. I like the thought behind it. We'll have to see if it plays out for him though. And Mushi, beautiful shards to drag the wave, interrupting Isla's pull. Masterful play on the Tusk coming out from Mushi, showing why he was in the coaching role. You know, he's got the ideas to back up his play.
And it's not exactly a lane that this position 4 Void Spirit will be able to do much in. I'm not a big fan of the position 4 Void Spirit. I don't think it offers as much, or rather, another way to put it is I think there are a lot more supports that do the exact thing that the Void Spirit likes to do on the support role. I mean, essentially, you're playing for the control, but there are plenty other supports that can do that. In this lane in particular, there's not exactly any kind of control you can dish out against the Dragon Knight, right? You should never be able to take the DK down. At the same time, you have the stun, tag team, shard, snowball, everything for Legends Rebooted to gain the advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to see some nice snowball snaves here. Snaves here with the lasso coming out from this core Bat Rider. Looking forward to Mushi pulling it off here, but 10 stacks already on Puck. Gonna have to pop the wand. And he gets another one, but no attack damage from Arsonist. Showing his powers here in the mid lane.
Certainly dominating the mid lane. Even though if the CS is even, he's able to push the puck out, and so the puck can't get much experience, but it does seem like he wants to stay on the mid lane for the water runes.
Yeah, okay, gonna throw an orb back. Not gonna challenge for the top. Doesn't want to get too bold on D-Stones. But, you know, Toltra, speaking of CS, that Underlord sitting at 17-3 to the 10-4 DK. You know, DK not usually a hero that has trouble last hitting, but Mind Control putting in work on this Underlord.
Yeah, I think the Firestorm is a pretty good spell, particularly when you do have 2 melee heroes against you. So if Mushi and Hao want to go in with the Dragon Tail and the Snowball, you can just drop the Firestorm out, which makes the trades not that worth it for Legends Rebooted. At the same time, Malibu, they're able to pressure Yawver on that top lane as well. This is kind of surprising, but we're seeing an even matchup across all 3 lanes.
Yeah, it's no real breaking point. Yeah, carry is kind of matching up in farm. Offlaners with the best CS here, and now we're seeing the early dive wave pushing under the tower. Old 11. Gonna use that Scorched Earth level 2. A lot of pressure coming out here on to the safe lane duo of Enigma, but Weehaw gonna get that Firefly running down D-Stones, but an orb to the high ground will get him out of danger. Both mid laners a little banged up, bruised and battered.
My first blood prediction does not last this long, by the way, Malibu. Like, it's now expired. Because now anyone can grab the first blood.
Absolutely. Torches, I do think we're seeing another reason for the Chin 4 here. The Purge Creep, the Satyr, just very strong against the Abba, being able to take off that shield immediately upon application, should he need.
I'm actually a bit surprised. You know how most Abaddons don't actually skill up the Mist Coil at all? I think it's a pretty decent spell for the sustain. But I mean, just farming priority, I guess the stats are okay too.
Yeah, that's the thing with Abba. Like he needs the stats to really be effective, and you don't want to spread yourself too thin. You know, you got to trust your supports to build that utility, keep you online. And first blood does go out to Nigma. You are. Gets it, and there we go. Shield popping off. Old 11 very low, but Yawar will have to withdraw. And D-Stones getting roamed on. Isla coming out to play, but Weehaw contained by the shards. Gonna get a little help from Isla. Body of the tower shots, and it's gonna be a 2-0 start here.
Great set of kills for Enigma Galaxy. I mean, they're setting the pace to win that top lane. Also, you need to win the mid lane as a Batrider if you do go for a core Batrider. It's an absolute win condition. So they're able to shut down the puck, and Weehaw is getting off to a good start by these rotations coming in from Isla. And because you have a Dragon Knight on the safe lane, you're not necessarily pressured to stick towards your off lane, right? Because there's not much you can do to stop the Dragon Knight from farming in the early phases of the laning phase. So Enigma Galaxy are rotating. They're actually playing pretty well as far as the strategy goes. Even if Yawar does seem to get pushed back every now and then, it's still good. And Mind Control still at the top, very top. 42 lost hits for him.
Yeah, so that kill on the puck was great, but you know, it may have, as unfortunate as it was, it came out a little early because D-Stones was able to get that shield room bottled. We do see the Doom go down. The top lane just run down again by Nigma. And Batrider Weehaw showing up top, unable to really join in, cause too much damage, but he's going to be running back to the mid lane after Isla. Getting some experience and levels here. Puck is 6 with the shield room bottle. Will dodge the Remnant. What a juke. And the orb taking him back to the safety of the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, he survives, and it is good that he survives, but if he went down there, that would have been a massive loss. Right now, they'll need to hold on to the Shrine of Wisdom, Malibu, because it is under threat. Mushi is going to teleport in.
Yeah, you are trying to flex, bully his way in there. However, going to be a coil onto both supports, and Shadow Demon pops and dies. Isla might just be next, contained by the shards. Going to dissimulate, does get to the low ground. However, D-Stone's chasing a snowball. The vision provided from the puck, but a nice run. It gets him out to his own high ground.
The only problem is, Malibu, they may have taken the Shadow Demon down, but you take a look at Mind Control. He took his own shrine, used the Fiend's Gate to secure Legend's Shrine. So they came out with 2 Shrines of Wisdom anyway.
Yeah, cat and mouse there. Nigma, they give away the mouse, but they get those shrines, and I think they are certainly happy with that trade. Now, 8-minute rune coming up. We know it won't be a shield. Could be a big one, a haste or a double damage could secure you a very nice kill. Buy more time, Isla and Shadow Demon. Our Jordanian support duo for Nigma. Looking to make some rune room here. And Isla bodying up these attacks from Puck. Is it gonna be banished with the Firestorm coming in? D-Stone's able to escape, and we does get the haste rune bottled. One of the best runes you can get on a Batrider. My goodness.
Nice shard block coming in by Mushi. Oh, and a nice kill being found by Hao. They take Isla down. But like you mentioned, the rune coming in for Weehaw means that you can go for a rotation as he is making another move towards that top side, or is it a triangle? Not too sure where he wants to go.
Seems like he can't make a decision. Maybe he just feels that he doesn't have the room to kill the Doom, so he wants to look for the mid play. I don't know. I could not manage to
he went back.
Dive my way inside to the mind of Weehaw. Yeah. He's an enigma, you know. You can't really figure him out. But Mind Control, Hal battling it out here for CS. That's a little more straightforward. And we do see the DK has completely recovered. Now, leading in CS 57-9. ahead of mind control.
You also have the Doom online, so you can go for a play. Doom plus the Dream Call means that you can take out the Abaddon easily. 16 seconds of a Doom is more than enough time to outlast the borrow time. So I wonder if they'll make a play for him.
Very well could be so. The daytime will be coming out in about 40 seconds, so both teams going to have a bit better vision. And this observer in the Radiant Triangle, going to give Dire a better read on that. But Fiendsgate coming out from Mind Control, looking to go in on how Snowball. Mushi does save, and the coil onto 4 heroes. Popping on 3, 4. Oh my god, Yawar pops the ultimate, running down under the tier 1 tower. No Doom to interrupt this heal from him, and the puck will go down. Another Simulate, but everybody joining the fray. How very low, trying to bring down Nagato. Old 11, do you cast the Doom? Yes, finally, but you do give up your Ghost. Yawar is doomed, and now How also doomed, but just figuratively. And Dusk giving up to the Ghost, and Mind Control gets a triple kill, and now Toltrus, you gotta be careful here because Mind Control has 172 bonus damage from this passive. I think you can wave bye-bye to your tier 1 tower.
That was very miscoordinated by Legends Rebooted. I mean, they were playing passively with their Doom when it was online. I can understand that you want to farm, sure, that's great. But when Nigma Galaxy make a move through the gate towards your safe lane tower, and you have, you know, your carry being your carry under threat, these stones got the 4-man Dream Call, but still there was no teleport coming in from the Chen or the Doom. They waited until their position was already overrun before they came in, and by that time it was already a bit too late.
Yeah, whenever these fights happen, especially against a draft such as Nigma's, you know, if you don't have a perimeter established, if there's no soft control to prevent them from collapsing completely on your value targets, it might be better just to write off 1 or 2 losses rather than give 4.
And at this point, Yawar will actually end up with not only an average Radiance timing, but a pretty early Radiance timing. I believe he should be very close to his relic if he doesn't have it already.
I would love to see the bank of Abba, what he's got accumulated, sitting on 5k net worth total. Gonna be an early drums picked up from Doom. Pretty common, maybe less so when you've got the Chin on your lineup. But you know, if he, oh, I love this play.
Yeah, these are so many stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, this is an early force staff now built up by Viha. He'll be able to get that lasso. You have a good timing on the Radiance. Nigma Galaxy are hitting every timing.
Oh, they are, and they're hitting that amplified damage rune on Isla. Fiendsgate coming in. Mind Control looking to get involved. He will do just that. Isla cleaning up the kill onto Mushi. Snowball out, and Weeha looking for the puck. Will he find him? Might just settle for the tower.
And for Legends Rebooted,
the disruption. Oh, it's all just the disruption into the remnant, into the lasso. It's all adding up for Nigma. Doom cast on the Bad Rider, trying to run him down, but Old 11 causing some damage to the Nigma lineup here. Gets the Void Spirit, who he did not ult, by the way, and we are able to just outlive. And Mushi dodges the flame break with the snowball. Quick fingers gets them out of danger.
it's another instance where they were just a little bit too late. Now, sure, they weren't expecting that lasso to come out because that was a flame break into the lasso. I don't even think the puck was expecting that. But Ningma Galaxy, again, come out ahead. And it's a wasted Doom duration once again. The second Doom of the game not really finding any value. All they really found for that play was the Void Spirit, but a mid laner for a position 4, that is a trade that Nigma Galaxy will make any day of the week.
Yeah, and I mean, you get Doom on cooldown too. Your Abba can just play the game freely.
Another aspect, Malibu, is the fact that, you know, when you have a Dragon Knight, you want to use the first few Dragon forms to be able to at least push out 1 or 2 towers. But Nigma Galaxy's towers, they're super healthy. There is no threat and even no way for Legends Rebooted to mount up some pressure on those towers.
Yeah, I think the earliest time we saw it, the towers have never truly been threatened, but the time where they were mostly disregarded was the early dive from the Jhin and the Doom top side. They haven't been able to replicate that, you know. Enigma just been playing on the aggressive, and I think a lot of that has come from the Wisdom Shrine steal, and now the second one being challenged here. 2 dead on a Legends rebooted. Isla and Mushi, I think, yeah, they both got Shrines 1 for 1. Coil with the Yules on D-Stones, buying some time. Is it enough to get him out? Remnant forward with the Dissimulate. Nice catch onto the puck. And a god coming out to heal. And, okay, a retreat has been sounded for Enigma.
Again, it's a wasted ultimate, right? Because Raystones, they don't have their Doom or Mushi, so that use of the Dream Coil sure is going to be off of cooldown pretty soon, but it's still just pressure that Enigma Galaxy are able to apply. They've taken down all 3 tier 1 towers, and at this point, Yobber will be farming uncontested. There is no way to stop this happening. In fact, there's no way to stop even the Batrider or the Underlord at this point.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Yeah, you know, Tolchus, before we got into this game, we knew with Enigma's draft, they had to come out on top in the laning phase if they wanted to have success in the mid game. And we are seeing that playbook page turn right in front of us here. Doom will be cast onto Mind Control, a beefy target, and a beefy bounty going the way of Legends, but combo breaker coming out with the disruption save, and now the tables have turned. Old 11 on the retreat. Mind Control gets shielded up. He's back for business, baby. Coil onto 3. Yawar gets another kill. Punch up onto the bat, but Alasso will control the puck. And now all hell breaking loose as Yawar gets a triple. That Radiance is going to be coming out very soon. How arriving. Mask of Madness Armlet on line, but banished. Now you're going to have your own illusions hitting you. So stop hitting yourself. I don't know, you mentioned you have a brother, but I'm sure you heard that one before, right?
It's an entire team wipe. And
yeah,
these Dream Calls coming out from this puck, they're pretty darn good, right? 4-man Dream Call towards the bot lane, 3-man Dream Call just now, but there's no follow-up. You're just so far behind that you don't have any damage output. I mean, if you have 4 heroes on top of an Underlord who doesn't have any way of fighting back, just has a way of surviving, but you can't take him down, it doesn't bode too well for you when the response comes in.
No, all of these Dream Coils, they've been, you know, you've been caught. You have not caught the other team. Your Doom, who has decent AoE damage with the Scorched Earth, with the drums, he's able to run down, identify these targets, pick them out. You have to be the aggressor for this to work out in your favor, and we've not seen that be the case for Legends Rebooted. In fact, Isla gets punched up, and Mushi will go down. Almost had a nice catch, but we are starting to see the power of the position for Void Spirit. You know, a little shaky in the start, but you get levels, get decent stats, and you are suddenly too slippery for Legends to catch.
Tier 3 tower almost being poked. I don't think Enigma Galaxy go, but as I say that, they're showing no intentions of backing down.
No.
Legends Rebooted,
No,
to be able to put this much pressure on a team like this is pretty impressive.
Absolutely. You know, Tolchus, we saw Legends draft, and we said, oh wow, tempo. And Enigma showing us something else. But big pit, Hand of God coming out. It's not enough to save the 2 from Legends Rebooted that die under the shadow of the melee barracks. Goes down, gives them another glyph fortification. And GG called just shy of 18 minutes in game 1. Tolchus, we failed to notice, you know, Batrider Shard, Curse of Avernus on Abba, plus damage from the Underlord, you know, that's quite appealing in its own right when it comes to pushing early. Enigma, just an absolute display of dominance in game 1. Gotta be feeling good off of that performance.
I think that's the earliest game win that we've had all day, and you had, you know, a relatively unknown team going against PTigers in the first series. This series was TI winners going against Enigma Galaxy, and despite it being the sibling roster, Enigma Galaxy won every single lane, played a Batrider into a puck, yet somehow destroyed the puck, and there was no response being made by the Legends at any given point in the game. Even you talk about the future, you were making a Witchblade at 18 minutes against an Abaddon who is just going to dispel it. It's rough.
It is rough, to say the least, and I think it might be back to the drawing board here for Legends Rebooted. You know, the players. They've been active, played in a couple like show match tournaments here and there. Maybe knocking the rust off still. But let's see if they're able to cook up something in the brief time that we have to reset between games 1 and games 2. I would like to see them get a little more involved earlier on the map. Maybe bring some answers to Weehaw on the mid lane. This guy, we mentioned TI champions. I don't think Wee's ever won a TI, but he's made some very, very deep runs on those stages. So, Nigma, they've got that veteran experience of their own, and Legends are going to have to come up with an answer if they want to push it to a game 3. So we're going to take a brief break, and we'll be right back for game 2.
Well, before we head to a break, let's actually, Malibu, what do you think that the team needs to do differently, right? Legends rebooted. Sure, non-Nigma Galaxy roster, they, may not have any TI winners, but at least, they have the blood of a TI champion, if you think about it like that. Right?
Yeah.
Quite literally. But for Legends Rebooted, they just played it a bit too slow. I think this is something that Eastern teams or Chinese teams are known for, right? Even back in TI, Extreme Gaming were known to take the game late and mount up a comeback. But what do you do when the other team isn't even going to be taking it to the mid game? The other team is going to destroy you in the early game.
Right. Yeah. I like their draft. Maybe the double melee safe lane wasn't super inspiring. I think you could have punished the double melee off lane for Nigma, and Weehaw's bad at something special. I think even if you want to pick the puck, a good hero in its own right, you got to protect it more. Roam on him, ban out his heroes, and folks, we'll see you soon for game 2. Stay.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We've got a game 2 cooking up for you very soon between Enigma Galaxy and Legends Rebooted. Doltrus, how was your break, my friend?
It was good. It was good. But I am more concerned about how the break was for Legends Rebooted, because it does seem like, you know what, they need to cook up something really nice on their drawing board if they want to make a comeback and take this to a game 3.
Yeah, I think on their drawing board, it's just going to be Weehaw, circle, cross through it. How do we stop Weehaw and enable our own mid laner D-stun? And I think you just ban out his hero pool. He's very creative, so maybe his pool is a little deeper than you might expect. It could be tough. You get some supports that are better at roaming, and oftentimes, we saw the Chin provided topside to just answer Yawar's Abaddon. Didn't really do that very well. So maybe if you do go back for the Chin, it's a fine pick. Put it mid. Mana burn that Bat Rider. Stop him from getting all the sticky napalm stacks up on your puck. Could be a soft answer, but it could just be one of the many that the Legends have cooked up in their time between matches.
And I
Any
think
picks that you're hoping to see?
Well, I'm not sure about picks. I mean, if you could get out with a Timbersaw or a Nature's Prophet, that would perhaps be ideal, but they need something to play in quick. Enigma Galaxy are up one game, and one of the things that you did point out was that Weehaw's hero pool should be banned out. I do agree, but I also think that they were also losing their mid lane and their safe lane, like you mentioned. And how do you even ban out a streamer's ban pool, right? Because one of the things that perhaps not that talked about all that often is because Weehaw, because he streams, his hero pool is naturally going to be diverse, right, Malibu? Because he's out there entertaining his viewer base, so he is going to be out there playing several different heroes and naturally getting better at them.
Absolutely. And you got to play nice sometimes in your pubs while you're streaming. If you Immortal Draft, you don't always get the role you want. So maybe you play a support and you get some ideas. I think this guy could work as a mid laner. We just see the game change over time, and the bans do change over time as well. Legends do take out that Bat Rider right away in the first phase. Can't stand
and they won't be getting a Timbersaw. I wonder if they'll come out with a Nature's Prophet for Legends Rebooted. I mean, oh no, they're actually going to stick to their guns. They will pick up a Dragon Knight once more.
Yeah, we did see some moments of dependability. I wouldn't quite say brilliance from the DK. It's not such an illustrious hero. You know what you're going to do. You're going to get your mask. You're going to get your armlet. You're going to turn into a dragon and just go to town. But Hal did have a reliable performance. He did manage to come back in that late laning phase, early mid game CS, and really usurp the Underlord even in terms of CS. So maybe DK was not the problem. And Legends, they feel confident in that.
DK, I don't think DK was the problem. I think it was just them not responding in time and them not making any moves. I think those two things, when you add them together, it creates a kind of a bad concoction. For Enigma Galaxy, they'll pick up the Shadow Demon, because for Enigma Galaxy, I mean, why switch up what is working out for you? Legends Rebooted will take out the Void Spirit. It does seem like they're afraid of a lot of picks that Enigma Galaxy came in with.
Yeah. I'm happy to see the Shadow Demon back. I think it's a great answer, and I don't know if it would have been available in the second phase of picks. The Void Spirit ban. Do you agree with this, Teltris?
I mean, He did catch the puck several times with his Remnant, and it
Yeah.
did seem like Legends Rebooted were having troubles playing around the multiple Remnants. But I'm not a big fan of the Void Spirit. You can go for several heroes. I mean, I think a Lion has more control than the Void Spirit does, just the Hex, the Impale. But let's see what Legends Rebooted have. Do you think, Malibu, there's a possibility that Mushi may decide to play the position 1 again? He's like, let me handle this for you guys. That would be cool.
give Big Bro the controller, right?
Yeah.
I think you might want to talk to Hal about that before he makes that decision. But we could see it. Could see it come out. Centaur is coming over for Nigma. Now, I wonder if this is going to be a mind control Centaur, or are they going to keep cooking on these supports? Or we're going to see a pause 4 Centaur just be an absolute bully.
Or a pause 2, right? Because for some reason, Malibu, we now have teams picking up a mid lane Centaur. We even have teams picking up a mid lane Mars. And we have teams sending a mid lane Centaur versus a mid lane Mars.
Did that happen earlier today?
No, not today, but it happened in Dream League recently. I believe yesterday or something.
Yep. So the mid lane, we have Thompson to thank for the mid lane Centaur. Thank you, Thompson. But the mid lane Mars goes back a fair amount of time. If you're familiar with the likes of Dark Mago, South American mid laner, loves his melee mids. Tiny Mars is certainly one of them. Just an absolute bully, gets good tempo, gets that early arena, can rotate well off of a rune, can hold his own tower quite nicely as well. But yeah, creativity a plum here in the realm of Dota. You'll love to see it. But it's going to be the Warlock. Another quite straightforward hero coming out for Legends Rebooted. Nice
Fatal
laning
Bonds
prowess.
Plus the Dragon Knight, I can see it working out, but I hope this is not going to be a position 4 Warlock, right? I hate this. I hope this time around Mushi plays the Warlock and they send the Dusk towards their position 4 role.
Yeah, I think that's certainly the best path forward here. Just the sustain from the Warlock, the lane powers. And I mean, you don't have to worry about keeping the hard camp blocked either. Just through the nature of Fatal Bonds, you're gonna push the lane. So oftentimes you want that camp available.
And the Fatal Bonds plus Dragon Knight's combo, because Dragon Knight increases his damage output very early on in the game by that 15 to 20 minute mark. They should be able to fight better much earlier. And with the Shadow Word, now there should not be a way where this Dragon Knight falls. I know I said it in that last game, but it still happened. But hopefully this time around they can prevent it.
Yeah, it's the cards are certainly stacked up better in his favor. Gonna be a Gyrocopter coming out for Nigma as their 3rd pick. I mean, not a bad pairing with the Shadow Demon. Illusions of the Gyro aren't always the best option, but that damage amplification that comes out from his Menace innate can really ramp up the early damage from this Gyro, especially if you get
late game is pretty good as well, right? With the Workhorse and the flag cannons coming out from the Gyro, that is a pretty decent combination. I do like this pick, just not sure how well the Gyro does in the early to mid game against the Dragon Knight.
If you follow the same scaffolding that you had laid out for game 1, your Abaddon didn't really encounter the DK super early until that massive fight broke out bottom, where Legends Rebooted lost 4 heroes. And with the team fight combinations that we're seeing from Enigma Galaxy, a similar one comes to mind, but Slardar, a hero that's quite popular in the current meta, makes it through to the 4th pick here for Legends.
That makes
Minus
the Crimson
armor.
Guard a hard requirement, right, for Enigma Galaxy. At the same time, Malibu, they're playing multiple melee heroes into an RP. 3 melee heroes right now, currently.
Yeah, these early fights or fights outside of the dragon form have to be taken with extreme caution. You have to have eyes on the Magnus, canceling that blink, preventing his access to your Warlock or your DK in the dragon form is of utmost importance. You know, if your Warlock's able to play the tree line, cast bonds, and just eyeball the fight from afar, keeping Golem at the ready, you're not super worried about the RP. But as soon as that Golem's committed, if RP is still on the board, you really, really have to have eyes on this Magnus. Otherwise, he's just going to wreck you.
And I wonder if they may want to play this Slardar on the mid lane, because it's most likely going to be a Magnus mid, and that matchup just does not work for Magnus. Outside of, you know, skewering the Slardar inside of your tower, that's really the only play that Magnus has. You should be able to win the mid lane, get an early Blink Dagger, and just start making moves around the map.
Yeah, the repositioning, it can be answered if you're not likely to get stunned too badly under the tower. So Slithering Crush gives you a puddle, get a little bit of move speed, and you hit leg day and sprint. You can get out of tower range pretty quickly, but I mean, we've seen Weehaw make plays before. I would assume that body blocking is not out of his tool set, you know. Certainly has that one dialed in. So we could see some outplays come from the mid-mag if that's what they decide to go with. But final wave of bans coming out for both teams. Hoodwink off of the board, as well as the Ursa. No Ursa, no Morphling, protecting that gyrocopter pick.
They're trying to predict which support is going to be picked up. I like this because they're banning out supports that have that break mechanism, as Nigma Galaxy would surely go for the Hoodwink if it was available. But I wouldn't actually mind a Disruptor for Nigma Galaxy either, just that Static Storm, or maybe even a Snapfire at this point. Centaur plus Snapfire is always going to be one of those classical combinations on the offlane, and the Mortimers would be pretty good at taking out the Warlock at the backline.
Yeah, great tool to interrupt that, especially once he commits upheaval. You know, you're going to be able to snuff him out pretty quickly with those kisses. And it's a ton of damage output. Centaur Snap is just wildly powerful.
Let's see what Legends go for, though. Hopefully it's not another melee hero, but if they do want to play this, you know, DK mid, Slardar offlane, if they want to switch it around, you can go for a Templar Assassin, and it's a great combo with the Corrosive Haze, but they will actually go for a Juggernaut.
Do we see the Gyro Flex to a 4, and then they go Medusa 1 with a Shadow Demon 5?
You know, the Gyrocopter 4 always does better practically than it sounds in theory, because in theory all the Gyrocopter 4 has is the barrage and the homing missile, but in practice turns out that he does pack quite a bit of punch even in the team fights. So it's not bad, but I would prefer a carry Gyrocopter because you have the workhorse, even though Medusa would be pretty good to counter other physical damage coming out from Legends.
Yeah, does decently against the Slardar in lane until I mean now that I say that, the shards coming through, if Tusk, get a little like, okay, yeah, so here's how it's playing out. If you take the Medusa safe lane, nighttime rotations coming out with the Slardar, Tusk, and Warlock, get the Shadow Word, the shards, the Slardar is going to be able to just click pretty freely, so it could be tough. But if it's not a Medusa for the Enigma with a bit of flex on the back line, a breakish position 4, something that can deal with the
well, that's not what I had in mind. I don't know if you were thinking about it, but that was not on my bingo card.
Yep. So we are gonna see a similar style of drafting in regards to Isla. Instead of the Void Spirit being in the mid, we saw it played 4. We're gonna see a 4 Magnus played by Isla here in game 2. And it's going to be Weehaw on the mid, Pudge as an answer to D-Stones. Now, Toltris, Pudge, great attack damage. Hook deals pure damage, gives you a little bit of extra rune control if you need. The lack of armor could be problematic,
especially against I mean, both the Starter and the Dragon Knight will destroy the pods, right? It does seem like it's an interesting pick to go for from Nigma Galaxy. Perhaps they're just that confident. It is though now you have less pressure on the Magnus, right? He's not a core hero, which means his entire function is going to be that RP and possible some skewer plays, some empower as well. And you have 4 melee heroes on the other side. That RP will go through House Blade Fury, so they do have some nice setup. What I'm afraid of though, Malibu, is if Weeha doesn't have the kind of game that you need to have on a Poch, if he doesn't snowball, doesn't Nigma Galaxy's lineup entirely collapse? Because the amount of tempo Legends come in with the kind of armor reduction they have and physical damage, it does seem they should be able to overpower Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, we had the same reservation for game 1, and Nigma just Nigma showed us that our reservations were unwarranted. But I mean, you raise a great point. If Weeha fails on the mid lane, I don't think it's likely, given his performance in game 1 on that Bat Rider. It could unravel quickly for Nigma. The Gyro needs a little bit of time to come online. We have seen their builds kind of, change depending on how the match is going. With Chop Shop, you have a little bit more flexibility than other cores on how you itemize. You can always kind of work your way backwards sometimes if need, but it'll all come out in the wash here in Game 2 between Nigma Galaxy on the Dire and Legends Rebooted on the Radiant folks. And still have Toltris and myself, Malibu, bringing you the action here as the smoke breaks. Just Shadow Demon showing. Going to be an early disruption. They want to scout with the illusions, maybe see if they can bait something out.
They may want to hook someone in to try and take a fight. And if they find the hook, they have enough control to take them down. But Malibu, that is the deepest observer ward I have seen in a while over on that bot lane. Right outside of tier 3.
Yeah, with the Magnus, it's going to be a tough lane. A double melee into maybe, I think it's going to be another double melee with the Jug and the Tusk. So maybe you don't feel comfortable about your damage, and you just want to be able to courier snipe, cut waves as needed. Be a little more flexible than you were in game 1.
Well, I mean, they want to see what items are coming in the courier before sniping, and that's what that war suggests to me.
Right. Know the value. Yeah.
Know if it's worth it to snipe the courier, right? It's like, it's interesting. But let's see what this mid lane will have in store, because theoretically, these zones should dominate.
Yeah, but that early hook from Weeha, you get that damage cooked up early. Get D-Stones, a little lower than half HP, but that early level 2 could play to the strength of the Slardar. Oh, nice deny from D-Stones.
Topside offlane Dragon Knight, you mentioned this very early on when the Dragon Knight was picked, less flexed over on this lane, but I mean, he's a good enough hero, I suppose, has a basic toolkit to survive on the offlane, but against the Rocket Barrage, melee heroes don't tend to do too well. Even a hero like Centaur struggles against the Barrage, so I'm not sure how much better the Dragon Knight is going to fare.
Yeah, okay. So interesting play from Weeha there, hoping to hook the big creep, get a little more golden experience, and just outscale the Slardar. Gets a smaller troll. But yeah, the DK, maybe you go double bracer, early points with the Dragon's Blood, and maybe you just kind of out-regen the damage that the Gyro can provide. I think that might be the hope for Old 11 there.
Ball lane, they're playing in pretty deep. The creeps were brought in by Isla. Meanwhile, there's not too much they can do to the Juggernaut, because the Magnus can't exactly skewer him back. He has the Blade Fury. They can take Xuan down, as they have decided to switch the roles. Mushi's now playing on that top side, and Xuan's playing on this bot lane.
Yeah, maybe just game 1 wasn't magical for them, so just plugging and playing, see what works, what's a little better for you. But Mushi's back on that Tusk again. He had a decent enough performance. I just think the game 1 was just kind of scaled against him.
Interesting that the mid lane isn't really being won by the Slardar despite of the inherent advantage he has. Weeha is still matched up in terms of lost hits compared to D-Stones.
Yeah, that hook. We saw him use it once on the jungle camp. Can be a reliable way to get nice CS on that on cooldown. Just know that you don't really want to trade blows exactly with the Slardar as this Pudge, so he's just playing the economy game, trying to stay even. He knows his time to shine is a little later. But
Mushi is still level
masterful
1.
support play. Yeah. Mushi stops the pull with those shards and blocks the easy camp. However, he's unable to save Old 11 here. Getting walked down. One more attack will do it. It will be first blood for Nagato. See, that's the problem. Using these early spells when you're still level 1 to like manipulate the creep equilibrium, prevent pulls, then you don't have them ready to help out your core.
Yeah, if he had a snowball there, or even the tag team to slow down the gyrocopter a little bit,
Yeah.
that would have meant the Dragon Knight would have survived. But First Blood goes the way of Nigma Galaxy, as they're not going to snowball the traditional way, but it's still better for their carry. At the end of the day, both sides are playing with late game carries, right? Juggernaut versus the gyrocopter. Whoever gets more farm will be ahead.
Yeah, certainly. And speaking of getting ahead, we want to see. I'm liking the itemization path for Weehaw here. He just wants to stay alive. You know, he gets his bottle first, and then he gets the chainmail. Needs the armor against the physical damage of the Slardar, just to stay relevant, stay alive here. Nisla coming in, but just to secure the water rune. Is that going to be double water rune for the Pudge? I think so. Yeah. Wow.
I think the Slardar should have postured towards that bottom water rune, because there's no way the Magnus stays in that position, right? He has to take the rune eventually.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Wow. Look at that bonds damage plus spin. However, that nice, good pull from the Radiant there. Legends do it, but Nigma trying to wrestle away the creeps from the camp, and Old 11. I think we just saw this play happen, Tilchus, but Old 11 does survive this time. Not a repeat of the episode we saw previously.
Yeah, I think they wanted a bit more distance so they can use one set of barrage. After it runs out, you use the disruption, and by the time the disruption runs out, you have another barrage to dish out. So it would have meant that Old 11 dies. I wonder what item choice he'll go for, right? Because mid lane is straightforward. You go for the early blink dagger. Off lane, you should be going for the blink still, right? You need that initiation. You need simultaneous initiations to go in from your Slardar and your Dragon Knight.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Itemization, I'm going to hold that thought real quick. We did see a cheeky play. Yuwar kept the courier above the hard camp to give flat vision for his flat cannon. However, Mushi able to snipe the courier, getting a little bit of extra benefit there. But itemization for this DK, I mean, a blink would be amazing to just find the Shadow Demon, take him out immediately. I think we're going to see Bracer Treads. Soul Ring might be a bit of a stretch. That's like 800 some total gold away from your first main item. The thing is, if you go blink, you have to get kills to stay relevant. Oh, the disruption. Disrupting here. The Arcane Rune pulled back away from the Slardar. Nice dismember, and it goes back. Isla making a lot of space here on this top side. It could be another kill going to Nigma.
Just Nigma Galaxy recognizing that they're bringing in two melee cores, strength-based melee cores, so they are going to be able to out-sustain the heroes that Legends Reboot had brought in. And there's not too much that Mushi can do because he is under-leveled.
Yeah, Mushi not able to really contribute too much there. Playing somewhat sacrificial, trying to give Old 11 more XP. DK really needs to get this this ultimate online quickly to offer his full array to Legends. And it's going to be okay. Treads first. Doesn't have anything queued up just yet. Maybe he's still thinking it over himself.
Depending on the state of the game, I suppose, but it's not going too well for the mid lane. Not really going too well for the off lane as well. I mean, they're able to get their CS uncontested, kind of uncontested. Old 11 has to hug his tower because he can't go too far out against the barrage and the disruption. But at least these stones will queue up the blink dagger. What do you think the Pudge will go for? If he's okay, he just queues up the scepter. I thought maybe he wanted to go for the blink dagger. But then again, you can just play for the hooks.
Yeah, so it's twofold. You've got hook, but also you have another displacement tool in the Shockwave Skewer offered by the Magnus, and ultimately Centaur, he's got that Stampede in his back pocket. You know, already level 6. You can just walk at towers. You know, you force Legends to respond. Once they show, if you know the fight's in your favor, boom, Stampede. Instantly, you have your Pudge on top of everybody. And gonna be a TP out from Old 11. Anyway, look at this TP. It's so long. Where'd he go? Back to the tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, my goodness. Okay, D-Stone to Mushi responding. Will they find a kill? Nagato gotta go back to the fountain. Dead for 20.
That's a great set of plays by Legends Rebooted. This time they are playing a lot faster, and I love what the Dragon Knight did there. He stayed close by to his creep wave so that the barrage damage would be dispersed rather than walk out and potentially die.
Yes, okay, here we go. Dismember onto the Juggernaut. Tough start, but how gonna commit? Omni Slash just to survive. Stampede with a snowball, and the Pudge goes down. A lot of gold go into the Radiant, and they're able to get their carry out. Now, can they get more beautiful shards from Mushi? Switching roles, but keeping that accuracy right on the mark. Be a double kill for D-Stones. Put them closer towards that Blink Dagger. Healing Ward doing a little bit of work here as Magnus looking to get involved, but just loses some armor in the process.
I think the idea there was that Weehaw would activate the meat shield and so would take less damage from the Omni Slash, but he took in way more damage there. I think they weren't expecting that much damage. And for Legends Rebooted, D-Stones is off to a great start. He got a kill on the Shadow Demon earlier, got a double kill just now, and it's very close to his Blink Dagger. Once he has this Blink, they'll be able to increase the tempo, make much faster plays than they currently are, and put Enigma Galaxy under pressure.
Yeah, the pressure will mount in forms of the Blink aggression from the Slardar, and then the economic pressure from this DK. He's committed. He's going to go for the Mask of Madness. However, how? Gets hooked. The Blade Fury. Isla is involved. No RP just yet, and a Dismember will be enough to bring down the Juggernaut. Mushi arrives. It's just a little too late. However, Isla, level 5, still no RP. It would be a really nice time, but DK going to get a kill. Mr. Old 11 showing up when it's most important. And Weehaw, oh, that minus armor adding up the physical damage from the DK. Nice Stampede from Mind Control to get his mid laner out of danger.
And at the end of the day, it's a carry for Magnus. That hook was pretty darn good from Weehaw.
Yeah.
Slightly lucky because you can't always predict movements, right? Juggernaut happened to be going back to his tower. But it's not so bad for Legends Rebooted. Sure, the Gyrocopter is farming away because of the space that Enigma Galaxy were able to make, but at least this time around, Legends are able to pressure some towers with their Dragon Knight. That last game seemed like an impossible task for them.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
has fallen.
Yeah, the impossibility of last game certainly not present here 11 minutes into game 2.
Radiant's bottom
However,
tower
we
is
have
under
not
attack.
really seen Weehaw reach critical mass just yet. I mean, his early pressure has been amazing. Once this Aghanim Scepter comes online,
Dire's top
the
tower is under
durability
attack.
of the DK, the effectiveness of the healing ward, the shadow word will be much less. Okay. Expect a play to come out here. Nice shards from Mushi. No spells invested from Weehaw. Just doesn't want to tempt fate too much. I think there's a Blink Dagger available on D-Stones now. I'm not 100% sure. But 5.3k net worth. Probably has it in his bag.
Meanwhile, Old 11 almost, well, not almost, but he'll be able to have the armlet. He has the Mask of Madness, should be able to accelerate his farm. And for Enigma Galaxy, I wonder how they're going to plan on making moves, because last time they had a very easy way in, right? They had the Batrider. Now they have a Pudge that's going to be farming up for the Aghanim Scepter, still 1700 gold away from it.
Yeah, we were wondering about the same issue last game, and then Legend Rebooted just walked 4 heroes right at Enigma. So I think you can kind of rely on Legends wanting to use this dragon form to either push towers or farm. You know, if you see Old 11 in a lane,
Dire's
you know,
top tower
just bring
is
1 or
under
2
attack.
extra heroes around. try to get a skewer, a shockwave skewer combo off, and all of a sudden you're gonna have a full-fledged team fight. But you are farming nicely. They're playing this one patiently on Nigma.
I mean, he's Malibu. He's been farming for a long time. He's had the space, but
yes.
Is he really farming that fast? He's at the bottom of the net worth as far as the cores are concerned. He barely has a Yasha right now. This is surprised. I'm a bit surprised by his lack of farm, considering most of the pressure has been towards that mid lane, right?
Yeah, the lack of farm from the gyrocopter, you know, it's somewhat concerning. He's about 1,500 behind the Juggernaut, you know, Legends counterpart here, but you are going more of a battle-focused build. Gonna be a Manta, his second item after the Falcon Blade. Just wants a tool to tank up the Jug. So Nigma just playing it patiently. You know, they say it's not your time yet. Just get that Manta. Make sure you have a Dispel for the Slardar, the Corrosive Haze for the Bonds, and a way to deal with this Omni Slash before they get old Gyro involved.
I think it has to be just waiting, like, for the Blink Dagger, like you mentioned, a Scepter for the Pouch. Those are some nice power spikes for Enigma Galaxy. I think with those power spikes, they can increase the tempo. I wonder, though, if the Centaur should be going for auras, because I do think you need a Crimson Guard this game. The amount of physical damage that Legends Rebooted have, the Slardar with the armor reduction as well, the Juggernaut with the Omni Slash, the Dragon Knight with his naturally high physical damage, makes the Crimson Guard a necessity, in my opinion.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not quite sure what Mind Control's normal path is, you know. I think maybe he's just trying to avoid team fights altogether. Maybe they just feel until they get like 2 to 3 items on each of their cores. Here for Nigma, they just want to be able to shove lanes in, you know, get vision up and keep eyes and tabs on Legends. But this smoke, it might be difficult for that. However, Tultress, we do know a Blink Dagger has been picked up on Magnus. Let's see if they can make any plays. But Shadow Demon hooked out. Nice save from Weeha. I believe that was not the Blink reveal on Slardar, but now we might see the Aghanims reveal coming out from Enigma. Oh, there we go. Chuan, a great target. Dismember immediately, but the crush to interrupt it. No Golem coming out. And now Stampede ensures that Slardar goes down.
I'm not sure the Slardar should have gone in. Why because these stones had no backup there. It was just the Warlock he had beside him.
Yeah, I think he was there from the hook back on the Shadow Demon, and just kind of a bit of a residual presence, you know. Didn't account on Nigma making that smoke immediate return play.
Well, they'll get a tower for it, and Yavor is joining his team for this, while the Juggernaut cannot do the same thing. So this is pretty good by Enigma Galaxy. They are starting to build up a lead now, but the thing is with the Pudge, you always want to be on the move. You always want to be looking for kills. And as long as old 11 continues to farm the way that he is, and the Juggernaut, I think that Legends Rebooted will be good. I think all they have to do is really settle in and play for that 30+ minute timing.
Yeah, just with that small exchange, you know, Enigma gets 2 kills, they get a tower, we see their gold lead grow to 2k, and just by those other 2 cores farming, the gold lead got, you know, brought down almost immediately to 1k. But now, with this exchange, Nigma, can they get Weehaw out? This haste, doing everything. Golem coming out on the backline, just on the Shadow Demon, but RP buying some time here, and they've got Hal controlled under the tier 1 tower, but the return damage. Magnus going to be dead for 30, and now Mind Control is in the sights of the Radiant as they rush forward, but might just have to settle for this tier 1 tower.
How many spells did Weehaw just dodge just by sidestepping? I mean, sure, he had the Stampede, but the Omni Slash went to the range creep, then he dodged the corrosive, the crush, Serene Crush from the Slardar, then he dodged the shards and the snowball. Playing the Matrix out here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we is the one. And a Stampede finally coming out from Mind Control. Want to get this Golem offline, but might have bitten off more than he can chew. Old 11, dodges the hook. Yep. And a reset from both
Radiant's
teams.
top tower is under attack.
He's going for... Wait, what is he going for? I think he's the one going for a Crimson Guard. Weehaw.
No, it's going to be a Shiva's on the Pudge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before the Blink Dagger, though, this is surprising, considering if you don't have that instant initiation on a Juggernaut, how are you going to prevent the Omni Slash counter initiation?
I mean, you got your Magnus has a blink RP with the skewer into the dismember. As long as the Slardar is not around.
I mean, that's so risky, right? It's
Yeah.
one source of initiation, not enough.
Oh my! But there we go. Hook, dismember, skewer. Mushi isolated, far away from any help. He will go down with one final right click from Wii, and that's going to be the 6th flesh heap stack for the Pudge.
It is a support kill though, and the main problem I see for Nigma Galaxy is that they are playing 1 carry versus essentially 2 carries, which is a problem they'll have to contend with sooner or later. Right now the Juggernaut has built up the Banta style. The Pudge has the Wheel of Discord, but I don't see Yawar farming up as fast. I mean, he is still 3rd in net worth, but he needs to be doing the job of 2 as 1 there.
He does, but you know, I think his patience is serving him well. Ooh. And oh, beautiful RP. And remind me to speak on the Shadow Demon Pudge combo here in a bit. Nice Stampede covering the escape hopes of the Slardar, but a crush will not be enough. 2 down for Legends. So, Toltris, Pudge, ton of damage, Rot Ags. You put that Disseminate on top of the Pudge, the damage he does to himself, that is further procced by the Disseminate. Yeah, the Disseminate. And it's just disgusting, man.
Also, Isla coming in with no hesitation for the RP, you know, taking the shot when you can. That's also very important for these skill shot based heroes. They got 2 cores of Legends, grabbed them up and got the kills that they could. And Legends can't fight back if their Slardar is down. That's the problem with having these kind of 2 pseudo core lineup, is that you're so reliant on your Slardar for that heavy counter initiation for the damage output that it's difficult to fight back when he's down.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it makes Isla's job so much easier whenever Weehaw hooks and dismembers 1 core. You know that Legends, they're gonna be forced to send another hero to respond to that threat. So Isla just plays it beautifully, gets an RP onto 2, and you know, they're better off for it. But Legends, you know, they steal away the Tormentor, not letting Nigma get both of the bonus objectives on the map. Just have him settling for the Roshan, and I think we do see a Blink Dagger picked up on the DK. How will they respond here? Juan bound by Weehaw, and
I love how he used the Shadow Word on himself, as if that would, you know, that would save him.
Yeah, just buys time. That's the support's job here. Just how can I be annoying? How can I buy just another couple seconds for my cores to shove waves, maximize this vision, maximize their farm, and just enable any hope of you know, economic advantage for my cores.
Now that Nigma Galaxy have the Aegis though, Malibu, I wonder how many objectives is good enough. I think within this 4-minute duration that they have remaining, they should look towards taking down at least all 3 tier 1 towers, or at least 2 tier 2 towers. I think that is a win condition for them, because right now Legends are dodging just to continue farming up on their Juggernaut and Dragonite as much as they can. So you need an advantage to push in the map on Legends Rebooted while you can.
Which one is it?
Yeah, I think 2 tier 2s is simple enough, and with that, you're gonna have your Shibas finished on the Pudge. I think you only need about 500, 600 gold left on this Pudge. So Legends might be a little overconfident here with this Aghanims on the Slardar. Let's see it unfold. Now RP onto 3. My god, Golem coming out to meet Mushi low, but the Skewer gonna get the DK down. You do lose the Magnus, but it's all coming out here in the wash for Nigma Galaxy. Weehaw very low, but he does have the Aegis. Omni Slash onto the Gyro. We're seeing the power of the Manta. How shaking his head, trying to get back to safety, but there will be no safety for him
Afterburner.
as that Stampede getting him there with the afterburner. Yep.
Oh man, Isla.
Yawar,
Malibu, these RPs, they're just
yeah.
destroying Legends at this point. Sure, it's Weehaw who's going in, but like you mentioned, every single time he goes in for a dismember, someone has to respond. And Isla is just waiting to bounce on towards Legends Rebooted when the response comes in. And unfortunately, Legends Rebooted are bringing in simultaneous responses. They're bringing in all of their melee cores to counter initiate, creating these RP situations which catches 3 heroes at one time. And all Weehaw has to do is have his meat shield and his rod on.
Yes, 100%. He has the Shadow Demon at his back. You know, the Magnus is looking for the jump on the to counter initiate here. But you have the Shadow Demon oftentimes playing the other side of the screen, splitting the fight, ready to save Weehaw, because, you know, for Legends to have a successful fight, they have to either not get jumped by Weehaw, dodge the hook, dodge the dismember, or they have to be able to snuff out the Magnus to stop this counter initiation and just hope that they can offer up a target that's tanky enough to survive the dismember. But now with the Disseminate, with the Shivas, with the Ags from Weehaw, those chances, that likelihood is slipping further and further away.
I think the BKB is a hard requirement now, because the amount of magical damage that's coming out, you just really need the BKB to survive against the rod. Even if you get hit by the RP, as long as you have your BKB on, you should be able to survive for the Juggernaut to then come in to dish out the Omni Slash, and then you can support the Jugger throughout the rest of that fight. But you don't have too many rooms for error. One more lost team fight like that would be a 12 to 13,000 lead.
Yeah, and I mean we've seen what kind of damage Nigma can do. Their heroes this game, they don't really have as much synergy when it comes to destroying buildings. Like, we're not seeing the Curse of Avernus with the Batrider Shard, and the Arsonist coming into play. So, you know, not the biggest high ground threat just yet, but with this advantage, we might just see it play out. Oh, beautiful play coming out from Nigma. They find the DK. Old 11. Probably old 10 now after he lost that life.
It's really hard to split push this game, right? Even if you have a BKB, because you can't just teleport out. There's a dismember, there's an RP, 2 ways to pierce through your BKB. So if you get caught that far out over on any of these side lanes, Nigma Galaxy are going to take you down.
Oh yeah. Enigma, they are the hunter killers here in game 2 as well as game 1. Gonna be a satanic next item here on the gyrocopter, and you are. He's finishing Aghanims, by the way. That went unnoticed by me.
I mean, he's the most farmed core now on Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah,
been able to accelerate his farm at the back of those, I suppose, team fights. And he's been, you know, he's been involved in a lot of these team fights very early on from Nigma Galaxy. The Juggernaut simply has not been for his team.
Yeah, he really wants this butterfly before he really starts committing. Oh, nice Dragon Tail from Old 11, stunning Isla under the tier 4, but Lotus and the Crimson will get him out just fine.
Yeah, it turns out Nigma Galaxy have more than one way to start a fight. It's either the Dismember or it's Isla jumping in for the skewer play. Or the Shadow Demon with the disruption. Oh, Isla finds the skewer.
They're gonna go fishing again, and he finds Tuan. The Golem does come out with upheaval afterwards. Is it enough? Yes, Magnus goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but DK is very vulnerable and dead. Han, how also goes down, and it's just chaos here. Nigma Galaxy running the gambit and just running Legends through under the tier 4 slaughter. Cannot find any relief. And that's going to be another GG. Nigma off to a 2-0 win here in the first match of our Group B combat for today.
I really thought, Malibu, with the way that this game was going for Legends Rebooted, with the fact that the Juggernaut was free farming, the Dragonite was also farming across, towards the other side of the map, that this game would have been much different, that Legends Rebooted would have been able to, at the very least, take Nigma Galaxy towards that late game. But when it came down to it, Nigma Galaxy just had the much better teamfight initiations. It seemed like they were all on the same page, while Legends Rebooted were just simply trying to play with the Slardar, but that's just not as much, especially when the numbers mean a lot more as you transition later and later into the game.
Yeah, the numbers game just added up in favor of Nigma. They're connecting so nicely. Isla Nagato, this support duo, they are just providing so much coverage to their cores. Just fascinating play coming out from Nigma. And I think with that strong win over Legends, the other side of our Group B bracket here, one win and Team Phoenix won. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm excited to see that match, but Nigma Galaxy, my likely favorites here for Group B. How do you feel about that, Doltris?
Well, I mean, I was wrong about this matchup. I really thought this would have been a 2-1, with an even scoreline, but Nigma Galaxy just proved to be a lot stronger. For the next matchup, you do have an Eastern European squad going against the most successful Koreans to enter the Dota 2 space. I think, of course, Phoenix will be the heavy favorites.
All right, we'll have to see if Phoenix are those favorites here after this brief interview.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, Dota 2 fans. Welcome back to the Digital Games of the Future here in Abu Dhabi 2025. We've got our fourth and final series of the day. You've got Toltris and myself, Malibu, to bring you the action. Hello, Toltris. You've had a long day. Are you excited to get to this fourth round of play?
I am, even though I do think that maybe I would have preferred a 2-1 scoreline. Of course, it just depends on how the teams play. I did feel like the performance from Legends Rebooted was a bit underwhelming, losing 2-0 to Enigma Galaxy. Meanwhile, you know, Tigers coming in did have a more expected result, as E7 is a relatively less known squad competing against Legends. That one was fairly straightforward. And then you did have a Travo team playing against the Vikings. Admiral, Bulldog, and company were able to destroy them. And Madsen, who is also a relatively unknown player, did perform incredibly well on that mid lane. But here now we do have Team Win playing against Team Phoenix, the former MVP Phoenix squad. Malibu, this is exciting because we have a resurgence of the Korean superstars.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, South Korea, a nation with players just across multiple esports titles that are just phenoms. And Dota 2, notably underrepresented in South Korea, so it's just a blast from the past, and always just amazing to see them come back, bring the band back together. And you know, who knows, QO, MP, Forev, Febby, Dubu, maybe they stick around after this one. But I am excited to see if what they've been up to will pan out to some good results here in the Group B group stage for our Dota realm here. I think they're the strong favorites. You know, Dubu still active player, active coach. Febby streaming, Forev playing as well. MP and QO are going to be my bigger question marks of the two here.
Yeah, and when you consider the fact that most of Win squad are competing, right? Zakoda earlier this year competed with Yellow Submarine for quite some time. You have 1J, ILTV playing for multiple squads, trying to still find his way in, but he's competed with Liga team, Virtus Pro, Night Pulse, if you remember them. They came in for a little while. So it does seem like it's a matchup of players who have, you know, they went to TI, but they did fade out of the scene. They did go inactive, playing against players who are currently performing at the tier 2 to tier 3 stage. So it's an interesting mix-up.
Yep. Yeah, and some of these players on, as you were mentioning, on Win, Zakoda, he was even on, he stood in for Team Spirit, was it? I think.
Yeah.
Back at Snow Rui. Even got to play against Enigma Galaxy. But yeah, taking a look at the full rosters here. ILTW on the carry, Rostic on the mid lane. They're off laner. How do we want to address this? EG Demon?
EGX?
Igor Demon?
EGX would be...
EGX? I think the X's are meant to replace O's. So we could go Igor Demon.
Igor Demon, you know, actually, yeah, that's
I've been
actually
wrong before.
But Igor Demon sounds pretty right? Sounds
right. Yeah, okay. The edgy Dota names. We love to see him. But Igor Demon, that is correct. Thank you, our production staff, coming through with the support there. We got 1J on the soft support and Zakoda on the hard support. I think this could be a sneakily good roster coming out.
Could be. I think it's a bit similar to what Travo team brought in. I think both of these two rosters are similar in skill, but it does feel like a bit of, you know, players versus coaches matchup, because as you were mentioning, Phoenix does have players from MVP Phoenix who are currently coaches. I am interested to see what Zakoda can do, even though he is playing on the position 5 role. It does seem like out of the rest of these guys, who, to be fair to them, have competed in well-known rosters like Team Spirit, like you mentioned, Zakoda is the one who has had the more consistent tier 1 to tier 2 tournament entries. But looking at the Team Phoenix roster, even though we can't see their pictures, everyone knows who these 5 are, right, Malibu?
Oh yeah, I mean, how could you not? Team Phoenix run, man, just impressive. MP and QO, maybe the two that have been out of the scene for a little longer now, but Forev, Febby, Dubu, these guys are active still. Just legendary players in their own right. And Dubu, I think he even had to stood in for a recent tournament for a team that he was coaching. I think it was Dream League Div 2. He was coaching a team, and one of their players wasn't able to attend a match. So Dubu getting in there, getting reps himself.
And Forev has been playing with Yangon Galacticos, the Southeast Asian team. He was a position 5 for them though, and right over here he is playing the position 3 role. So it is a bit of a switch up. I would personally love it if the Phoenix squad made a resurgence back into the Dota 2 scene. You even have March, who is currently actively involved with the Tier 1 organization. I believe he is the coach for Nemesis.
Yeah, nice. And I think after their bout with MVP Phoenix, a lot of the players on this roster were in and out with a stack, the Immortals stack. But that was a short-lived experiment. They did have a decent amount of winnings, but I think it was about a year that organization was around. But at their back, they're better than ever. Team Phoenix versus Win here to round out our final series here in Group B today. You think we're gonna have our first 2-1 of the day? Our 3-game series?
I would personally love it if we had a 2-1. Some of the series were a bit short, with a lot of stomps coming about, a bit of unexpected stomps as well, if I were to add. But it's hard, even if Team Win are coming in with recent experience to beat a team like Phoenix. It's certainly going to be an uphill task. Are they going to be able to take Phoenix in a best of 3, take them to a third game, or maybe even sweep them under the rug in a clean sweep? All of these questions, the answers are not so straightforward, because you're coming in with coach experience. At the end of the day, you cannot understate the value of a coach, particularly because we are seeing teams outdraft the other, right? So maybe it's it's up in the air, honestly.
Right. And I always, as up in the air as it could be, here the results. We know the players, we know the stories, and I love learning little tidbits about players. And there's a snippet from an interview with QO. He talks about his first experience playing Dota. And it's always interesting to see how these players get started, what kind of set the hooks in them, because Dota is a game that does that at its best. And just like that brief aside from QO, says that an older brother taught him how to play Dota. He picked a Lion. The older bro picked a Lion in the first game. Says that I don't remember what I picked, but I remember he just killed me at level 6. I was really mad at him. You know how Lion has Finger of Death, which has really high damage? He killed me once, and then he bought Dagon. And back in Dota 1, Dagon and Finger of Death had the same animation. I was like, dude, bro, you're cheating. He was so mad, he says.
You want to know something interesting, Malibu? That is the exact same thing I did with a friend who, this was a really long time ago. He picked, I can't remember what it was, but he picked a squishy hero. I immediately picked a Lion, and because I knew he was new to the game, I knew I'd be able to destroy him.
Don't trust, you're better than that. Come on.
I had to get the 1-up, man. I had to get the 1-up.
Yep. That's how it goes. And then, you introduce the friend to the game, and then he turns out just being a natural, just outpaces you, outgrows you, and you're like, man, I wish that trick still worked.
But MVP in Phoenix, or rather Team Phoenix, 5th to 6th on all of these players in the international. They came in from a region that is known to dominate esports, particularly in the StarCraft scene. I think they came in with a lot of star power already going into it, creating a storyline that teams, the fan base could naturally follow. But I think 5th to 6th is something that was a bit too short for the Korean squad. I think winning a tier 1, winning at the international would certainly have been a nice send-off to their career. So maybe that's why they are here again, with something to prove, because at the end of the day, Malibu, you have TI champions competing in this tournament. Yeah,
you certainly do. They could defeat some old foes that maybe got one up on them in the past, and that have since had some paramount victories. Could be a shot in the arm, a bit of a booster. But I mean, that Phoenix squad did have some great wins in their own right. I mean, they won We Played Dota League. They won a Dota Pit 4. They got 4th at Shanghai, the major back in 2016. Not bad performances across the board, but just a standard of excellence perhaps just not lived up to as they desired the most.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the best teams from Southeast Asia, a region that's typically, you know, even though there aren't too many good tier 1 results, right, on the biggest stages. I think third place for a Team Orange back in TI3. You had a major win back with Fnatic, or I think it was TNC Predator, and a couple of wins here and there. And right now, OG is doing really well. But the tier 2 to tier 3 scene in Southeast Asia is truly very brutal. So if, you know, Team Phoenix were to come back into it, they would find that the region has gotten a lot harder than it used to be.
Yeah. I mean, Dota is a game that continually just introduces new concepts, new skill caps. As the game just exists, you know, the floor pushes higher and higher. You have returning players coming back, and all of a sudden, you know, they're still like legend or ancient, but all of a sudden these ancient players are way better than the old ones used to be. Like, what happened? Well, friends, they stayed current. You got rusty. So, all right. So, folks, we will be getting started underway soon, working on getting all of our players fit and ready to perform and compete here on stage. Now,
I wonder what kind of, because all of the drops here have just been S tier, or rather meta bans and meta picks coming out. I wonder what kind of strategy Win or even Phoenix are going to be going for, because it does seem like fast-paced Dota is what is separating a lot of these teams in this tournament. Teams that are playing quick are coming out ahead, like TPaBo. They played it really quick, taking, I think, one of the games within 25 minutes. Vikings came out really quick as well, and we all saw what happened between Enigma Galaxy and Legends Rebooted, a 17-minute GG call. That's it does seem like Phoenix will have to play quick, or they might end up crashing and burning.
Yeah, I think you can rely on TPaBo probably to lead the drafting efforts there. You know, give you some early ins on stabilizing your early game, and then maybe just giving you a bit stronger punch in the mid to late game. And let's see, Mr. TPaBo, where are you? I think he's relatively high. Yeah, he's over 14,000 MMR, probably around 15k now. So certainly a strong player, currently in his own right. Has really a good pulse on the meta. I think that Phoenix should be good to go as far as drafting concerns are involved.
He also has the most amount of TIs that he's, I think, from all of these players, right? Because I'm looking at his profile and it says to a TI 2016, 2017, 2019, 2021, even he was even in the ESL 1 major. So is TPaBo, despite of being absent for a while, is he the most, does he have the most recent experience out of all of these players? On the large stage, I know Forev has been playing recently. Like, as I think I casted Forev just a few days ago actually, but on the tier 1 stage, I'm taking a look at their profiles and it does seem like it, because for last time Forev played in a big tournament was in 2019. The same goes for MP, QO all the way during 2016. So it does seem like TPaBo is coming in with the most recent experience. Meanwhile, everyone from Win, right? The Yellow Submarine was a big deal, or rather started to be a big deal earlier this year, outside of when they started, because a lot of teams, the current Team Spirit players did come out from Yellow Submarine. Yellow Submarine has been a very old organization, I think all the way to 2015, 2016. But even though Zakoda did have a good performance, he wasn't able to find much success with his team earlier this year, despite of competing in those PGLs and those Fishers.
Yeah, League team, or it was one move, Zakoda, right?
Yeah.
These developmental teams, you know, you get your reps, you go against the big dogs that are like oftentimes the invited teams to the playoffs, and then you just get smashed by them. But yeah, you know, you're just trying to get your reps, develop your craft, and sharpen your steel before you're thrown in. So these like one move Yellow Submarine, they might not have the coaching support, but just having regular rosters really does a lot for these guys. The constant exposure, giving them those reps and the sandbox to develop in is the most important aspect of them, I think.
They do seem locked in. You know, I see 4 of these players. There seem to be duos formed, perhaps some discussion about what they need to do or what they should be doing. That is a really cool mousepad.
On the right?
Yeah.
All right. Stage left, yeah.
On the right.
Is that a big whale, I think, by the mouse?
I think so. I think it's a beach and there's a whale there.
Do you have a favorite mousepad of your own, Doltrus?
It's a pretty standard mousepad, if I'm being honest. I'm using a 10-year-old mouse at this point, which still works, which is very surprising.
Nice. Not a rage gamer then. You know,
No.
cool, calm, and collected over there. Yeah. Good.
My rage only comes out when I'm playing with friends, you know, because that's when it counts. you want to know there are not going to be any hard feelings after it, because you can, you know, go out for food or tea afterwards. So it's all good.
Right on. Yeah. I recently switched up my mouse tech. I went to my first wireless mouse. You know, didn't trust it for the longest time. I was like, you know, I got to be hardwired in. I need that good connection, but pleasantly surprised with my wireless mouse experience. Big fan.
I mean, the tech has improved, right? I mean, surely it has to have improved by now. So, not sure where the differences are now. Perhaps it's almost the same. Meanwhile, I think that the standard for LANs is because I don't see too many wireless for most LANs out there. I mean, right now I can see that. Well, actually, I don't know if the white one over there is wireless or not.
I believe so. Looks like it might be. No big cord dragging around behind. But yeah, desks are set. Looks like players getting dialed in. I would love to see some sneaky picks coming out here, but Soldiers, unfortunately, I feel like we're just gonna see more meta drafts coming out.
To be fair, there has been, I suppose, one pick each series or one pick every other series that has been an off-meta pick. I mean, the Pudge can be considered meta, but at the same time, it's not really meta. The Pudge is usually when a team is super confident that they're so. We had the Pudge on the mid lane come out for Weehaw even in the series before that. I believe it was E7 versus no, it wasn't. It was in the game between TPaBo team and Vikings where you had a Pudge come out. In the second game, it was an offlane Pudge at that time. So it is a bit of an offlane shift, but we will be presenting the game for you guys. Before that, though, we will be heading off to a short break, but don't worry, we will resume. This is Doltrus and Malibu bring you Phygital Games.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the
Welcome back, Dota 2 fans. We do have all 10 players ready to go. And we're about to get underway here with Toltris and myself. Malibu, we've got Phoenix versus... Oh. Phoenix versus Win. Sorry, I almost...
Right?
Yeah. They're all about it.
And it's a group stage format, so this is actually perhaps my favorite format to have, because every single match really counts. Every single match is high pressure. 2 wins and you proceed to the playoffs, 2 losses and you are going to be eliminated. So for the teams that have made it through, they're going to have a bit of leeway. For the teams that haven't, they will still have some room for error despite not having much more leeway left. Right now, though, it is the last match for today. Win versus Phoenix. Who do you favor?
Who do I favor? I mean, the star power and the star power and the experience of Phoenix. They're not. I mean, 3 out of 5 players is still pretty regularly involved in the scene at a high degree. I mean, I think Phoenix are probably my favorites. Maybe the young guns, the upstarts of Win. They've got the energy. They've got the reaction time to carry them here in game 1. But I think over a full series, Phoenix probably my favorites. They do open with the Shadow Demon, but I hear we did not see in series 3 a Beastmaster coming out.
Maybe some push-oriented lineup. I think, you know, since all of these teams are present there, they've probably been watching the game so far, have been noticing that a fast-paced type of game is a good strategy to go into games of the future. It has been successful so far. Maybe they even pick up the Pugna.
Yeah. We did see a Pugna ban in Series 3 in both games. So the tempo of the Pugna can be quite nice, especially against these casters. You know, that Netherward does so much work against them.
Although at the same time, Win will reveal their core pick. Phoenix will have a support pick. But overall, all of these bans are S tier bans. It's just, at this point, the meta has been studied and researched so much so that I don't think I've ever seen bans that deviate from this current pool that we see before us. I'm more interested in the picks though, because that does determine the strategy for Phoenix. This is probably going to be a team fight oriented lineup, even though I only see 1 pick.
Yeah. I mean, Phoenix is a team that can certainly connect early, death ball. I mean, their cohesion back when they were their original roster was superb. Expect to see a return to that. I would note that Jakiro banned out in the first phase. That's a Dubu specialty. It's a very, very powerful Jakiro player. So no twin-headed dragon here in game 1.
Enchantress ban also coming out. They are worried about the micro quite a fair bit. Both the Chen and Enchantress. I know they're really strong heroes, of course. As the Warlock is another hero that has been emphasized in this tournament. Doesn't have the kind of win rate though that I would expect with how much these teams are prioritizing the spec.
Yeah, and the Enchantress ban protects your Beastmaster as well. So if the enemy team gets the Enchantress, you really have to be judicious about how you invest your skill points. And then if you do get bored and you just want to kind of play it anyway, you got to be really careful about, like, once this Enchantress enchants a level 2 boar, it is hitting for a lot of damage. That slow adds up and can be a troublesome lane. But not gonna have to worry about that. And Phoenix do snatch up that Pugna that you did mention we could see for Win. So both sides now playing with pretty tempo-oriented drafts. Beastmaster scales well. Warlock certainly scales nicely. The Gyro and the Shadow Demon, though, good options as the game progresses here for Phoenix.
Yeah, they have team fight, they have some counter push coming in from the Pugna. Not to mention, they do have the Decrepify as well against the Beastmaster's Roar. So if he comes out with the Roar, you Decrepify and you start with the Life Drain to hopefully keep your targeted ally alive. And then you counter initiate. And you also had a disruption, so it's quite a lot of save that Phoenix are coming in with.
Yeah. Absolutely. We saw those saves play out so nicely for Nigma in our third series of the day. Okay, Ember Snap. The team's got a lot of reach here. A lot of vision provided. Nice rune control with the Snapfire as well, but Warlock doesn't offer a ton. Yeah.
It's the route that I'm more interested in. The Searing Chains into the Mortimer's combination. You can also drop the Chaotic Offering, like you mentioned, limited disable from the Warlock, but it's also the slows that come in coupled up with the slows from the Beastmaster's board. So it does seem like if Win are able to come out with the initiation and the kind of specific initiation they're looking for, then Phoenix will have a hard time disengaging. They're going to be in a position where they have to fight back because the way out is not going to be possible. So how exactly is Phoenix going to draft with that in mind? Maybe, I think they really need a hero on the mid lane that has mobility built in. Maybe another spirit, maybe a spirit pick of their own, the Storm or the Void.
Yeah, I could see a Void, but maybe the Slardar in the mid lane plays nicely into the Ember. Don't really have to worry about Flame Guard at all. All your damage is gonna go right through that.
It's good for the laning phase at the very least, and you have to jump in, but now you really need your carry pick to be someone that can jump in alongside you and dish out some heavy burst damage. And I think the best hero, but they already have the gyro though. So I am a bit afraid of the lack of follow-up from Phoenix's side. Sure, you have the jump in, but who exactly is going to jump in with you?
Well, let's see. Who has overall last pick?
I think it's Phoenix who have the very last pick, right?
Okay, so if Phoenix have the overall last pick, they could still flex this Slardar. You just need some big beefy blue. We could see, I mean, the Underlord worked out really well for Nigma.
Overall last pick.
Oh, okay. Win has overall last pick. Gotcha. I could see an Underlord going pretty well for Phoenix. Just big beefcake with auras, enabling your gyro, enabling your Slardar, being that front wall where Slardar can just blink in, crush, kind of weave in and out of the fight, find good targets, provide vision for your gyro, follow up on the pits and everything.
And has the auras, right? Because ideally you would want a pipe against the kind of magical damage that Win are bringing in. Not to mention, you may want to actually come in for a gate play to support whoever is gone on while your supports buy that targeted ally some time with the disruption and the Decrepify. I really do like the Underlord pick. But I'm not sure if it necessarily solves the issue for Phoenix, which is the follow-up damage. So...
Yeah, follow-up damage. Your Slardar is really going to have to pump damage if you do go with the Underlord. That leads me to believe, I don't know if your gyro would build to scale or build for that early fighting build that we saw Yawar go for.
May need an earlier Blink Dagger, you know, if this is going to be an aura-oriented offlaner. Meanwhile, Phoenix have a ban right now. I think you should take the Terror Blade out. There isn't exactly too many stuns available outside of that Slardar, but they go for the Juggernaut ban and they pick up a Brewmaster.
Oh, okay.
That is interesting. They can take out the Flame Guard, right? And they can send someone up into the air. So you do have those two abilities. You can make sure that the Wind Brewling can essentially cancel the Mortimers by just sending the Snapfire up into the air, or even cancel the channeling of that upheaval by sending the Warlock up into the air. So it's a decent hero because you also come in for some follow-up. He's a natural vessel builder. You can also go for the Radiance after that, or auras, depending on how you want to play it. So Phoenix with this pick do come in with options, but I do wonder if this is going to be really greedy because your Gyrocopter needs farm, your Starter needs a Blink Dagger, your Panda, your Brewmaster will want farm too.
Yeah. Yeah, it leads me to believe, like, which one of these 3 cores are going to be sacrificed? Who's going to have the worst game? The Pugna, the Shadow Demon, they do nicely rotating to runes. A little slow on the Shadow Demon, but the disruption is usually enough to make up for that. I think maybe they're just relying on overwhelming pressure from the spell damage of their offlane duo. You're going to have a really good way to make stacks. Both like Pugna and Shadow Demon are amazing at creating stacks for the gyro. And all right, it's going to be a Kez for the safe lane.
Yeah, that's not exactly a hero that a lot of players can make it work, but when you can, your early to mid game is incredibly strong. Although, if I were to think about what the Kez can do and what the Brewmaster can negate, I do think that the Brewmaster is a really good hero to counter out the Kez, in the sense that you can take him out for the duration of that team fight. Just send him up into the air and he can't really do much about that. He's going to be going for the Desolator into that Aghanim Scepter. The BKB timing for the Kez usually comes out a bit later than most other carries like to make it.
Yeah, you've got answers for the Kez on the side of Phoenix as well. Looking forward to see how they handle him. You've got a ton of control, as you mentioned, the Brew. The Slardart does well into the Birdman as well. And we saw this in our 3rd series of the day. The Shadow Demon just doing a ton of return damage with Dissimulate. Kez, whoever Dissimulate gets placed on, Kez cannot attack them. He's going to be spreading so much damage to his entire team with this. Gotta be judicious in your targets here for this ILTW Kez. But folks, we will be getting to the game of Win versus Phoenix, Team Phoenix here, our final match in Group B of the day. Who's your prediction here? You got
I think if Win can create the kind of early to mid game tempo that they're looking for, perhaps they'll be able to close out the game. But if this game goes late, then Phoenix should have it. They have so many answers for the Kez. As far as the carry matchup goes, they even have the Decrepify, which is pretty good against most physical carries. And their late game carry is, I believe, a bit stronger. I think their offlane hero also scales up really nicely. The Brewmaster in the late game is a monstrosity that you don't want to face up against. So I think it just comes down to the timing at which both teams are going to be strong in their own respective rights.
All right. I'm curious to see what time Phoenix will choose to get into
30
active
seconds to battle.
on this Gyrocopter. Whether it's going to be around, 11 to 15 minutes, or if we're going to see the 30-minute check come into play. But big smoke from Win. They found Dubu from the high ground. Oh, the damage is there pretty early. Can they get any more under the tier 1 tower? Nice body block from MP, but it's going to be first blood for Igor Demon. Gets it with the axes.
Great first blood to find. Even if they did have to dive a bit in, they didn't get punished for it. Can't exactly teleport before the creeps spawn, right? They are all on CD. They will be able to acquire 3 bounty runes, but that doesn't negate the kind of win that Win got with their first blood.
Yeah. And now, your Pugna has Decrepify level 1. Like, not the greatest. With Snapfire having gotten a little Shredder level 1 for the minus armor and the rapid attack, it's a great trading tool. She pops a little Shredder, maybe you decrep her, you reset. Plays are available, but no Nether Blast to get that early range creep secure, or the early harass, but you just have to rely on your right click to do that.
Yeah, the level 1 Decrepify certainly does not help him. And it's a very aggressive lane towards that top side beast monster with Snapfire. Mid lane, like you mentioned, should be going the way of QO though. Slardar versus Ember Spirit is just physical damage that the Slardar brings in. So I would even expect Rustic to not skill up the Flame Guard at all. Just maximize his sleight of fist and Searing Chains.
Yeah, which could be nice once the runes come into play. You know, you get some extra duration on those bolas holding the Slardar into place for your Snapfire to land a cookie, big scatter blast. Could have yourself a nice kill setup. But early level 2 here on Beastmaster and the Phoenix. 1J and Dubu still searching for that experience.
This is a lane where if Dubu is out of position, he is going to get gone on, and as Igor even wants to pressure the gyrocopter. I think even the gyrocopter is a viable target.
Oh my, Decrep slowing down. Igor Demon not able to get out, does fall. MP picks up a kill.
I think he overextended it there quite a bit. I'm not sure why he went in to poke the gyrocopter while the gyro was inside of his own creep wave. I think they should just play this a bit slow, play this slow and steady. Just amp up your levels because you will be stronger.
Yeah, perhaps the stacking damage from the axes, amplifying your right clicks and everything. Felt a little confident. Add that with the minus armor from the little shredder and you might have like a recipe for a reversal, but that creep wave, it does hurt even with your innate, reducing the damage of those creeps. Oh.
Pretty defensive lane over on the bot side. For both sides, I think the Shadow Demon can go for some rotations, both on the mid lane and through the gate. I think before Rostic hits his 6, every Spirit Hero is vulnerable before they hit the 6, because every Spirit Hero's mobility comes from their level 6. The Remnants, the Ball Lightning, you know, the Astral Step. So you can find Rostic vulnerable, and ideally if you want the advantage, you should look to at least take him down once.
Yeah, punishing the Zimber before he has Remnants could set up a nice mid-game condition for your Slardar. You know, just getting him ahead of the Fireman. Oh, no MP. Low, splitting the damage, trying to go for the deny, but Igor not able to get it. Oh, the axes fly, but do not bring down the gyro. And now Dubu might just clean up, but no vision. Does get hit with another scatter blast just yet. Oh, is he pump faking, waiting for him to commit to a direction, a choke point maybe.
I think he might have been able to get that kill. Oh, they actually wanted that gyro with it, but missed the blast.
Yeah.
They are sacrificing a lot of lost hits to be able to try and shut down the gyro's farm, but it's not exactly working out. The gyro has 17 lost hits. The Beastmaster only has about 10, and now they're really low on their HP too.
They are. They certainly are. Oh my goodness, those axes landing in the ethereal form. And flat cannon, Dubu just trying to give a little bit of vision, but it's gonna be a sacrifice that goes in favor of Win. And now, yeah.
Looking at this top side, it's so stressful, man. They're all so low. Everyone is playing. Yeah, it's playing within an inch of their lives. As a salve comes out for Igor Demon, he will be able to replenish his HP. While I think the Pugna will bring in some sustain for his gyro as he does end up respawning.
Yeah, both sides playing it on a razor's edge, and it's Win who get the kill there. But look at this farm. MP almost has a Falcon Blade. Recipe gonna be flying out here soon. Sub 5 minutes on this. Not a bad tally for the gyro.
No.
Kez does have 10 1 charges, making it really hard for Rev to go and try to get a kill. As a Shadow Demon did go towards that mid lane to secure that water rune, so Rev is vulnerable if they want to make a play for him, but he is super tanky.
He is. I don't think. Oh, maybe.
Meanwhile, QO Malibu, he has twice the lost hits of the Ember. 37, even 14 denies. The Ember Spirit isn't really getting too much out of this lane, but that is to be expected. The only question is, how will Win recover their mid lane?
How will Win recover this Ember? That's a great question, Toltris. It's going to be off the back of picking... I think Pugna and Shadow Demon have to be the targets for this Ember. Once the early fights start breaking out, you save your Remnants to really confirm kills on these two, because you do not want to be playing into the Slardar as the Ember. You're just kind of biding your time, getting your XP, you know, just surviving for now. Oh my, QO getting a bit of a freebie here thanks to Bebby, who confirms the kill.
Unfortunately, that is the danger when you try to go to secure the power rune. If you're too far out against someone that has control, they're just gonna lock you down for the opposing side's mid laner. And because the Ember can't actually contest against the Slardar, that makes that an easy snipe for Phoenix.
Yes, absolutely. And Warlock, not the best in the water there. But you know, if it hadn't been the Warlock, maybe it was going to be the Ember. So you just kind of kick the can down the road a little bit, hoping that your Ember gets a better hand dealt to him. And now, Phoenix invading.
Not too sure about this, Malibu.
Scouting, big scatter blast, and they back up immediately. They do not want the smoke. Look at that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, Grandma. Man, God.
They didn't even have the call down, so that play was never going to work out. All they would have taken was one teleport from the Ember Spirit, and they both of them would have been taken out.
Yep. Yeah, but you know, it's good that they make that play, because if you don't, there's less pressure on the map. You know, there are less variables being ran through on the side of win, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, QO doesn't get the same space, the same ability to be as aggressive. But nice bolas, cookie forward. Is it gonna be enough? No. QO still quite comfortable. That region
and the Ember
from
has
water.
enough HP to now contest the power rune. If it's a good 8-minute rune, perhaps he's gonna make some kind of a play, as the Brewmaster is pretty low, but he's gonna be making a play.
Early level 6, Dubu coming through the gate. They get a kill on the Kez, and to clean up the Warlock as well. Not
Unfortunately for
bad,
Rostic, he got an invisibility rune. Had it been anything else, he could have potentially teleported towards that bot lane to try and get something out of that, because this is a bit of a disaster. You cannot have your Kez dying. He needs that early farm to build up to the point where he can be a kind of glass cannon that can dish out massive amounts of damage.
Radiant are scared.
Yeah, this is a dangerous game to be a glass cannon. Soldiers, I'm not gonna lie, but it's necessary. You know, sometimes you gotta be a little close to the fire, still risk getting burned. I
do think the Kez is, you know, one-dimensional in the sense that he has to build up to the point where he offers a lot of damage. Despite of having a toolkit that he's kind of like the invoker of physical carries, right? He just has so many spells available, but all of those spells function for the same strategy.
Yes, absolutely. He can use his toolkit to kind of absorb the first go from Phoenix, dodge out, and reset the fight. But then, do you have the follow-up to capitalize off of that? I think that's a big question. Okay, Golem. First one of the game as Dakota gets cookied to the high ground. QO wants to get this Burning Man off the map, but will not have that luck. Oh, and no, Dubu getting run down here. There's the Remnant Bola coming through. Nice disruption, but it's not going to be enough to save Pugna. It does go down. ILTW trapped in the trees with the illusions. Eat a lot of damage, but Warlock with the heal and now a roar coming out. Looking to be all she wrote for Slardar. Roasted. Gets the kill, yep.
And they'll transition
kill the support.
Bottom tower
into a tier 1 tower. This is pretty good for win. This was Rostic being down on lost hits. Now he ends up with 2 kills. Now they'll take a tier 1 tower. 2 at the timing of that chaotic offering. Pretty good for win.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they don't lose anybody in that exchange. They get 2. You know, you kill the Pugna, you scare off the Shadow Demon. They have no support left for the Slardar. That's how these fights have to go. You have to pick off these supports, make it too dangerous for them to play around their cores.
Delaying the timing of that Blink Dagger is going to help win a lot, because when you have the Blink Dagger up for QO, he will be making plays. The only question is, there is always going to be a question of follow-up in my mind, and until I see it, until I see what the game plan is, I'm not going to be sure about it.
Yeah, follow-up will be a difficult task for them. I think Phoenix are better suited to this. You just play around split, maybe. Blink Crush split with a call down. That should be a kill under the Warlock or the Snap. But then how do you deal with the Kez? How do you deal with the Roar?
And an extended team fight is what Ember excels at, right? Just as many remnants that you're able to dish out. It's I do think it's going to be a pretty even game in that regard. But right now the Brewmaster is essentially free farming. You do have a Roar up for Igor Demon, and there are multiple heroes making their move here towards this top lane. Perhaps we might see yet another fight.
Yeah, you've got Roaring Kisses. This should be a surefire kill on any target that you find. Igor Demon looking for Pugna, holding the ultimate, doesn't need it just yet. Cookie with a creep will be enough to confirm. Yeah. Yeah, been hitting a very strong timing.
Teleport does come in from the Shadow Demon, but it's a bit too little too late, as again, they are pinging MP and he is the big target, even if the Pugna absorbed that play earlier.
Yeah, TPaBo up in a few seconds. We'll be able to come top, but it's heavy concentration of heroes on the top side. I'm not sure who it benefits the most. If your Gyro is farming, it's not too problematic, but Rostic not able to go toe-to-toe with Slardar even at this stage of the game. The Blink Dagger now online for QO. Maybe a fight will be brewing here topside. Ember coming in, TP, Rainbow TP is coming in from the remaining members. Nice disruption to save. Rostic very low, but no mana on QO. Are they going to be able to get him? Yes! They do. 30 seconds to let your Ember.
There was no follow-up with that Ember's initiation. Doesn't seem like when we're on the same page. You take a look at where they're positioned. Their heroes were already on the way out as the Ember was on his way in.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. Communication going to have to be bolstered a bit if you want to be successful out of that one.
Nice,
that was just a... Yeah.
Igor Demon's going for a Scepter, so it seems like they're putting more emphasis on the team fight rather than just a straight up push.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The Scepter's just a ton of damage, you know. Helps you survive the onslaught from the Brewlings, from the Gyro, the Slardar. And the drums will keep pounding when you're disabled, you know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Phoenix, they're going to keep you stunned on this Beastmaster, that's for sure. So anything you can do to kind of withstand and survive will be much welcome. It's like a gyrocopter with a scepter and a Mask of Madness or something, or not a Mask of Madness, Morbid Mask, you know, any lifesteal. Just that side gunner, flat gunner kind of coming out.
The best shot with the Edict still goes out, you know, the pulses.
Yeah, exactly.
A mid-rune fight between both of these two sides, I think, as the Sapphire Granny is going to take a fall.
You know, those falls get more dangerous as you age. Snapfire learning the hard lesson there. And QO in the river trying to get away from this invading Beastmaster. No Roar, no problem.
They're able to get kills on these supports, and I understand that, and they're able to punish over aggressions like we saw with the Ember Spirit, but I have yet to see them make a play successfully to get a kill on a core hero.
Yeah, what is the big problem there? I mean, you just need overwhelming burst damage to kill Kez in the stun window, and you're gonna have to have a bash primed. You're gonna have to blink, crush, bash, blink, bash, crush, then have your next bash with a homing missile follow up, maybe. Because if Kez gets that Raptor Dance off, you don't know what's going to happen next. And a Golem committed here. ILTW going to back up Disruption, save, and now MP feeling confident. Going to have a life drain from TPaBo. They bring down the Warlock. And Phoenix looking pretty good on the response time.
Yeah, that was a great response bringing their heroes in. It was so quick, almost as if they were prepared for Win to make a move on their gyrocopter. Does seem like Phoenix have a read on where Win want to play and who they want to prioritize. And for Phoenix, does seem like it's a lot of emphasis that they want to make sure the gyrocopter can keep farming up.
Yeah, oh, okay. Pugna goes down to ILTW, finds the Slardar, picking up a double, and now Forever might have to, gonna have to commit the split here. Panda's in trouble, 1 or 2 getting out. Gonna throw up the Kez, preventing him from going any further. But the Storm Panda still chased down.
Great set of kills for the Kaz. That's what you want. You want him to snowball. Right now, he is at the 3rd place position in terms of net worth, as it is the Brewmaster who is struggling. I think Forev needs a lot more farm, but once he has the Radiance, and this is a pretty good Radiance timing, this is a carry Radiance timing, and he's able to do it on the offlane.
Yeah, not bad at all here from the Brewmaster. The lowest of the Dire cores, but still 200 above the enemy mid laner. However, just this early Aegis on the Kez could be problematic. TPaBo, nice dodge. Water buff giving him a little bit of extra speed.
Desolator up as well, so let's see how many stacks he'll be able to build up while he's farming away for the Aghanim's. But these next 5 minutes are going to be crucial for Win. Getting the Aegis is a good first step, but the real work is being able to accelerate how much you're getting out of this map.
Yeah, who's going to be able to crunch the map the best here? Kisses, no split. Oh my. All right.
1J coming in for... Because the roster picked him as if he almost wasn't expecting the Kisses to be there. But I think that was supposed to be the play all along. And this kind of just farming away from with your cores from Phoenix. Again, we spoke about how Phoenix would have to sacrifice one core's farm, but they're not really going for that strategy. They're farming up on everyone simultaneously.
Yeah. Yeah, they really are. I think maybe, you know, I feel like the Brew has had the worst kind of deal, but then I see poor Slardar getting roamed on. Oh, it's not going to stop there, Dubu. Not long for this world. Kez once more to go to once more, committing the Golem. MP showing up, and Forev here, but I don't think they're going to be able to save their gyrocopter. Disruption buys some time, but it's just not enough. You end up losing everybody else aside from Forev. Splits available. They bring down the Aegis, but you've gotten a lot of value out of this early Aegis of the Immortal. Likely going to be a tier 2 tower, and then
Win have exposed a really big weakness in Phoenix. You know, when we were talking about the lack of follow-up from Phoenix, I just realized an even more important point. If the Slardar dies, then there's no way for Phoenix to actually counter-initiate. Everyone else is pretty darn weak. The Brewmaster has gone for a Radiance build, which is great right now, but he doesn't exactly bring in some burst damage.
No, he does not. Your damage is very slow, other than your Slardar and the initial jump from your gyro with flat cannon, but even that's kind of spread amongst the team. So yeah, Toltrus, if that Slardar is dead, you might need to rethink your angles on these fights until gyro is giga slotted, maybe.
And with the way that Win are accelerating not only their farm, but also the pace at which they're playing the map, it's a bit of a question mark if the gyrocopter will be farmed up to the point where they want him to be. Right now, he has a Chrysalis, but he hasn't gotten to that Aghanim Scepter. He's still 3,000 gold behind the Beastmaster.
Yeah, Beastmaster, king of the castle here, 12k net worth. Just 20 minutes in. What's going to be his next item? Think of Blink, or is he just going to go BKB and just walk through everybody?
And he hits like a carry, you know, because of that set.
Yeah, he does. Oh, okay, Kiss is coming up. Vision in time with the roar. Oh, the damage is there, and Brewmaster goes down. No split, no problem for Win. Living up to their name. 1J gonna get a double, and ILTW joining the fray, bringing 3 members of Phoenix down. And Toltrus playing this beautifully. These kills lead into a Tormentor. Right at 20 minutes is a change. Gonna be a shard for Ember.
A missed stun for QO, right? That's going to reveal the fact that all of Phoenix are there, because you're not going to be a lone Slardar going in for a play. And because the tier 1's tower is still standing for Win, all they really had to do was bring their entire lineup and go for a counter play. And if you catch anyone, there's limited options. The Brewmaster was already on half HP when they caught him with that roar. It's just the Mortimer combination. Phoenix are struggling to counter out even 2 of Win's heroes.
Okay, well, we might have this bit of a situation here, Broom bottom, but they cannot save their gyrocopter. Pugna not able to get in range for the live trade. PKB now finished on ILTW. And you're gonna lose your Golem for Ev, looking for the Kez, has split available. ILTW. That's not your nest, Kez. Yeah, that's not a birdhouse, buddy. And okay, maybe a little bit of reverse action coming out here for Phoenix Reborn from the ashes. They do lose Slardar, but maybe they pick up the Beastmaster. The king of the castle will fall, and wait, no. Slardar got denied to a neutral. Good play from QO, and here we go. Actually not done yet. Ultras. Frostic looking to go back in. Wants to get some gold towards this Ag, so his last component. Will he find it? Yes, as the Pugna falls, and now for F, no split. All gas, no brakes, trying to get out of here. Puts the, oh no, just not gonna work out for him.
Despite the Phoenix getting really lucky there with the Kez being caught as he was trying to go for the escape inside the trees, defenseless, helpless. He also didn't go for the Aghanim Scepter, so he doesn't have his instant upgraded toolkit, right? That still goes in favor of Win. They may have lost their Beastmaster, Slardar may have been denied to a neutral creep, but in the end, Phoenix did lose their carry very early on in the fight, so he got nothing out of that fight, and they lost the rest of their cores.
Yeah, did not lose them that early in these fights.
There,
wondering if the
there are
vision
two
was...
Ogre Axes on QO.
He's just very strong. He needs one for each hand, buddy. He's trying to dual wield over here, I think.
Oh, but one for the Aghanim Scepter, one for the BKB, but I think the problem is making one of those items, right? It's,
you know, it happens when you don't play it for a while, right? You forget your item build order. It's fine, it's fine. But under the tier 3 tower, unable to save Dubu. However, is the committal too large? ILTW slicing down through Gyrocopter. Forev, no split, and Win. Able to dare Phoenix to fight them at their own base.
Phoenix should realize that if they don't have their split, there is no way they can win a fight right now. And they're underfarmed as well. It's a 12,000 lead. They have lost all map control because they only have one tier 2 tower. Pushing the tier 1 towers of Win is out of the question right now. You just need your farm. You need your Scepter, your BKB for QO. You need your Gyrocopter to farm up. You need your Brewmaster to have something other than a Radiance at this point, because he just cannot fight.
Oh no. Well, okay. He does get the split off. No one else around to capitalize on that roar. Golem is available to the Warlock, but will the Brews chase? Yes. They're looking for Eager Demon, but Kez is ready to jump right in. Rush, but the disruption of perhaps a miscommunication here for the Dire, and Phoenix now suffering on the back of that. Put Kez into the air, but no true answer here for the Dire as the siege begins. Ultras, they even commit the Golem. They just want to push, capitalize on the dead Fishman. And now will they run forward? No. Oh, they will remnant forward. Frostic will. Disruption save on Dubu, but it's not enough to get him out. Gonna be a tier 3 rack soon to follow as Win are flexing on Phoenix.
Yeah, it is. I think just the amount of greed with Phoenix and his draft, they wanted to farm up on 3 separate heroes. They didn't get too much done on the mid lane either. As it's not over, it's just one lane of barracks, but the advantage that Win have is just too much at this point of the game. I mean, 25 minutes in, 18,000 lead, you need at least 15 minutes before Phoenix can actually fight back.
Yeah, and Toltris, I don't know if you're going to get 15, 20 minutes here. Your Gyro trying to find some safe farm, but it's anything but. That Radiant Observer placed about 3 to 5 minutes ago, paying dividends.
The Beastmaster at this point can solo kill just about anyone. You know, and all he has to do is to force out that split is just use his roar and pretend as if he's going after the Brewmaster, right? And the split will come out. The Brewmaster has no choice but to use the split.
Yeah, a defensive split equates to no fight potential for Phoenix. So, you know, if you commit the roar and you don't get a kill, it's totally fine because, I mean, it's not like Phoenix are going to go in after you afterwards. And now, Aghanim's 16 stacks on the Desto. The Birdman ready to fly.
Roshan is also up for the second time, so with this Aegis, you know the push is coming for Phoenix, or on towards Phoenix. And if you are the Dire side, how are you going to defend? How are you going to take out the 2 lives that Win will have on their carry, or maybe even on Igor even? As really, you could give it to either. And for Phoenix, you have to take out both of those 2 heroes.
That's a tough situation. I don't know if they're going to be able to... They might be able to get the Aegis, but taking down Kez with BKB Ags, 2 lives, I don't know if they're going to make it all the way to the second one. But you know what? They've been down before. Phoenix don't want to count them out yet. Beautiful roar from Eager Demon setting up the fight here. Kez, ILTW gets up to the high ground, capitalizes on the aggression from Eager Demon. And now Split buying some time. The kisses coming out, separating fight lineup from Phoenix. Slardar very low, gets to the high ground, trying to get away, buy some space, buy some time. Sprint will do it for now, but chase is on. Rostic gets a kill onto the Brewmaster, and the slice and dice of ILTW gets a 3rd member of Phoenix.
Oh, and Win don't want to waste any time with us. They just will go for the tier 4, but even before that, Phoenix will call GG. This was a very impressive showing by the Radiant, by Win squad. Malibu.
Yes, sir. You know, when they deny some signature heroes to Phoenix that they're comfort picks, and force the hand very early on. This Kez pocket pick for the last one for ILTW, sneaky dagger into the heart of Phoenix.
And I agreed with you where I thought my favorites were also Phoenix, right? Favorites in the sense that I thought that they would be the favorites heading into the series. As far as the experience goes, as far as the player history goes, I think for a lot of fans out there, Phoenix were supposed to be the ones to take the game win, but things didn't turn out that way. Win were just a whole lot stronger, not only in the draft, but also in the way that they did make those plays. They tried to play aggressive from the very get-go, and even though it was a bit shaky towards that top side where we saw both teams playing on the edge, it was the mid-game, the early to mid-game rotations from the Ember Spirit that just dominated Phoenix all the way through.
Yeah, these young Eastern European lads are sharp. You know, they're hip on the meta. They are well rehearsed, well practiced. The fundamentals, the mechanics are there. And I mean, they got out of the early game and made some great moves on the mid game. And it's going to send Phoenix back to the drawing board. Going to have to find some more aggressive ideas and find out how to unify their attempts at a win in game 2. But we'll be throwing it to a break, so stay.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. We are here for Game 2 of Phoenix versus Team Win. And I mean, wow, Game 1, what a surprise, Tolchus. We did not expect that at all.
Yeah, it's when you're coming in to play against a team that has been competing for the better half of, I think, perhaps close to a decade now. The amount of pressure on you must be insane, but somehow, some way, Win were able to overcome the veteran squad and take the first game win. It is going to be a bit of a challenge though, because Phoenix is surely going to be a team that knows how to adjust around the issues they had, or rather they did face, and should be coming back stronger against Win. I'm not sure if Win will be able to take this in a clean sweep, even if they did have a very convincing first game win.
Yeah, I think there are teams that need to kind of get punched in the face once to wake up, and Phoenix, to me, they strike me as a team like that. So I think we'll see a much better fight in Game 2, if not a return victory, evening out the series to 1-1. but before we can make any true judgments on that, I need to see a convincing draft to show me that Phoenix truly have a leg up over Win.
Yeah, it did seem like their draft was a bit all over the place. A Slardar mid with no real physical damage burst. Like, normally you usually have a Templar Assassin or someone that can have that burst damage coming into it with. But you also picked up a Brewmaster for the offlane, which relies on an extended team fight. Then you went for really greedy items. Radiance on the Brewmaster, Gyrocopter needs the farm, Stardar has a Blink Dagger but has 2 defensive supports. Does seem like the action plan was not there, and so wasn't the synergy wasn't there either on a lot of times. So that's a lot of critique, right? But at the end of the day, Phoenix have 3 very experienced coaches, so I do think that there will be massive adjustments around how they're drafting. And in the early game, I do think that Phoenix were putting up an equal fight to win. It's not as if they were getting outskilled in the team fights. I just think that their draft didn't allow them to demonstrate the kind of skill that we all know Phoenix is capable of.
Absolutely. And I also think that the Slardar, I think he went Brian Guard instead of Leg Day. And I feel like Leg Day has been the more successful of the 2 facets. But you know what? I don't want to beat a dead fish. You know, Phoenix, they got the business end of the stick. Maybe we'll see a switch up. And if I'm not mistaken, QO MP, I thought that they were both initially carry players. Has QO been in the mid lane for much time?
I'm not exactly sure because again, these players haven't been in recent competitive scene for quite a few years, so we don't know what kind of practice they've been up to. At the same time, you bring up the point of a QO. I recently commentated over for Ev. He was on the hard support role, and over here he's playing the off lane. So Phoenix are definitely switching around things, seeing what works. Is this perhaps voting for kind of resurgence? Who really knows?
Right. Who knows indeed. Now, we'd love to see some new drafts coming out, something surprising. Any off meta picks that you're enjoying yourself playing in your own pubs, Soldiers?
I usually play the Slark, even though I have a decent win rate, but this Slark is just a horrible pick in the meta. Doesn't really win any games, hard to scale up. But off meta picks for Phoenix, if I were to think about it, certain teams do make off meta picks work out really well. For example, OG love to run that offlane Undying, which was a thing around 2 or 3 months ago, but hasn't really been a thing so far. No other team tries it, but OG do, and they have great success with it. So perhaps something like that could end up working out for Phoenix. I think an aggressive offlane hero would have completely changed the narrative around Phoenix's team fighting capacity.
Yeah, I could rock with offlane Undying once or twice. Give it a shot, And it's if these teams are so dead set on running the gyrocopter, I mean, Tombstone Zombies give great vision for that flat cannon to land across the tree line. Maybe that's what they were trying to go with. Like, you get the Bruce split going, you just send pandas off to 1 per target, kind of micro intensive, control the Kez, but just did not work out for him that way.
The Brewmaster seemed like, in theory, it did seem like a good pick. The Wind Brewling could disable the Mortimers, could also send the Kez up into the air, disable their team fighting capacity. Unfortunately for Phoenix, I think a lot of those team fights never really resulted. The start of the team fights never started the way that Phoenix wanted. They couldn't find the space to send anyone up into the air. They were just getting run over. The Beastmaster had a kind of a start that you never really want to give away to an offlane Beastmaster. I think he had a great Aghanim Scepter timing and was just able to go to work.
Yes.
I think Win, even if they picked up a different carry, would have had the exact same kind of a game with the way that they played all 3 of those lanes. It just seemed really good.
Yeah. Phoenix gonna have to come out on top of the lanes here for sure. Now,
and I have to say,
into-
you know, we have seen quite a few players who may not have a verified Liquipedia, maybe newer to the scene, but great performances overall. Rostic on the mid lane for win, despite of it's not easy playing an Ember Spirit into a Slardar. Sure, he was behind in terms of lost hits, but he found the openings for his team each and every single one of those team fights. He was able to stay alive consistently, and even from some of the other teams, you know, Matson from the Vikings had a phenomenal series too. So I really do like the fact that over here at Phygital Games of the Future, you have veterans and legends of the scene, and you also have new players coming in to demonstrate their performance. We had, you know, the Emirati representation from E7, Attacker, who has been in the scene for quite some time, but you had newer players also come through. Sure, they didn't have the success, but in the end, experience is what enables these newer players to improve in their craft.
Yeah, it's a great marriage, you know, of the old, of the new, and the confluence of the two paves the way for the future here at events like this, and it's a nice thing to see. And it's how can like are you grasping at straws trying to get back into it, or do you still have that magic? And what can you give the future generation of the players? I think that's the beauty of sports, you know, esports, digital, physical sports, or phygital, you know, putting it all together. And that's what we're all about at the end of the day. But you know what I want to see our first 2-1, man. I want to see if Phoenix get a win here in game 2.
Could be likely. It's a 2-1 is certainly something that I personally love to bring about, because I think it just creates a very interesting storyline for the matches itself. You know, you have both teams on the edge. Sure, it is, you know, these are the upper brackets of the group stage. We're not really, no one who loses here is going to be eliminated. They'll still have the opportunity to compete again, come back into this. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're in the upper bracket finals or in the lower bracket finals in the group stage format, because you make it to either one, you're still going into the playoffs upper brackets. You're not going to start off with a disadvantage. So the key important thing is to keep in mind the end goal, the finish line. You just have to cross it, and you're going to be on an even footing in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, lower bracket, you get more matches played, you get that experience up. Maybe that's what you really need for, especially for some of these returning rosters. Extra series here or there couldn't hurt, right? As long as you come out on top.
Are there any other games you're interested in? Because we have, it's quite an innovative variety, right? Over at Phygital, you have, for example, Hado Online. I remember the first time I saw the game was with the Phygital announcement, and it seems like a really fun concept. It's an augmented reality game that you play out with your headset, but you have to, it's a mix of, you know, physical exertion plus esports essentially, where you have to move around, dish out projectiles, and also block the enemy's projectile. It's kind of a mix up of dodgeball plus esports.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I am a recreational athlete myself, you know, so seeing the physical esports or physical sports represented in the mixture of the two is always a blast. But something I'm really interested in that I haven't had a ton of exposure to myself is the drone racing.
Ooh.
You know, I grew up living on like a river town as a kid, so there were always like these like high-speed boat races that would make all these crazy, like really just I don't know, technical turns and courses. So seeing that take off to the air now is it's really very entertaining for me. But the Battle of Robots is something I'm going to tune into as well. But you know what? We're here for Dota, baby, and we got a game 2 almost underway. After a lobby remake, hopefully all 10 of our players are squared away, ready to go, with our helpful staff behind them, ready to assist should any need arise. But we do have picks and bans, baby. Beastmaster, Marcy off the map, no Chikiro, no Timber.
Phoenix banning out that Beast Monster right from the get-go really goes to show the amount of respect that Win are receiving. And if you're the Win squad, you know, receiving a respect ban from a team as renowned as Phoenix must feel good.
Yeah, recognition for the young offlaner there. Very, very needed. And showing that Phoenix, they will not fall to their own hubris, you know, recognizing the threat in front of them. They remove it from the pool.
Shadow Demon also banned out by Win, so they do feel that that one is a bit of a threat to their lineup. Or maybe they're going to be picking up a carry hero that gets disabled by the Shadow Demon. Maybe something like a Life Stealer or even an Ursa Warrior. I think the Ursa is more in the meta than the Life Stealer is. So yeah, let's see. Perhaps Win pick up a Slaughter of their own. You know, if you're thinking about the Ursa, maybe you're also thinking about the Slaughter.
Huh. Yeah. I mean, Shadow Demon's great answer to the Slaughter, you know. Ult him. Once that runs out, if you're still in trouble, disrupt him. Buy some more time, just kite him around. If you got a good start, it's not the worst option. But gonna be the DK snatched up by Phoenix. And yes, as predicted, Toltris, well done, my friend. Slardar snatched away in the first round. Could be our mid lane matchup here.
Yeah.
Could be off lanes. Could be DK carry. You know, Slardar carry, I've not seen it just yet, but I think it's not too far out of reach.
It isn't, but also Slardar would have a problem scaling up as the carry, I think. Would be fine if you're going for a mid-game oriented draft. I think a Slardar carry is really good for a mid-game oriented draft, but if you're playing for the late game, you're going to run into issues with scalability. Meanwhile, a Dragon Knight Slardar could be a potential viable matchup, but if I was the Dragon Knight, I would ideally like to avoid the Slardar because I think DK and Slardar both will want to make a Blink Dagger in the mid lane, so then it comes down to who gets the more last hits, and Slardar naturally, because he is so strong, should be able to acquire the Blink Dagger a bit earlier, even if it's, you know, just by a minute or so.
Yeah, early Blink, certainly crucial in getting this Slardar around the map involved in these fights, but I'm more interested about how you can enable him in the draft. I think, like, how can you really craft these environments to be a success for your Slardar? Enabling these picks is,
I think the Dusk
really
would be a good idea. Tag team plus Slardar, or even, you know, the Drinking Buddies plus the Slardar is a potential combination. And then you can think about a Gyrocopter or a Templar Assassin, you know, the Meld Strike plus the Slardar. But there we go. Malibu. It seems like every single team, when they feel confident, they pick up the punch. Yeah. One win, certainly feeling themselves after that game 1 win. Go right to the tried and true. I mean, from what I've seen today, it's 100% win rate here at Games of the Future. Phoenix, how do they want to counter out this pudge? And in specific, is this going to be a core pudge? Most, or rather all of the pudges that have come out today have been on that core position, but you already have that Slardar. So the question then becomes, is Win thinking about a mid lane pudge and an off lane Slardar? Because I think the off lane pudge would be a bad matchup into a Dragon Knight if he goes towards that carry position.
Yeah. A lot of questions that I've got about that.
This should be a Wind Ranger carry. I think they'll play a mid lane Dragon Knight, a carry Wind Ranger, and the reason I think it's a Wind Ranger carry is because the Slardar can't touch the Wind Ranger inside of the Wind Run. In fact, you're usually going to pair the Slardar with a high physical DPS carry, and both of those two heroes, outside of building up an MKB, wouldn't be able to touch the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, the Nullifire's not uncommon on the Slardar, but that's going to be a very late pickup. Yeah, I told you, I think we might see Io Slardar here.
Yeah, it is a deadly combo. Could even go for the Marcy right now. Oh no, the Marcy's actually banned out by Phoenix. And I don't think we're gonna, you know, go back to the past with a Io Tiny anytime soon.
Yeah, Nightmare. Nightmare's playing against that combo. Oh my. But yeah, the Slardar, the Nullifier, eventually it'll be pulling double duty against the Pugna, the Wind Ranger. It's gonna be an Ancient Apparition coming out. Hero we've seen
the Pugna's Life Drain and the Dragon Knight. It just cancel out all of that healing. But it's the carry that from 1-1 that really has to lock this all in, because Phoenix are coming in with a lot of push, so Win will be pressured quite a bit in the early to mid game.
Yeah. Carry for 1-1. So let's see. If this is Slardar IO, I could see that be the safe lane. Would you run the Pudge mid, Ancient Apparition as the 4? Or
I think it might be Ancient Apparition 5 and IO Slaughter on the offlane, Pudge mid, and then you pick up a carry. But Phoenix will go for a Queen of Pain, and I'm not too sure who the mid lane is, because we did see an offlane Dragon Knight in the last series. So this Queen of Pain can go mid at the same time. Queen of Pain is a hero that does offer some flex potential. Now teams are willing to play the Queen of Pain as a support or even as the offlane hero.
Yeah, the Queen of Pain flex is fun to watch. Very entertaining. Good itemization as well. But the Blink daggers, once they're online, becomes very hard to play because they have great follow-up. Blink Dismember, you kind of see what's happening, you hit a nice blast, get a Blink Crush on top of that, boom, she's dead. Yeah, but options still on the board for both teams. Looks like Phoenix trying to protect their mid pick here. If it is the Quap, no Ember. If you're afraid of the Ember, you're probably gonna look to ban out maybe a Monkey King as well.
It's also interesting that Win have banned out the Mars and the Centaur, so they don't actually think that any one of the Phoenix's heroes are on the offlane.
Yeah.
But surely one of them has to be, right? It's unless you're playing a Wind Ranger support, then you can play the mid lane cop carry Dragon Knight and an offlane hero that you can pick up. But it does seem unlikely that the Wind Ranger will be positioned as a support, simply because I think the carry Wind Ranger against a Slaughter offers too much value.
Yeah. Yep. Looking to flex into that for the last roll then, but the Enigma gonna come out here for Phoenix. Entertaining draft to say the least. Good mobility between the Wind Ranger, the Quap. Great team fight spells across the board. Interested to see a little cheeky decrep into a buffed up power shot with a kill shot maybe.
Also, the amount of push, right? It's just amplified now with the Idleness also coming in, the Pugna's Leather Blast, or Dragon Knight who's going to be pushing, and the Focus Fire, which is decent at pushing towers. As Win will go for an Abaddon to make sure that even if Forever is able to land that black hole, the Abaddon can survive.
Yeah, this is smart. Yeah, Abaddon is like the new Wraith King, whenever in the past when teams would have huge wombo combos, you'd pick a Wraith King, you die once, you're fine, you come back, then they have no spells and you go. But Abba fits that in a much better fashion now. Io has great pairings across the board here. The Abba, the Slardar, even the Pudge enjoys a nice tether from now and then.
And not to mention, the Abaddon is, perhaps not as valuable as the Ursa or TA with the Slardar, but is pretty decent with the Slardar, the armor reduction.
Yeah. Toltrus, is this going to be a mid? Is Rostic on the 2 for us here?
You're right.
Are we gonna? Oh my! Are we gonna see Helmdom Io coming back from the dead?
Oh man, this takes me back to the Ana days. The Io. I'm not sure if the meta still favors it, but then again, the meta didn't favor it back then either. and he was able to
Right.
make it work. So maybe Rostic can too. Certainly the youngest, one of the youngest of the squad here, with something to prove, picking up an IO. And it's surprising that you have so much damage on the other side. Physical damage from the Dragon Knight, magical and pure damage from the Queen of Pain. You have Lockdown and Disable coming in from the Enigma, and the opportunity to build up a Spirit Vessel to disable the amount of heal that the IO can do. And still, Win feels so confident that they can take this second game with an IO pick for their position 2.
All right. Well, this is, maybe. I know 1J through and through is a 4-player. Do they ever flex roles? Let me take a look here at 1J's history.
We did see
16.
one of the teams flex, right? But it was between the supports. We saw Legends rebooted switch Mushi and Chuan around, but not exactly a core switch up.
No, they just flipped positions between the hard and soft support. Yeah, I think we're gonna see a mid IO here in game 2. But folks, as you can see on the board, Win are already up 1-0 in this series. A win for Win will push them through to the top of Group B, where they will take on Enigma Galaxy in the upper bracket final for Group B, just for seeding purposes, And Phoenix, they gotta take a win here unless they want to go to the lower bracket.
Let's see, as we should be heading into the game shortly. Now, based on the draft here, I know that Phoenix are the more veteran squad. They were the ones who should have or were expected to come out with the win just based off of experience. But I prefer Win's draft, particularly because you're playing an IO mid. The IO mid, despite of certain players in history coming out doing what seems to be impossible, there's still at the back of that mind that doubt of whether or not the hero is still good on that role.
Right. Yeah, through the changes we've seen through the years, will IO still have the same function in this core role? And you're going to find out, folks. We finally have a game 2 underway here. Win are on the Dire, Phoenix on the Radiant, and Tolcha and myself, Malibu, are on the mic with you all today for our 4th and final series. Let's see if it ends up in a 2-0 sweep. Here, both teams smoked up. 1J breaks, hook off the mark. And gonna go ahead and go for the deny on this observer. Do they bait Phoenix into a fight? Sentry down, but the ward is denied.
So they bait the sentry at least. That's interesting. There's an optimization of a play there. Not to mention you have limited sentries when you start off the game. I think you only have about 2.
30 seconds to battle.
Maybe, I never want to buy more than 2. My pockets are hurting after 1, For support life.
Players have been spoiled by the quality of life updates in Dota. Observer wards don't require any gold, and still yet in the high immortal games, people still don't buy the wards. It's
that's the way she goes. Indulgence. But looks like no big battle here, and Forev will deny.
Wait, he
One of
denied the
those, yeah.
bounty?
Yeah, with the idol.
Oh, okay. He denied the bounty away from Win, but what I find surprising is that Win were still able to come out with 3 bounty runes, so Phoenix weren't in position to take a single bounty.
No,
that's a big win for Win.
Yeah, Win. Phoenix fans are down bad, but Eager Demon already missing about half his HP. Tough start there for him, but
this is the
taking a look at
Malibu, this is the second Dragon Claw hook I've seen this tournament. These players are stacked with that bling.
Yeah, deep cash or deep pockets here for our Pudge players. You got to make the investment where it counts. But laning combinations, we've got Wind Ranger Enigma in the off lane, so not the most durable.
Yeah, it's hard to fight against the Aphotic Shield. Not to mention, there is a niche way to take this Abaddon down theoretically, with the kill shot, if the Abaddon has a high enough max HP pool, you can take the Abaddon before his borrowed time pops off. But it's very, very unlikely. I don't think I've ever seen it happen that way.
Yeah, you're gonna need a decrep on him. You're gonna need a double damage rune on Febby. There are a lot of what ifs that need to line up appropriately for that to happen. And your Abaddon's going to need to be absolutely zooted on max HP. But CS, let's see, 6-1 on the Abba, 5-2 on the Enigma. Not a bad start. 1J with the creep, wave dragging. Which,
Rostic, despite of having such a low base attack damage, is still able to mount up as many lost hits as the Queen of Pain is, which is surprising yet very impressive.
Yeah, that's a replay I'm gonna have to watch. Get in there, check it out. But QO, early bottle obtained. What's the itemization path on this mid IO? 1J still trying to drag the wave, interrupt the equilibrium. MP has found here.
Almost has a level 2, but needs to hit his level 2. Now, if you can't find many opportunities for the hook, you need to have a suitable level for your rot, because that is your plan B. You can't simply rely on having your hook up. Now that you do have the rot, perhaps Igor Demon and 1J look towards a move, but it has to happen on the Pugna. Trying to take MP down could be a futile attempt, and it could even result with Phoenix turning it around on you.
Yeah, being able to decrep the DK if he gets got on, really limiting the damage output just to the Pudge Rot, could be enough of a window to trade or turn around any trades. But first Lotus spawns. Febby trying to tiptoe on the fountain, but will not be able to get into the pool. We'll go to ILTW.
Febby does have the Wind Run. Normally we do see the Wind Ranger with, aggressive offlaners. This is one such lane which is going to be a bit static from the Enigma side. Enigma wants to farm, just wants to push at max, doesn't really look for kills unless there's a gate play to happen, which is probably unlikely because you have a Pugna.
Yeah. I mean, he can help you run people down, but nice shackle from Febby buying time, but it's not enough. Dakota will get first blood taken out for Ev. So in a scenario like this, Soldiers where, power shot just off the mark and no cold feet find their way into the shoes of Febby.
The Abaddon actually made an urn. I think he'll probably stick to the urn rather than upgrading it to a vessel, but in this game you are playing into a Dragon Knight, so you may want to have at least one vessel on your team. But
yeah,
isn't an item we see too frequently on the Abaddon. We might possibly see him not go for the Radiance, even though I think he should against the Dragon Knight, but we'll see. He has some options right now.
Yeah, more on that. There's a nice rotation from 1J here coming out. QO very low. Holsters the hook, walks out of tower range. Quap gets a little bit of a heal. Oh no, these spirits, the blink forward. Now he's got to be on overdrive here. The hook just narrowly misses the mark. A bounty rune available to refill this bottle will be granted, but the water movement speed coming through and another blink. Okay. Good dodge from QO here. Frustrating plays, but good escape from the Quap. My thoughts on the
Queen being pushed out. You were saying?
Yeah. On the urn for the Abaddon. I feel like commonly right now you see the Abba get like a null talisman just to maintain his mana pool. The urn gives a little bit of mana regen and a bit of armor, and that early armor is helpful against the Eidolons. So maybe not a full investment for the vessel. Okay.
Ooh, Rostic. MP will take MJ down, or rather, MP will take 1J down towards that bot side, but might get punished for it.
Yeah. This is punishment coming through. Kill goes to both teams. Win certainly enjoying that one a little more than Phoenix.
Yeah, carry falling is not really where you want to be. I think if you want to make risky plays, it has to be anyone else apart from the Dragon Knight. As I've seen many combinations with the IO Malibu, I have never seen a Pudge plus IO combination with how much 1J wants to play with Rostic.
Yeah. Being able to drag your target back through the spirits is it's always good for a chuckle, and some damage too while you're at it. But
structures are fortified.
Forev doing his best to keep the catapult alive here with the Eidolon split, tanking up the tower shots until the next wave arrives. Masterfully played from Phoenix's offlaner, but Win sending some bodies topside. Will it be enough to stop the push?
I think with the Aphotic Shield, they have some options, right? The Eidolons will soak up the damage once the shield pops. Not to mention, when you are pushing in, you have to be now careful about 1J's hook. So that's it is a lot to play around, even if it's not a traditional counter push that Win are playing with.
Yep. Yeah, they have to get a bit creative, but works out all the same. Wisdom's likely to go 1-for-1. Slardar does leave it for his supports, presumably. Early Ice Blast is critical on this Ancient Apparition. I feel like it's so frequently that we just see AAs get to level 4, level 5, and they just tend to stick there for a while. And Jagoda might have to stay at level 4 for a little while longer, trusting the dagger, but it will be a deny. No kill for QO. And ILTW absorbs most of the assault. 1J low does go down. Forev picks up this kill, confirms it. And QO gonna have to blink out to safety. Now, Forev, I think you put yourself in a very, very dangerous situation. Oh, Io gets back with the reload and a TP out. Great play from Dubu, saving his Enigma. And QO back in the fight.
Surprisingly, really well done by Phoenix, just playing around Win. And they even got the Enigma with the escape. The Decrepify plus Enigma's teleport meant that, they couldn't actually stop it with the bash. The Slitherine Crush was on cooldown, so Phoenix playing it really well, despite of not being able to take down the tower, and Win's cores never really died. So it just seems like a lot of space for the Dragon Knight, though, which is what I think Phoenix aren't going to be too unhappy with.
No, they're loving that right now. Ep damage active on Rostic, and is he going just straight ags?
He is. It's it's a decent item, but I'm afraid I haven't seen too much of a core IO. What kind of value he'll bring, and in particular how much he'll scale in comparison to the amount of damage on the other side.
Yeah, this is, let's see, the damage. Yeah, man, I don't know, the passive spawn of the spirits, is it better than a Helm Dom? It's certainly slower than a Helm Dom.
And is it more damage than the Sonic Wave is, as a base ability? So it's
right.
Not to mention, it is good for farming. I will say that. But what do you do with the farm? Do you go, the Ana route where you go for a Heart or Tarask? In which case you can have, back at that time, Shivas wouldn't reduce, as far as I remember, right? Because it is several years ago at the end of the day. Shivas wouldn't reduce your, how much magical damage you take, or rather increase how much magical damage you take. You didn't have, I believe the vessel didn't reduce your healing amplification by that much. So you had all the niche things, but again, they were several years ago, so I don't remember exactly how much healing reduction or healing negation you had that existed. But at least now it does seem like there are plenty of ways to answer the IO core.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the answers are plenty. They did take away the Ancient Apparition, which is maybe the biggest answer available. And folks, we are back underway here. Game 2. Wind Ranger, Wind Ranger going to go for the full vessel here. So I'd be tasked with picking that one up.
That'll leave the Enigma to farm up some more utility-based items or sort of bigger items. Gone for the drums currently, and has queued himself that very early Blink Dagger. So perhaps they're putting emphasis on wanting to play with the black hole.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you've got right now 2 ways to interrupt, or 2 heroes to interrupt. The Slardar, the Pudge. If you black hole them, Slardar, he's not gonna. If you black hole the Pudge, Slardar is not going to get in there and interrupt you for the most part. You know, especially if you're kind of center mass of the black hole.
ILTV is really suffering here. Malibu, he's only level 5. He should have his 6 up soon. Has decent last hits, but not as much as a Dragon Knight does. This is a decent, healthy discrepancy that should advantage Phoenix.
Yeah, it is. They're not fighting into the ABBA. They're not taking bad fights into the ABBA either, where he's well protected and can kind of get the kills. You know, we saw him avoid the worst possible option of that on the top side with that decrep TP out on the Enigma.
And now they'll just continue to pushing some of these other lanes out. Phoenix, who were not able to find 2 tier 1 towers in that last game, will at least find more towers now. All they have to do is push at least until, you know, there's a window. That Radiant's timing from Win, if the ABBA is going for it. Not to mention, 1J is still level 4. The Ancient Apparition does have his level 6, but Win need more damage output to make use of that Ice Blast. Which gives Phoenix a prime opportunity to just dish out as much aggression, as much pressure on these towers as they can, while they can.
Yeah, they need to get to it. Catapult has already died here in the mid lane, but making good use of that illusion rune. Get some extra damage on the tower. Yeah. And ABBA, actually, he went for the Null Talisman too. So Null Talisman earn. And then Radiance after boots. Oh, nice hook from 1J Ice Blast on top of it. Gonna be a dead DK. And Ultras, we're happy about the status of farm for the DK. Win punishes that with the Ice Blast.
And unfortunately for Phoenix, against an Ice Blast, there is no response time that can be possible that you can use it to counter the other side with. You can't just TP fast enough.
No, you cannot. And your demon does fall. QO cleans up kill after Febby gets that nice shackle shot.
And Phoenix aren't going to be too unhappy because, again, they're very well positioned to be able to start pushing. Pushing any lane is going to be a happy outcome for them. Tier 1 towers are very vulnerable points, and Win can't do much apart from going for these skirmishes. And the thing is, for Win, they have to expend so much in order to just get one kill. I mean, you can't spam out the Ice Blasts. It is a one-trick pony for most of these fights.
Yeah, that Ice Blast, it is your trump card. You know, if you show up, it has to land. Otherwise, you're gonna bleed out kills. But Win, they've showed that they know when to take these fights, that they can be trusted with the task. Let's see if they can be trusted to protect ILTW. Looks like the Abaddon is gonna get a reload from the IO, and now turning around, 1J lands the hook onto Febby. Beautiful pull, but no dismember yet. Gonna have to rely on the speed boost, and the Rot will do that. Kill on Febby. And now they're back. Rostic tethers to the AA, keeping him alive. They bring down the Pugna. QO forced to blink out.
Rustic is the most farmed hero in the game currently. Good pickoffs being made by Win, and also keeping the pressure off of their Abaddon is certainly the way to go about it. And now the Enigma has a Blink Dagger. Forev can look towards making a play with their Sonic Wave once it's online.
Yeah, combining the you gotta pick two, or pick one of the two, you know. It's gotta be Sonic Wave Black Hole or Dragon Form Black Hole. Both of those will get you probably 1 to 2 kills every time they're used in unison.
A niche mechanism is that you can relocate someone out of the black hole, if I'm not mistaken. If they are got out. You can even reposition them behind enemy lines to counter initiate, because It's unlikely that Forev is going to break the chain of that black hole unless there's no one left inside of it. So if he has 2 heroes in, the IO can relocate one of them out, and Forev still has to continue channeling that ability.
Yeah. A lot riding on the shoulders of the mid IO. I don't think that's a sentence that I've said before, but happy to utter it for the first time here. Games of the Future
So far,
2025.
he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah,
He's
all
able
right,
to
folks.
come out with the rotations, able to come out with the pickoffs. He's bringing the backup in with his relocate in a timely manner. I think the value of the IO is something that is not at question. Is just the scalability and how
Yeah.
well the IO scales in comparison to a hero like the Queen of Pain, because every single item on the Queen of Pain is a big power spike the Queen of Pain gets. For IO, it's more like you need to create those 2 or 3 items before IO has that big power spike.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, you know what? They banned out Nature's Prophet. Who else has a global reload? IO, baby. You don't want to play Spectre mid, right? Everyone's tired of Thunder God's Wrath. No one wants to play Zeus. IO is the future. It's the new Nature's Prophet. I'm calling it now. Dolchus.
IO could be the future. I mean, if you're a new player and you're able to come out with this hero that perhaps barely, a handful of people have been able to make it work on the tier 1 stage, and you're able to do it against a squad like this, that will put you on the map. That will earn you some massive respect amongst this legendary circuit.
Yes, it will. Innovation. Competition breeds innovation. And what item is on the ground there? Oh, a black hole. They find the IO. No cube, no problem.
And they'll find a tier 1 tower 2 on top of it. So it's good wins overall. Now, one of the things that an IO cannot do, irrespective of how good of an IO player he is play against the black hole if he gets got.
Yeah, once, I mean, the old IO build was like, you'd get a heart, right? Like, Helm of the Dom, heart, Ags, that stuff. Maybe you outlast the black hole. But that's the only way.
Overcharge plus Abaddon certainly sounds deadly, though.
Yeah, when you get the tether going, yeah, it could be tough. Oh, nice dodge from Dakota. A better hook from 1J. I gotta mention that, gotta give respect where that's due. But IO close to the Aghanim Scepter, relocating top. Let's take a look. Gonna be a bit of a scramble here. And Rostic now tethered to ILTW, gonna break the tether, goes back mid. And Febby, Febby might be in trouble. Yeah, Eager Demon going forward for him here to buy a little coverage, but he cannot prevent the hook. Dakota gets another life drain from Dubu, not enough to save his buddy.
Good kill to be found, but I believe that most of Win's kills have just been on these supports. So far, they haven't been able to deal with any of these cores, but I expect that should change because the IO now has Scepter, and you may have a Blink Dagger coming up soon for the Slardar.
Yeah, that's going to be some crazy burst damage coming out. And a fight's brewing still, top side. Win know that there's no black hole on the Enigma. And ILTW trying to keep his catapult alive here. Pops a Lotus. Has a 14 wand with the shield. Wow. He's just putting in overtime here at the catapult factory. Keeping it alive, but the Eidolons will make short work of it. Protecting this tier 1 tower in the offlane.
But will they be able to defend the mid lane tower? Because there's quite a few numbers here. They are bringing their supports in though.
Supports in. Big crush onto 2. Speaking of supports, Ice Blast going through. Finds the Pugna. And a Sonic Wave coming in. IO still healthy. Going for the TP out. Where is the reload? How far? Dismember on to Febby, and another crush. 2 more to fall for Phoenix. Ashes and feathers are everywhere, Doltrus, and now making a 4th IO. He had relocated on the enemy backlines. Devastating move from the young mid laner.
Every single time you relocate towards the backline, you cut off the escape from Phoenix. So they're boxed in. They have no choice but to fight back. And the black hole was on cooldown for the majority duration of the fight. It was on a very low cooldown, just barely about 30 seconds when the fight started. So Win not only taking a really good team fight, but also recognizing the timing of Phoenix's ultimates.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I'm almost reluctant to concentrate any significant numbers of heroes without black hole.
Radiant's
Like I
top
think
tower is under
if you do not have black hole and someone gets gone on, I think you just kind of write it off. You know, if it's a full-fledged team fight outside of the base.
The Dragon Knight also got hit by the Ice Blast, I believe. He got clipped by it, so, you know, that was a futile team fight by Phoenix from the get-go.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And now that's an Atos finished after the Aghanim, so he's got an extra 2,000 gold sometime. And oh my god, poor MP gets hit by the Ice Blast and the gank is successful. ILTW bought an Atos of his own to carry Abaddon, but Black Hole keeping him onto the high ground here. 1J getting eaten alive by this tier 3 tower. Rostic survives for now, gets to the low ground with the tether jump. Successful escape for a majority of Win, and they're going back in and out, weaving on the loom. Here we go. Sonic Wave is not enough to get a single kill, and Queen of Pain not long for this world. Only Dubu remains.
They're on the tier 3s, Malibu. On the tier 3s, 18 minutes in. That IO plus Slardar, this is insane.
Look at this ILTW build. Tread, no talisman. Vessel, Atos.
Atos.
What?
They're playing around Rustic. They're just, and the Slardar is just, this is very unconventional. And for them to be able to make this work in this way is, I don't know, this is very impressive. Playing against a conventional lineup, by the way, it's not as if they're playing against weak heroes. It's a Dragon Knight, it's a Queen of Pain, it's a Black Hole.
Yeah. Win. They're showing the way forward out of the meta. No longer will we bow to DK. We're going to open up our own path forward. Doltrus and Win are doing just that. Behind the tier 3s, in front of the tier 4s, finding kills left and right. They don't have a single tier 2 tower down, by the way, so this push is... I don't even know if you'd call it a push. This guerrilla warfare is successful.
Yeah, doing it on the tier 3s is putting out a statement. There's nothing you can do about this. You know, they're just bullying Phoenix at this point.
Oh my, the bullying will continue until morale improves. Queen of Pain dead for 30. And another reload, the tempo maintains. Doltrus taking a look here at Enigma. 1J very low, but a slithering crush does not get you enough time immediately for the Dubu death. But Rostic does find him in the end and gets the relocate out. My god. This hair-pulling frustration here for Phoenix as they are unable to land the power shot. That'd be just narrowly off the mark.
And they found a couple of good Sonic Waves, right? 3-man Sonic Wave, but the sustain coming out from the IO is just a bit too much. I suppose there's one vessel against many targets being healed up, so it's tough. Because you take a look at Rostic, he is providing sustain in a very calculated way. He's providing it towards whoever is in danger, and he's able to make it work. A kind of, you know, micro player with a hero like the IO.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm just baffled, man. This is dirty. It should not work. It's gonna be a Sanjin Yasha next on the IO. Extra region, extra status resistance. You've already had problems controlling him. I don't think it's gonna get any better anytime soon.
Multiple Atos.
However, yeah. Aghanim Scepter on Queen of Pain could give you some longevity in these fights and an answer for the heal and the sustain of the IO with like a trick of your own. But I don't know.
They need to
They got their
survive
work cut out,
first.
though. Yeah. Oh my God. Phoenix MP returning fire, but the Ice Blast makes short work of him. 2 kills going over to win.
Forev trying to run away. I think he's going to be fine as long as he just TPs out and doesn't stay to farm. But I have a feeling he's going to stay to farm.
He's going to stay to farm. Yeah. You know how long it took him to get to the side of the map? Oh my.
Oh man, the amount of damage is just insane. And keep in mind, Igor even doesn't come in with too many damage items. He just has a Blink Dagger, a Bracer, and an Ogre Axe. Right? Sure, those strength attributes give him damage, but it's not that much.
Yeah. What do you mean? He didn't have 2 Ogre Axes this time?
That is the key.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. Hold off on that second purchase, folks. It'll help you out in the long run.
The
I know
Aghanim
it looks
Scepter
cool.
will be a good upgrade, but oh man, it's just gonna get worse. Skewo will be able to blink out though, but we'll get hooked in instead.
Oh my god. Out and in again. Poor guy. He's got to have some degree of motion sickness. What's Kaya? Did he go Kaya Yasha? More spell damage on the orbs?
I'm not sure.
Middle tower is under attack.
The Aghanim Scepter will be a good upgrade, but I think you need a perfect black hole this game. And even then, it may not be enough. The perfect black hole would give them a shot at actually winning a team fight. And then you need to do 2 or 3 of those to make a comeback in this game.
You got your work cut out for you, boys. That's all I'm going to say. Poor Forev. No black hole for 30. Don't ask why.
I think him not being alive actually eases the pressure on him. Because in this state, there's only really one way they can actually win.
Oh, poor guy. And oh my. 1J! He's on fire. Life Drain coming out with the Ice Blast. Forces Dubu to retreat. The DK dies and now behind enemy lines. 1J gets another hook. Kills the Pugna. A TP comes in and he blinks forward. They find the Sonic Wave. Oh, but the root and Forev. This is going to be the black hole to do it, but there's no damage. You got to get the boys here. Bring them down. They get the Punch Crush. Comes in. Oh, no way. The IO finally dies. It gives up 1,600, 1,700 gold. Another crush in the fountain. They get the kill. Oh, Eager Demon. Is he gonna get out? No. Okay.
This is near the fountain while the tier 2 towers are up. Win are slowly progressing further and further, extending further and further. And normally, you know, in any normal game, I would say that that's an overextension. But I don't even think that's the case. Sure, they gave up so much gold for it, but at this point, I could argue that they're just having a bit of fun with this.
Yeah.
Toying around with the Phoenix squad at this point.
They're playing with their food. But the food might bite back here. ILTW, low. Pops the ult, but the damage... Okay, Phoenix do a great job of canceling the damage they do bring down the carry. Now, this is the carry ABBA with the Gleipnir,
Dire's courier
by the way,
has been killed.
who's going for the Aetherlands as well. ILTW pioneering new territory here in terms of itemization for the carry Abaddon. Dakota pioneering new ways to die. He's done so successfully.
Has been killed.
Or we can
And
say
Phoenix?
1,800 gold from the IO kill earlier. You've lost 2 or 3 more heroes. This was an 18,000 lead, which is now 12,000. So it's not as if Phoenix can't come back.
No, it. I mean, the framework exists for a comeback here for Phoenix. I mean, with all these towers still available.
Jay. Man, he's trying to find the edge of the map.
Yeah, he's waiting until the ABBA's up. They're gonna go for a reload here, I think, or the TPN afterwards. But Dubu surviving for a nice amount of time here. Big crush onto 2. The Glimmer not gonna do enough to keep you alive. And now Dismember onto Forev, controlling Enigma. Big Sonic Wave gets the Slard Art down, and MP able to survive through the very end of this. Well, it's not over yet, Tultris. Teleport is interrupted by the hook. A beautiful play from 1J. This man is on fire when he's not diving tier 4s. And even then, he's still making some crazy plays.
They do get
A reset.
a good bunch of kills, and surprisingly, even the Ancient Apparition is about to overtake the Queen of Pain in terms of farm. So this is after Phoenix have made a bit of a comeback, but you know, it may be a scenario where Win are handing a comeback to Phoenix for the temporary while.
Top
You
tower
know,
is under attack.
quite clearly they are in
they've-
full control of this game.
As much as Win have taken this game away from Phoenix, they've given the opportunities back to them. You know, Phoenix, they have not particularly engineered any of these kills on their own.
Perhaps as a bit of a respect to the Phoenix squad, you know, because at the end of the day, these are, you know, you're diving a fountain against some star-studded players.
Yeah. I would say that there's been no respect given. They've been they've thrown the gauntlet on the table to say, we're playing fast, we're playing reckless. This is our best Dota, and we dare you to match it.
Well, they will. There's going to be a Roshan fight impending.
Black hole is available. This could be a tough challenge here. Nice hook. And the black hole from Fureb coming out onto 2 Ice Blast on top of it, though. Is it enough? The Pudge is dead. Eager Demon trying to get out. Windranger very low. And will come to blows. Rostic getting another one. Enigma dead. And Win are now at a numbers disadvantage. They've lost the carry. They've lost their Ancient Apparition. And soon to be Slardar, I believe. No, Slardar on the outskirts. Can Rostic escape? Nice shackle from Febby. This buyback. Putting in work here. But no. It's going to be Io dead at the end of the day. 470 seconds. A tip. You got to imagine an XD coming out in chat soon.
Have Win potentially lost grasp of this game? And I'm wondering just because sure they have a 10,000 lead, but they no longer have the Aegis. And the fact is, the Abaddon did not really itemize like a carry. We saw him go for this Earn plus Gleipnir combination. And MP does have items up. He's going to be making that Daedalus soon. The Queen of Pain has the Aghanim Scepter. The Black Hole now does a whole amount of work because there's a lot of follow-up attached to it that has a lot of damage. So Win's, you know, room for error may not be as much as we previously thought.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge that Win face in this is the itemization path the Abaddon has followed. So like this 9k, this 8k lead that you have, you don't really have a carry to go with that, you know. And Io, like, Rostic's played a beautiful game of Dota. He's been very successful, obviously. He's top net worth in the game. But if this is your carry, it doesn't exactly have the same kind of punch that your typical ones do. But that aside, Dismember onto MP, nice Glimmer save. Eager Demon looking for Dubu, but unable to capitalize. He's got to withdraw his own BKB, getting low, and now Rostic is isolated from his team, unable to get out, dead for 70. ILTW gets hooked out by his buddy as Uber has arrived. And Eager Demon, maybe a bit of an error in communication, goes in, but wasn't needed. Now, Slardar, the Iceman, will die. No Ancient Apparition, and a numbers advantage for Phoenix as the net worth lead shrinks further.
I think the net worth lead is going to be completely gone by the time Win respawn. It's going to be down to about 1,000 or 2,000. And Rostic, for as well as he played in the early to mid game, this was always a question about scale. Now, one could argue that they got a bit too overconfident. Clearly, they were playing right outside the fountain, diving, giving up their lives. But Phoenix now are in a better position. So how do Win manage to come back is the big question.
Dire's middle tower
Oh man, I don't know. I think that ship may have sailed. You're gonna have to rely on some crazy pickoffs and some cheeky split pushes with reload plays. Ice Blast is going to be a huge component of this. You know, you're going to have to catch Phoenix off of a black hole. I don't know if Enigma has a BKB yet. So I think that Ancient Apparition Shard could be the answer pre-BKB and then post-BKB usage, if you can find that.
Io has 3,500 health. Is making the way, or rather is making that Heart of Tarask, should have it soon. maybe now you can switch up your itemization from this Abaddon, go for some carry items, maybe a Bloodthorn, something like that. But against the BKBs, there's really nothing you can make to counter those out. The Dragon, sure, you had this Ice Blast that you were playing with for the first 20-25 minutes of the game, but against the BKB, it doesn't really work the same way.
No. I would say maybe a Hex could be an answer, but who's going to build it, you know? I mean, hell, your Abaddon might build it the way his itemization's been going. But Ice Blast, there it is. On to 5 heroes. This is it. Big hook play, but the BKB, a Sonic Wave gets the punch down. Aegis is down, a nice black hole. Abaddon is low, but gets the ult off, and now cutting loose. Ice Blast has expired. However, 2 heavy hitters are already dead for Phoenix.
Relocate?
Now, reload forward, aggressive play. They find Forever. They do kill him. Okay. There you go, Toltris.
I am not
knew
sure what is happening.
It was going to have to be in... I told you, man. The Ice Blast cometh. And,
that was an Aegis.
That was an Aegis. Yeah, just gone like that.
The game was even in terms of net worth. Phoenix came in with more damage. And they made that teamfight look so easy. Despite of multiple heroes being caught inside of that black hole.
It's, I mean, the Ice Blast had already landed, you know? You're ticking down. You got the rot, you got the spirits kind of forming around, ticking you closer down towards that threshold. The pressure starts to mount and you get nervous. And, well, Eager Demon doesn't get nervous. He just takes, no, why? Guys, you just got your way back in this game. What are you doing?
They're back in the fountain.
Oh,
oh, man, certainly. I mean, you got one thing is for sure. They're having their fun with this. You know, they're pretty happy, regardless if they win this game or not.
Yeah, the boys are having fun. That's for sure. Now, I would like to see if ILTW is close to his Aghanims yet. Pudge, 1J, close to his Ags. This Daedalus, the damage on MP is going to be impressive. Tough for Win to sustain.
I think he needs a Hurricane Pike too, you know, because if you see the Ice Blast coming, you can pike yourself out of its AoE. So, as long as you don't get hit by the Ice Blast, I think you have the opportunity for a good team fight. You have the BKB for Forever, so he can essentially land that full duration black hole as long as he doesn't get hooked or dismembered.
Ooh. Oh. Nice stun from Forever. Pushes them away with the Psychic Headband, I think. But yeah, Pike on DK, a good option. The dodge is powerful. The pushback on the Slardar on the Abba eventually could be good. Free pathing on the Ags could be an answer as well. But hold that thought. Sonic Wave, Pudge is sustained, healed up forward now. Io doing a lot of work here. And if you get Spell Lifesteal with this tether also could be massive.
For some reason,
TW.
Phoenix are backing away, despite of Win being very low on their HP, and you also have the Black Hole available. So I think for Phoenix, they should look towards taking a fight right now while they have the information on where Win exactly are positioned.
It'll have to be that off the back of a smoke. They have Sonic Wave on cooldown for a bit, so their Mega Burst damage is not really present. Here we go, Black Hole onto multiple IO low, surviving not for long though, does go down, but Forever paying for it in blood, and the DK hit with the Ice Blast, MP low, and gone for 75. Eager Demon looking for his next target. He's found QL. Big crush with the Gleipnir afterwards. Goes Ethereal thanks to Dubu. Nice Glimmer. Does it save the day for now? Yes, a silence, a blink forward. ILTW low, but Io Rostic, he's bought back. He's relocated into the fight. He's going in for round 2. And the last remaining member of Phoenix will fall.
Well, I mean, that's one way to take a fight. Despite of your IO going down, if you buy back, there's not really a whole lot of juice left for Phoenix once their Dragon Knight dies. Then they're solely reliant on their Queen of Pain with the Aghanim Scepter to dish out the Shadow Strikes, because at that point, your Black Hole's been used up. You no longer have the Sonic Wave. Your Pugna and Wind Ranger don't really do much outside of, you know, just being able to use their spells You have 1 or 2 shackle shots in the fight, you have 1 or 2 life drain uses, but now it's Win once again on this high ground, and again, the team fights that they win, they make them look so easy.
They do. They really do. When this team is focused, they are formidable. You know, you just have to discipline. You know, you have to exert some discipline, reel yourselves in, know that you're strong, but know your limits. And I think Win can be set up for nothing but success. Oh, 1J, another hook. He does it again and again, time after time. Finding these high-value targets. MP, dead. 70 seconds.
I'm not sure if he has the buyback, and you're going to lose 2 lanes of barracks for this. Suddenly, even if you find the team wipe onwards, when even if you take this IO down, you don't have the space to actually push all the way to Win's tier 3s.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, that's... I mean, if the DK was up, I mean, you push pretty hard, but that's not the hand that you've been dealt right now. And the deck is not going to shuffle anytime soon. But
And 30 seconds on the DK means that Win have an opportunity to acquire mega creeps. Something that is going to really hurt Phoenix's chances of making a comeback here.
okay, the Ice Blast, a bit premature, but not needed to kill the Wind Ranger.
Radiant's top tower is
No Black Hole means that Phoenix are limited in their options. Wind Ranger buyback, trying to make a stand for the last set of racks. Okay, Sonic Wave gets Eager quite low, and that repositioning prevents the hook from landing too.
They're going to go back, but the question is for how long? I think Win may just fake their retreat.
Nah, they're gonna get Rush.
Okay.
No,
But aren't, I think Phoenix are stronger in the Roche fight, because
they
narrow
are.
corridor,
They recognize that.
Black Hole, Sonic Wave, just throw everything out, and you can dodge the Ice Blast because the Ancient Apparition is going to be there as well.
Oh, and here you go. Toltrus, this is the delayed fake back, you know. They threaten the Roche, they poke Phoenix and get them to respond, and they smoke and go in. Here we go, Ice Blast. Bevy low, Force Staff out, but the chase is on, and Dubu been a nice way to save, but he will be dead. No save available. Black Hole onto just 1 here. Pudge is very low. It's the BKB, and the damage is reduced. Queen of Pain dies and buys back. Now, Rev trying to get out, but Slardar is on the chase, and the big fight here is MVP versus, MP versus Slardar. And MP actually able to clean up too. Brings down the Abba, but the Abba buyback, he's gonna get right back into the fight, and this DK is running out of gas, life, and time. Rostic with the tether, trying to go 2v1 against the Quap, is having a great success here. Quap forced to blink out, and the Phoenix roster is routed and dead. Dolges, that's game. That's gotta be game. I mean, a couple buybacks expended here. Roche is available. Base is broken wide open. Your tier 4s
No
getting
buyback on the
destroyed by
Queen of Pain.
creeps.
That was essentially
Yeah.
a 6v5 fight, and Win, again, things seem difficult for Win at the early start of the fight, but Igor even stays alive, the IO stays alive, Abaddon isn't really a target because he has the borrowed time, and there's really no threat to Win. With Mega Creeps, this is going to be their series win. They clean sweep the Phoenix squad, who came in 5th to
Yes,
6th
they do.
in TI itself. They made it look so simple.
Simple as. They're simple as. Love me, wife. Love me, dotes. Simple as. And the refresher on the Ancient Apparition. Oh, thwarts any hope of a buyback effectiveness. And GG is called Doltrus. This is game 2. Our longest match of the day, I believe. Just shy of 41 minutes. Congratulations to Win, punching above their weight class.
Definitely, and you know, this with Win's performance here.
Look at that smile. Look
Yeah,
at
I mean, they deserve to be happy at this point. They deserve to, you know, celebrate this because this IO performance was just out of this world. I think Rostic is, at least in my book, the MVP of this series, and I truly am looking forward to see what he can do going forward in this tournament and also outside of it. Perhaps this is a new tier 1 player in the making.
Yeah, I think we could be seeing that, Doltrus, and you know what? Nice to see the boys coming through, get those handshakes going on, sportsmanship. plenty. But Toltrus, we wanted to see something unconventional, something off meta, and my God, they delivered.
Yeah,
the boys gave us a show there.
We were thinking about it for Phoenix though, but it's something so off meta that I don't even think it was ever in the meta, right? The IO carry was something that came out of the pockets of Anna. He brought it out where no one else was thinking of it, and he managed to make it make a win out of it. This time around, I think Rostic even took it to a step further because he never really made the heart in the early to mid game. He actually went for the very late heart up until they already had the advantage. So in my book, it is, in the performances between the best IO performances that I have seen so far, this might just be a step above.
Absolutely. Certainly has earned its place in the pages. And with the reintroduction of the Helm of the Dominator, surprised we didn't see it earlier. But, that aside, let's take a look at the final standings of our bracket for day one in our first stage of Dota. E7 fell to BT 2-0, and Vikings continued that 2-0 streak in our second series of the day. Enigma Galaxy also continued it against Legends Reborn, the 2-0 win, and rounding out our first day of all 2-0s win, take it over Team Phoenix. Group A, Group B, no differences there.
All 2-0 wins, but we do have our schedule for tomorrow. It is going to be E7 going against Strava Team, Legends Rebooted playing against Team Phoenix, PaperTigers against Vikings, and Enigma Galaxy to close out the day when they play against Team Win. That is going to be, I believe, the winner brackets match. As NGX and Win both did come out with the 2-0 clean sweeps here. Is there any match in particular you're looking forward to, Malibu?
Enigma Galaxy versus Win, I think that's going to be an absolute banger, and I'm excited to see PaperTigers and Vikings. I was not fortunate enough to cast those two teams today, but I will have that honor tomorrow. So really looking forward to all four of the matches tomorrow. I'll be watching the first and second on my own. But yeah, Enigma Galaxy Win probably going to be high up there for me, and then PaperTigers Vikings maybe the second there.
Yeah, I think PaperTigers versus Vikings is something that I'm going to be tuning into as you're going to be casting it. It does seem like a bit of a nostalgic rerun of East versus West. That is perhaps the most hyped storyline that we've received in Dota 2 throughout the years.
Absolutely, yeah. Always been a battle of the regions. Well, historically, now it's a bit more uniform, unfortunately, as the talent tends to consolidate a little more. But maybe we'll get a good taste of the old East versus West tomorrow here, back with Official Games of the Future 2025. Toltrus, any closing thoughts on day one?
Well, this was a day where we had some, expected wins, but some really unexpected wins as well. Really do hope that the teams who did lose here today in the first day, they can come back into this, because again, it is a double bracket elimination. So every single team that didn't manage a win will have the opportunity to mount up that comeback. And I really do hope that they put up a better performance, or at least are able to shrug off this loss of the first day.
Absolutely. And tomorrow's Monday. Maybe patch? Maybe Tuesday patch? I don't know, but we'll no one think for certain. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. So
to win.